Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 541 Chapter 54 X Stone Man Blood. Under the abyss, the sky monument soared, surpassed the huge mountain, pierced the sky, forced the 9 ancestor gods back, and crashed into the treasure of the 3 supreme ancestor gods. Boom! The entire curse world was shaking, the world seemed to collapse, the terrifying aura flooded the sky, and there was nothing to see there. Let's go, Yanwang shouted. Although he wanted to attract the attention of the powers from other worlds, he could not sacrifice in vain. Several people all rushed into the starry sky, preparing to take this opportunity to break through the world barrier. In the eternal unknown place, a supreme ancestor god sitting cross-legged like a fossil suddenly opened his eyes. 2 divine lights directly pierced through the world barrier, appeared in the curse world in an instant, and enveloped the ancestor dragon and others all at once. Except for Xiao Chen who held half a stone bone, Yanwang and Mo Xiaowang all manifested and exposed to the sky. The supreme ancestor god of another world has eyes like a torch, and he can see the reality from an unknown distance. Brush. 9 hazy figures appeared in the sea of A stars in an instant, and the 9 ancestor gods from other worlds joined hands to suppress the ancestor dragon and others below. Vast and mighty, majestic and unfathomable, the starry sky in the curse world is silently annihilated, and the endless stars are dimmed forever. The ancestral god-level collision begins. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Reincarnation, Sunny Fanghua, destroy the universe. Old ancestor dragon, Yanwang, Lao Nong and others made their moves one after another, showing the terrifying strength unique to the ancestor god-level powerhouse. In the radiant light, the endless galaxies in the universe burned up, and then shattered, becoming an eternal dark area. This is the big collision of ancestor god-level powerhouses. Boom! The sky in the curse world was torn apart, the ancestor dragon, Yanwang and others were beaten back to the continent of the curse world, and the 9 ancestor gods above were all top masters, suppressing them with absolute numbers. It is impossible to draw the 3 supreme ancestor gods from the eternal unknown. The old ancestor dragon's voice was low, and he seemed very regretful. Xiao Chen was surprised, and now several ancestor gods still have such thoughts. It can be seen that the picture is not small, it is very crazy. Those 3 supreme ancestral gods, as one from ancient times, sit like fossils in an eternal unknown place, and there is obviously a reason for not coming down to deal with everyone in person. Boom! The 9 great ancestral gods, whose power is unrivaled in the world, shook the sky and the earth as they approached. Back, Yanwang yelled, and they quickly retreated to the Tianbei. Kill. The word, killing, was not shouted out, but the killing sound of heaven and earth collided after the invisible killing thoughts of the 9 ancestor gods from other worlds were aroused. The cold breath froze the sky, and 30,000 miles above the sky was a vast expanse of whiteness, filled with cold and murderous aura. 9 ancestor gods from other worlds approached the Tianbei, and all kinds of magical arts were displayed in an instant, and the bright light shone on the continent, shaking the entire star universe. The tens of thousands of feet high sky tablet shook violently, and the dense patterns on it burst into divine brilliance, and the light soared into the sky, sweeping towards the 9 ancestor gods. At the same time, the 3 supreme ancestor gods, the most treasured demon sword, the immortal sky shield, and the 33 towers, like bottomless containers, poured endless blood of the gods and poured them towards the sky monument. This is a terrifying scene. 3 blood-colored rivers are as long as 10,000 feet, falling down from the sky and submerging the Xiantian monument. The bright red blood stained the sky monument, the majestic ancient monument trembled violently, and finally gradually became shorter and retreated into the abyss. Stone man's blood. Old ancestral dragon roared, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. It could be seen that he was very excited. Those 3 treasures were soaked in the blood of the stone man, and the blood lasted forever. Instead, they used it to deal with the Tianbei. Yanwang's expression was very ugly. You all retreat. From the abyss, the voice of the old stone turtle came up. The Tianbei sank into the abyss. Xiao Chen and Yanwang also flew down at the same time. The stone man's blood stained the sky red and sealed the abyss. Xiao Chen felt that half of the stone bone in his hand was getting hot, and he had an impulse to sacrifice the stone bone to deal with the divine blood above. Under the abyss, the old stone tortoise stretched out a huge stone claw, generally pressed his palm, and said, "Don't be impulsive." But, this divine blood is too domineering, suppressing the Tianbei. Xiao Chen was a little worried. You are wrong, the Tianbei is safe. The reason why you retreat is that you don't want to harm yourself with stone blood. Now is not the time to use stone bones. Speaking of this, the old Shigi said, "You all retreat from this dead lake." Boom. At this moment, the 9 ancestor gods from other worlds rushed down and attacked the suppressed Tianbei. The old stone turtle's eyes glowed with splendor, while Xiao Chen and the others were ready to fight. But at this moment, the steel shook, and all the patterns on it emerged, and finally flew away from the steel, turning into a brilliant divine light that soared into the sky, and immediately swept an ancestor from another world into it. The other 8 ancestor gods from other worlds were hazy, bursting out with the power to destroy the world, and at the same time shaking towards the gorgeous divine light. The brilliant divine light is the essence of the inscription, and it manifests itself at this moment. It is the cohesion of power, and it is the direct manifestation of the mysterious divine principle. It shatters time and space, and makes the past, present, and future confused together. Although it didn't penetrate the ancient and modern times, it managed to break through the barriers of the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds and return to one of the ancestor gods from other worlds. In the sky, the treasures of the 3 supreme ancestor gods were shining brightly, and the stone blood stored inside poured down like a vast ocean, drowning towards the abyss. Boom. The splendid divine light formed by the steel culture was engraved on the steel with the ancestor god of the alien world, and the god-level master of the alien ancestor was stuck to the body of the steel with blood all over his body, and he could not get rid of it. 6 paths of reincarnation, roared the old ancestor dragon, and immediately showed this supernatural power, hitting the restrained ancestor god from another world. Chi-chi. The sound of piercing the sky came, and the 8 ancestor gods above shot at the same time, dissolving the supernatural power of the 6 reincarnations. Sunny Fanghua, tiger and snake fight. Yanwang, Mo Xiaowang and others also made quick moves. This is a great opportunity to get rid of an ancestor god from another world. Boom. At this moment, sky marks appeared between Xiao Chen's palms. The 2 sky marks shook slightly, and the sky tablet in front of him suddenly shook. 2 shadows of the steel rushed out from the palm of Xiao Chen, breaking through the barriers of the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds, and they were immediately printed on the huge steel. The alien ancestor god who was sealed there suddenly groaned, because the 2 sky marks and the real sky tablet squeezed him in the middle. At this moment, he fell powerlessly. Old Shigui nodded to Xiao Chen, and said, "In front of the Tianbei, you are the most suitable to make a move." The 8 ancestor gods from other worlds above shot violently, trying to stop all this, but it was too late, and the ancestor gods from other worlds had already fallen to the root of the steel. Yeah, Kiki held out the colorful jade bowl, and immediately held the seriously injured ancestor god from another world inside. Mo Xiaowang rushed over quickly, violently broke the neck of the alien ancestor god, and held his bleeding head in his hands. The old farmer pierced through his body with the great destruction spear, and picked it on the spear point. The ancestor god is not so easy to kill. The 2 of them temporarily split his body, and special methods are needed to refine him to destroy his body and spirit. Taking an ancestor god, you can just take it with you and save it for sacrifice on the road. The old stone turtle looked at the dark dead lake in front of the sky tablet, and said, "You guys retreat from here. I think you will be safe, and you won't encounter too much trouble." Sacrifice. Xiao Chen was surprised and puzzled. The old stone turtle pointed to the black dead lake, and the water in the lake suddenly churned. Without any hesitation, Lao Nong, Yanwang, Lao Zulong and others rushed into the black lake with the split body of the alien ancestor god. The old ancestral dragon watched several people jump into the dead lake, and said, "Go, remember to sacrifice, otherwise it will be very dangerous. But if you are lucky enough, you might get a stone soldier." Then the old turtle looked at the sky again, and said, "I'm afraid it's time to open the Peerless Formation in the Curse World. A euro, 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 a euro. If there is something to delay today, let's do less." Chapter 542, fighting stone soldiers. At this moment, the curse world was silent, and suddenly there was no sound. This terrible change came so suddenly and so fast. It seems that this is an eternal silent world. Hundreds of millions of living beings are panicked, and all creatures are frightened from the bottom of their hearts. Walk. Above the abyss, one of the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds shouted, and rushed to the sky decisively. But it was still too late after all. In the world of curses, in the pit of tens of thousands of people, streaks of black light shot up into the sky, sweeping away all directions. The immemorial forbidden formation with the curse world as the source of the formation was launched. It does not kill mortals, birds and beasts, and only kills ancestor-level powerhouses from other generations. This world-class formation seems to have its own soul. Chi chi chi. The black light soared into the sky, cut off the sky, and penetrated the sky and the earth. Each path was thicker than a mountain, piercing through all obstacles. The terrifying black light penetrated the curse world, twisted and turned, crossed into a black cage on the sky, and shrouded the 8 ancestor gods. Shattered. The 3 ancestor gods from other worlds roared, 3 divine lights shot up into the sky, and the sky was torn apart, but the black cage did not move at all, shrinking inward, suppressing the 8 people. The 6 realms collapse. The 8 ancestor gods shouted together, the sound shook the sky, and the 8 divine lights shot up into the sky, tearing the black cage apart immediately. 5 figures flew out of the sky, but 3 figures were suddenly engulfed by the black light. A pair of big black hands were condensed by the black light, and slowly closed, crushing the 3 ancestor gods from other worlds. The peerless formation with the entire curse world as its source has its own formation soul, and its power is unpredictable. Chi chi chi. Tens of thousands of sword chi shot up into the sky from all regions of the curse world, piercing towards the 3 ancestor gods imprisoned in the sky. Terrible rays of light interweaved into a dense black net in the sky of the curse world, completely submerging the 3 ancestor gods from other worlds. Blood spattered, staining the curse world red, and the peerless formation exerted unimaginable destructive power, piercing through the 3 great ancestor gods. And the big black hand in the sky was closing and crushing violently, trying to smash the 3 of them into pieces. Chi chi chi. The demon sword, the immortal sky shield, and the 33 towers above the sky shook violently, and thousands of silky rays of light fell down, immediately scarring those big black hands and blocking the endless black sword energy below. Swipe. The 3 ancestor gods from other worlds soared into the sky and broke free from the shackles of the black giant hands. Boom. At this moment, the black clouds and mist surged, and almost in an instant, they flooded the sky and covered the stars outside the sky. There are black magic clouds everywhere, rolling like a long river, surging like dark flames, rushing in the sky, and the black clouds and mists cover the endless universe. At this moment, not only the 3 alien ancestor gods, but also the 5 ancestor god-level powerhouses who rushed out before, and the treasures of the 3 supreme ancestor gods were all submerged. The sky and the earth seemed to be connected to each other, and the 2 turned like a millstone, and the powerful ancestor god from another world who was in it suffered a terrible attack. The peerless war is ever-changing, and the power of all kinds of ancient spells and mysteries has been activated. A muffled groan came, and an ancestor god from another world stained the sky with blood, and his chest and abdomen were pierced by a terrifying black light. Boom! Another ancestor god from another world seemed to be struck by lightning, and his body was almost cracked. A black sledgehammer hit his vest, causing him to spurt blood. Among the demonic clouds covering the sky and the sun, more than a dozen ancestral soldiers flew in the peerless formation. Moreover, the power of the immemorial forbidden formation is constantly strengthening, and every plant and tree in the world is being sanctified, rushing to the sky, and turning into sharp weapons. Based on the source of God, any artifact in the entire curse world will turn into a terrifying killer. This is the peerless formation in the curse world. It can completely hurt the ancestor god. On the sky, the shadows of the ancestor gods of the 8 paths were all splashing with blood, and the terrifying forbidden formation really hurt them. And the treasures of the 3 supreme ancestor gods are also colliding vertically and horizontally, colliding with various ancestor god soldiers in the black mist. It is very rare to let the ancestor gods bleed, and it is even more difficult to really kill them. After all, everyone is immortal, and only special methods can be killed. It is impossible for the peerless formation to destroy everyone. At this moment, everything in the world, every plant and every tree was completely sanctified, and even many monks among them became holy soldiers of slaughter, appeared in the sky, and became a weapon in the peerless formation. Thousands of creatures, hundreds of millions of plants, trees, mountains and rocks, all concentrated on 2 or 3 of them, and the forbidden formation wanted to wipe out the ancestor god level powerhouse. In the eternal unknown place, the 3 supreme ancestor gods sitting cross-legged like fossils suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, and at this moment 3 violent waves descended on the curse world. The demon sword, the immortal sky shield, and the 33 towers vibrated at the same time, as if revived, and then penetrated the world, broke through the black mist, opened a passage, and calmly led the 8 ancestor gods from other worlds. This is the terrifying power of the supreme ancestor god. But the moment Zhu Chang left, the peerless formation shook for a while, and the overwhelming black mist rushed into the passage, and muffled groans came out one after another. And, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, black mist enveloped everything. What happened inside, even the supreme ancestral god in the eternal unknown place could hardly see clearly. The 3 supreme ancestral gods finally showed shock on their fossil-like faces with no waves in the ancient well, and a big hand reached out to the curse world. With a bang, the black mist was scattered, but at the same time the giant hand trembled again and again. Swipe, 7 ancestor gods from other worlds flew out from the space channel and escaped from the curse world. 2 of them were severely injured and nearly collapsed physically. And the 8th person just disappeared. Thick blood mist was floating, the result can be imagined. Just now, they suffered an inexplicable attack, and they didn't see the enemy clearly at all. The 7 of them showed shocked expressions. In the eternal unknown place, the fossil-like supreme ancestor god withdrew his protruding hand, and 5 drops of blood oozed from the tips of the 5 fingers respectively, bright red and strange, full of demonic power. Heaven and man are old and antique. He only spit out these 5 words. From another direction, Jiyu Jing Wubo, a supreme ancestral god, said, "The history of the weakest civilization is just an appearance. I have an ominous premonition. Perhaps it's time to sweep the world with the strongest force." The 3rd supreme ancestor god said indifferently. Boom, a huge Lois man suddenly descended into the abyss of the curse world, only the head was completely petrified. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that it was the terrifying existence that attacked Xuanzu Kiki in ancient times. The old stone tortoise shrank its neck on the spot, rushed towards the steel with a whoosh, turned into an engraved image, and imprinted it on the body of the steel, becoming a living giant tortoise. The terrifying Lois man strode up to the steel, hugged the huge steel that was as high as him, and shook it violently, trying to shatter it. However, the celestial monument shone brightly, knocking it back 7 or 8 steps away with a bang. The khaki giant let out a deep roar, and jumped into the black dead lake with a plop. He was as tall as a mountain, but the lake completely submerged him like a bottomless pit. Under the black dead lake, there was no light, which isolated Xiao Chen and the old Zulong in a seemingly hopeless world. "What do you feel?" The old farmer picked up the body of the ancestor god from another world with the spear of destruction, and suddenly said, "I feel a huge danger is approaching." "Yes, it's our rear. Go." Yanwang and the ancestor dragon drank at the same time. The black lake water was as heavy as a mountain, and only ancestor-level powerhouses could walk through it. Ordinary monks might be turned into pus and blood immediately. Rumble, the water surged, and a huge black shadow rushed from the dead lake, with a chaotic unicorn on its head, and suddenly attacked several people. The chaotic light was misty. Boom, Xiao Chen directly sacrificed the formation map, pressed forward, shattered the chaos, cut off the tip of the unicorn, and blocked the huge monster. This is the ancestral god-level battle pet that the old stone turtle said. The danger doesn't come from it, let's speed up. Yanwang looked serious. In an instant, several powerful men rushed to the huge black hole under the dead lake, where the Tianbei suppressed, and it was hard to imagine where it connected. Vaguely, several people saw a dilapidated city standing in the black hole. Is it leading to the world of death? Lao Nong stared at the huge black hole under the dead lake solemnly, and said, "Are we offering sacrifices here?" "Right here." Mo Xiaowang first raised the head in his hand, cast the forbidden method, made it burn, and rushed into the huge black hole with endless divine power. "You guys will be destroyed sooner or later." The captive ancestor god roared. Boom, the old farmer tore the headless body apart with the destruction spear, and sacrificed it. The divine fire burned under the dead lake, boiling the black water. Several great ancestor gods shot at the same time, completely refined this alien ancestor god, sacrificed his flesh and blood, and shot it into the huge black hole in front of him. At this moment, they felt an ocean-like terrifying aura, and they didn't know whether it was from the Tianbei or from the vague ancient city inside the black hole. The body and blood of the ancestor gods from other worlds quickly turned into fly ash, and the endless divine power melted in the black hole. Swipe. Following the guidance of the old turtle, several people rushed into the huge black hole at this moment. At the same time, a big khaki hand swept here silently. If everyone took a step slower, they would be enveloped by that big hand. The terrifying existence whose head is petrified and whose body is condensed from Lois has rushed here. Roar a euro. The roar from the soul shook the entire dead lake, and even shook the huge black hole. A pair of big hands of the earth yellow giant penetrated into the hole, and a huge head also stretched in. Boom! At this moment, the huge sky monument on the island in the dead lake suddenly became brighter, and all the patterns engraved on it seemed to be resurrected. The Tianbei sank quickly, broke through the island, and fell into the dead lake. With a bang, the khaki giant was suppressed to the bottom of the lake. Roar a euro. The earth yellow giant looked like a wild beast, emitting a terrifying soul roar. The upper half of his body had completely entered the huge black hole, while the second half was suppressed by the Tianbei. Yanwang, Lao Zulong, Xiao Chen and others were all shocked, only now did they feel that the dangerous aura came from this giant. Why is he like a beast, without corresponding intelligence? Xiao Chen was surprised, because the strength of this khaki giant is hard to measure, but his intelligence is like a beast, and there are only killing and madness in his eyes. That kind of cold breath, even an ancestor god-level powerhouse, would feel shocked. Roar a euro. The terrifying existence of the petrified head violently shook the back half of the body, trying to get rid of the monument, while waving a pair of terrifying big hands, and grabbed several ancestor gods. Quick retreat, the old farmer shouted. This side of the black hole is also an endless black water area. Everyone directly broke through the space and escaped for more than 10 miles, until a dilapidated ancient city blocked the way. This is the mysterious city they peeked out with great supernatural powers before entering the black hole. It is very similar to the ancient magic city, but it is broken, most of the city walls have collapsed, and the buildings inside have long been turned into ruins. Behind him, the huge hand of the terrifying giant was surging, stretching out more than 10 miles and chasing him. At this moment, the eyes of Xiao Chen, Zulong and the others were a little straight. In the center of the dilapidated ancient city, a stone spear was stuck. Although simple and unpretentious, it deeply attracted the minds of several people, and made the hearts of the ancestor god-level powerhouses thump. Walk, Yanwang shouted, now is not the time to be in a daze, don't rush to pull out the stone spear rashly, because the old stone turtle once warned them that whether they can get stone soldiers depends on chance. Boom! Behind him, the pair of terrifying khaki-colored hands had already surged to the front, without any scruples at all, they smashed down a dilapidated city wall like a mountain. The majestic wall more than 100 meters high rumbled down, causing the black waters to churn. The earth yellow giant was like the most ferocious beast, he didn't care at all, and immediately put his big hand into the center of the city, obviously he also saw the stone spear. Boom! In the center of the dilapidated ancient city, a petrified palm suddenly protruded from an ancient well, and with a bang, it blocked the hands of the khaki giant and nearly cracked them. Yanwang and the others had already rushed out of the black waters, and they were right above a roaring black Styx. Xiao Chen was startled, he was no stranger to the majestic river in front of him. This was the Styx flowing from the deepest part of the world of death, spreading all the way to the homeland of the devil creature Yingxiang. No one has ever reached the end of the river Styx. This is just a section of water in the Styx River. I never thought that the black hole suppressed by the Tianbei is connected to this place, and there is a dilapidated ancient city hidden under the river. Yeah, KK exclaimed. Through the river, they could vaguely see the scene inside the ancient city. A strange man climbed up from the ancient well, the left half of his head was petrified, and the right half was nearly decayed bones. As for the torso, the left half of the chest has been petrified, while the rest are decayed white bones, full of cracks, which seem to be shattered at any moment. Is this the half-dead and dying terrifying figure that the old stone turtle said? Boom! The strange man pulled out the stone spear in front of the ancient well, shook it violently, and instantly pierced through one arm of the khaki giant. Several ancestor gods have already seen that the stone spear is the real stone soldier, and whether it is the half head and left half of the chest of the weirdo, or the head of the khaki giant, they are only petrified, not the real type of stone soldier. The stone spear seems to have the same origin as the half-stone bone in Xiao Chen's palm. Boom! Although the khaki giant was pierced through one arm, it was extremely powerful. With a violent shock, the misty black and yellow aura rushed out, drowning the strange man in front of him. Silently, the decayed white bone on the right side of the weirdo was chipped off a layer of bone powder and fell to the ground, obviously much thinner. Boom! The strange man shook violently, and the stone spear pierced through the khaki giant, split him apart, and even the petrified head rolled down. In the eternal unknown place, the three supreme ancestor gods opened their eyes at the same time at this moment, showing a shocked expression. They have already sensed that the khaki giant is in danger. Rumble. After the petrified head rolled to the ground, it opened its mouth and spewed out streaks of terrifying yellow light, instantly covering the strange man holding the stone spear. Boom. The rotten bones of that strange man instantly shattered, and only the petrified part fell to the ground intact. He used his powerful divine sense to force the stone spear to pierce the opponent in front again. The two terrifying existences didn't move very quickly, but every blow was earth-shattering, shaking the continent of the dead world. Chapter 543 Secret. In the abyss, the huge black hole suppressed by the seventh celestial monument is actually connected to the endless Styx of the world of death. And under the big black river, there is a dilapidated ancient city that is so old that it is difficult to calculate its age. In the stone well in the center of the ruined ancient city, a bone monster with a partially petrified body climbed up. Boom! The stone spear crossed the sky, piercing through the sky and the earth. At this moment, the continent of death was trembling violently. It is conceivable that this terrifying blow is terrible. Bone Lulu. Only the petrified head of the khaki giant was intact, and it was hit by a powerful force and rolled out of the ancient city. The petrified head was shrouded in a hazy yellow light, and without a sound, it destroyed all obstacles. The ancient and dilapidated abandoned city was almost destroyed at this moment, and the only section of the city wall fell down with a bang. The owner of the abandoned city, the strange man, was not much better, only the left half of his petrified head and chest remained, and the stone spear lay quietly in front of him. The stone men are not quick to fight, but they are very terrifying. As long as they fight hard, the winner will be determined, because their combat power is too strong, it is difficult to guess. Above the Black Styx River, the mark of martial arts was envious of the stone spear, but the ancestor dragon warned very seriously, don't take half a step closer. Even if the ancestor gods are so cautious, one can imagine how dangerous it is in the abandoned city. Rumble. Under the torrential dead river, there were bursts of rumbling sounds, like thunder shaking. The originally dilapidated dead city was reorganized rumblingly, and gradually acquired the momentum of a magnificent giant city. Affected by this, the black river above galloped and roared like 10,000 horses raising their hooves. Kai, the remaining head of the khaki giant, soared into the sky, rushed out of the reorganized ancient giant city, and was about to break through the water and soar into the sky. Boom! The ancient city soared, and the city wall was instantly comparable to a huge mountain. It rushed out of the water and imprisoned the petrified head. Roar! The khaki giant's head roared like a beast, and it vibrated violently. Click click! The ancient city is torn apart. One can imagine how powerful the colliding divine power is at this moment, and the destruction of the magic city is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this time, as if the owner of the ancient city had gained vitality, he condensed into one body with the stone spear, soaring into the sky, piercing through the petrified head. Boom! As if worn on a leather drum, the unpretentious spearhead pierced through the stone skull, making a dull sound, and the bright brilliance illuminated the Black Death continent. Xiao Chen and the others all showed shock in the distance. The power contained in that simple blow was too terrifying. It was obvious that the world of death trembled and shook 3 times, making people feel suffocated. Boom! The ancient giant city below shattered, and at the same time, the khaki giant's head split into 2 halves, one half of which burned instantly, turning into a ball of yellow divine light to attack the strange man. Boom! The strange man used his divine sense to drive the stone spear, piercing through the yellow light, but the afterglow still covered his petrified left bra. Click! His petrified chest immediately burned up, turning into a brilliant splendor. This is a completely suicidal and destructive duel, regardless of the consequences, and both of them will lose. Moreover, they didn't mean to stop at all, and they rushed together again in the next moment. Boom! In the fierce collision, the 2 terrifying existences completely turned into Shenhua, completely burning up, and the 2 entangled and walked towards destruction together. At this moment, in the depths of the continent of death, a wave of divine power suddenly surged, and a dark cloud enveloped the earth, approaching quickly. Hidden, Yanwang shouted. Everyone has already felt that it is an ancestor god-level powerhouse. The moment everyone disappeared, a powerful bone ancestor rushed forward. Seeing the 2 strong men who were almost completely destroyed in the ruined city below, a blazing light flashed in his eyes, and he turned into a white light and rushed down. His primary target was the stone spear, and the moment he was about to grab it, the black river of Styx boiled, and thousands of divine splendor rose into the sky. The two terrifying monsters that had already been destroyed once again manifested phantoms, entangled with the Bone Patriarch and burned together, and the black sticks instantly went berserk. In the distance, Xiao Chen and others were stunned. The existence of the two petrifications was really terrifying. They seemed to have been destroyed, and they burned an ancestor god-level powerhouse to destroy both body and spirit. You must know that the ancestor gods are immortal, and it is difficult to really kill them, but at this moment, they turned into fly ash in an instant. One can imagine how terrifying the divine power burned by the two petrified existences is. In the eternal unknown place, the three supreme ancestor gods vibrated at the same time. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly, as if they were burning with divine fire. A nearly invincible tool of war was destroyed like this. What kind of existence was it killed? They could only sense the disappearance of the khaki giant, and they couldn't really see what happened in the dead world. At this moment, above the black sticks, time and space became completely chaotic. The two petrified existences, with their burning brilliance, distorted this world. Boom! At this moment, a majestic aura emanated from the depths of the distant Death Continent, shaking people's souls. A majestic immemorial magic city unexpectedly flew into the sky, and then landed towards the Styx River with a bang, replacing the dilapidated ancient city. The chaotic time and space was suppressed by it, and after the two petrified beings burned, the remaining divine brilliance was absorbed by the giant city like water waves. Obviously it came for the remaining strange power. Brush. The light soared into the sky, and a long rainbow pierced the hazy sky of the dead world, rushing to the distant unknown place. It was the original simple and unpretentious stone spear. The newly descended giant city burst out with monstrous divine power, rolling towards the stone spear, trying to absorb it back. However, the stone spear shattered time and space, and it was impossible to stop it, leaving behind an afterimage that disappeared completely. Boom! Under the Styx River, the newly arrived ancient city let out a huge trembling sound, and then completely fell silent, falling into eternal silence. Yanwang and Zulong glanced at each other, showing shock. They never thought that things would develop to the present state. The primordial demon cities usually don't attack each other. Only when they are about to be destroyed, will a giant city fly over at the last moment, absorbing its remaining mighty power. That last step, no one seems to be able to really make it. Several ancestor gods discussed softly. They have been deep in the depths of the world of death for more than 30 years, so they naturally know a lot of secrets. Yeah, Kiki pointed to the direction where the stone spear disappeared. The little guy was very unwilling and watched the stone soldiers fly away. Let's go look for it. Xiao Chen gripped the half-stone bone in his hand. Forget it, it's hard to find. The ancestor dragon shook his head and said, even the newly flown primordial demon city didn't leave any stone spears behind. We searched at a loss, and it's even more difficult to find anything. Xiao Chen mobilized his divine power and penetrated into half of the stone bone, hoping to see if it would have a special reaction, but he was disappointed in the result. Hoo-ha euro a euro. Suddenly, between Xiao Chen's fingers, a black hole the size of a fist appeared silently, and he didn't know where it connected. Yeah, Kiki let out an exclamation, and several ancestor gods immediately surrounded her. Two simple and unpretentious stones appeared between Xiao Chen's palms, both of which were the size of Longan. The ancestor dragon was a little surprised, showing a trace of dignity, and said, the moment the two petrified existences were finally destroyed, I saw that their petrified parts were not completely burned. This seems to be the remaining part. Several people looked at it carefully, and found that the two plain stones were almost the same material as half a stone bone, and they were real stone bodies, not as simple as petrification. This seems to be the essence of those two terrifying existences. Only such a small part of the body has truly turned into a stone body. At this moment, half a stone bone emerged from Xiao Chen's palm and turned into the size of a normal skull, and the two Longan-sized stones fell into its mouth. Then, without a sound, half of the stone bone shrunk down to the size of a pigeon's egg again, and disappeared into Xiao Chen's palm. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't say anything, only Kiki curiously flipped over Xiao Chen's palm and looked at it non-stop. The old ancestral dragon looked at the huge city under the Styx River, and said in a deep voice, let's leave here quickly. Although no one has really taken that step, even if it has terrifying combat power, it still has serious flaws, but it's better to be careful. The others nodded one after another, staying in front of an ancient magic city with some remaining vitality. Even the ancestor god felt uncomfortable. This time it can be said that there was no danger, and a few people returned to Shenkyu not long after. Kiki released all the monks who had been taken into the Lost Paradise. Although they could not rescue all the people who fled to the curse world, this half of them were enough to pass on everything. Now, Shengkyun is more lively, and there are many monks, so they have to open up a pure land around them. In front of Shengkyun, in the immemorial dead city that was moved, Xiao Chen couldn't help but question the ancestor gods. Attracting the attention of the supreme ancestral god from another world, why? It's just to create an opportunity for martial ancestor. Yanwang Gujing said such a sentence without wave. Hasn't the martial ancestor already entered the deepest part of the world of death? Xiao Chen was puzzled, and asked, what does it have to do with the supreme ancestor god in another world? The martial ancestor wants to give up his life for righteousness and do a great thing. Old ancestor Long replied. What the two said was limited, it was hard for Xiao Chen to speculate. The three supreme ancestor gods in the other world are as motionless as fossils in the eternal unknown place. That's because they are guarding an ancient stone step. The martial ancestor is in the depths of the death continent. After gathering everything he needs to rush through the 99 stone steps silently. What we need to do now is to let the three supreme ancestor gods gradually relax their vigilance, and let them always pay attention to the Kyushu and the Sifang world, so that we can take advantage of it in the future. Are the three supreme ancestor gods so scary? Xiao Chen was surprised. It's not about how scary they are, it's about not being spotted by anyone when rushing to the 99 stone steps. Chapter 544 Facing Yan Qingcheng. The primordial demon city hangs quietly under the lead cloud. After these days of repeated sacrifices, Xiao Chen has been able to initially control this giant city that has lost its vitality. The black giant city is lifeless, hanging in the sky like a dark cloud, without any vitality at all, but it is still majestic, making people feel breathless. Brush. With a flash of black light, the huge primordial demon city moved thousands of miles in an instant, and appeared in the eastern part of the Death Continent. No, it's still too slow. Old ancestral dragon shook his head and said, at least it can be done in an instant. The opponent is not the half-ancestor, but the indestructible ancestor god of another world, everything must be strictly demanded. The divine map is slowly turning around Xiao Chen, providing him with an endless stream of divine power, so that he can better control the dead city. However, it is always difficult for him to truly unite with the dead city, unable to move the city with his mind. In the distance, the old farmer shouted at Xiao Chen holding the great destroyer spear, come and suppress me. The black light soared into the sky, and a long line of divine light was drawn from the majestic dead city, passing across the sky, and fell down like a sky, suppressing the old farmer. The great destroyer spear in the old farmer's hand soared, and suddenly it was as thick as a mountain, and it was thrown towards the dead city above. With a loud bang, the dead city shook 3 times, and trembled violently, colliding heavily with the great destruction spear. Although the ancestral god-level barrier was laid, there was a loud bang, and the dead land below collapsed for thousands of miles and sank, and the old farmer fell straight into the depths of the ground. The dead city then followed the suppression and landed on the bloody land that was torn apart, crushing the old farmer below. It has exerted some power, but it is far from enough. The old farmer made a voice from below, and broke free with grinning teeth. Obviously, the power is really not enough, it has not suppressed him at all, let alone killed the ancestor god of the other world. Let's help him, let's see how powerful it is. The old Zulong, Yanwang and others flew into the dead city to help Xiao Chen together, and the ancient giant city was suddenly darkened, and it went to suppress the old farmer again. A terrifying aura shook the world of death, and a terrifying black light emanated from the primordial demon city, which suddenly enveloped the old farmer below. Stop! The old farmer shouted loudly. At this moment he felt an extremely powerful force of destruction, and he felt that he would be wiped out in a quarter of an hour. The light of the dead city faded away, suspended in the sky. The old farmer rushed out of the black light, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, you two join forces, even if you don't control the dead city, you can kill an ancestor god, let alone control this magic city. Yanwang nodded, and said, it's better for the few of us to separate, we can't be in the dead city at the same time, otherwise if everyone is trapped in it, it will really cut off the ancestor god level combat power. Mark of Martial Arts frowned, and said, seal everyone in the dead city, is there really such a person in the other world who can cover the sky with one hand? The old ancestral dragon said very solemnly, there are no absolutes in this world. The three supreme ancestor gods in the other world have remained motionless like fossils for so many years. Maybe they already have such means. Besides, we all know their real deterrent power. If they are activated, the consequences will be disastrous. Although Xiao Chen has been petrified before, it is difficult to truly unite with the dead city, and he cannot fully control it. Mo Xiaowang frowned. Click. At this moment, in the ancient magic city, Xiao Chen's body surface suddenly petrified, as if covered with a layer of stone armor, simple and unpretentious. Okay. Yanwang and old ancestral dragon's eyes were as bright as a torch, and based on what they saw, they immediately guessed what happened. Xiao Chen used the half-stone bone in his body to petrify his body, which he had done not long ago. It's just that the defensive power has reached an astonishing level, but the speed of movement is not flattering. But now after petrification, the situation is very different. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a connection with the primordial demon city, as if they were connected by flesh and blood, gradually showing signs of becoming one with it. A magic pattern appeared on his forehead, dancing like a raging flame, forming a vertical eye, which immediately shot out a terrifying light. Boom! The dead city trembled for a while, and Xiao Chen's figure gradually disappeared, sinking into the underground in the center of the dead city. With a loud bang, the primordial demon city shook violently as if it had come to life, with a black light soaring into the sky. With a sound, it fled thousands of miles away, and then flew back in an instant. Come on, continue to suppress me. The old farmer once again defied the law, with his spear in hand. With a flash of light and shadow, the dead city shrouded like a magic cloud covering the sky and the sun, sealing all the directions of the old farmer at once, and the hazy black light imprisoned everything here. The old farmer held the great destruction spear to block, but amidst the rumble, the dead city descended with unstoppable force, suppressing him below. Stop, he hastily drank, because the destructive power made him feel extremely uneasy. Boom, the primordial devil city shook for a while, but it didn't immediately fly up. Below, the old farmer spewed blood, his body was cracking, and he felt a terrifying aura enveloped him. Not good. Yanwang and ancestral dragon turned pale, they quickly rushed over to prevent the dead city from landing. Boom, the dead city kept shaking, and finally rose into the sky and left there. The cracked body of the old farmer slowly recovered, and he exchanged glances with Yanwang, Lao Zulong and others, all showing shocked expressions. At this time, Xiao Chen also rushed out of the dead city, looking back at the dead city with a shocked look on his face, and said, "It still has vitality." Yes, we all guessed wrong. Yanwang and the old ancestor dragon also looked at the dead city in surprise, and the last few of them joined forces to explore the city with their great magical powers. There is a hazy faint light in the underground of the city center, covering an incomplete humanoid stone statue. This is the truth discovered by several people. Even if it is the joint efforts of ancestor god-level powerhouses, it can barely be discovered. The hazy light is about to go out. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen who entered with a stone body just now, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find it. It's better like this. Two sharp rays of light shot out from the eyes of the ancestor dragon, and said, "If there is an unrivaled power from another world to smash this city, it will definitely be shocking." Mark of Wu is a guy who is afraid of chaos in the world, he said with a smile, "It's really exciting." At the same time, everyone has a hidden worry that the dead city has not really exterminated its life force. If you are playing with fire while driving it, the terrifying existence underground in the center of the city will awaken at any time. In the end, the primordial demon city was controlled by Xiao Chen alone, which is the most appropriate way, and the half-stone bone in his body still has a certain deterrent force. If the old antiques of the celestial and human race also make a move, this time the world will definitely be turned upside down. We should be able to attract the three supreme ancestor gods. 3 days later, Xiao Chen quietly returned to Kyushu, and then directly appeared in the South China Sea, arriving in front of the mountain gate of the ancestor god Chu Tian. Chu Tian has been sacrificed alive by him, and now there is only a flesh shell left. His spiritual thoughts are completely puppeted. It can be said that he is at the mercy of Xiao Chen. This is an important pawn. Sneaking into this dimensional world opened up by the ancestor gods, Xiao Chen quickly established contact with Chu Tian. With green mountains and green valleys, flying waterfalls and flowing springs, this is a magnificent pure land with countless pavilions and pavilions dotted among the mountains. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen appeared on the most beautiful sacred mountain. On the open Pingding mountain, there are many sacred trees, only one pavilion is dotted among them, and the ancestor god Chu Tian is sitting cross-legged inside. How about Master Immortal and Yan Qingcheng? Xiao Chen asked. Very safe. Chu Tian remained expressionless, almost numb. I want to meet them. Chu Tian, a euro the ancestor god of the alien world, was covered in mist, nodded silently, and sent 2 slaves to be escorted here through sound transmission with his spiritual thoughts. After being captured by them, the monks from the Kyushu and the four worlds are all slaves, but they are also divided into 3 or 6 grades. Those who perform well can even become the generals of the strong from other worlds. In an instant, Xiao Chen sensed the aura of Master Immortal and Yan Qingcheng. The 4 people who escorted them were not particularly strong, but they were only in the realm of the most human beings. In this space opened up by the ancestor gods, the monks from other worlds were completely at ease, not worried that the 2 of them would dare to escape. This woman is indeed beautiful, I must ask my ancestors to reward me with her. The person who spoke had a fiery light in his eyes. Although we are the direct descendants of the ancestor gods, but our cultivation is not outstanding, it may be difficult for us to appreciate the beauties who are the most beautiful in the world. Then let my grandpa ask for it. He is the half-grandfather of Zhuchongtian, and I am his only great-great-grandson. It was obvious that one of the young people was of unusual status. Although my grandfather is only a half-ancestor of the 3rd heaven, he has made great achievements. It is not a big problem to ask the ancestor god for a beautiful slave, hee. The 4 of them went too far on the way of escort, constantly provoking Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng. If Chu Tian hadn't personally issued the order of the ancestral gods, they would probably have taken action. When approaching the holy mountain, they all kept silent and did not dare to speak nonsense. The ancestor gods are ruthless, even though they are direct descendants, they are trembling in their hearts. When they came to the sacred mountain, they were stunned when they saw Xiao Chen sitting side by side with the ancestor god. The 4 young people mistakenly thought it was a visiting ancestor god. Having not seen each other face to face for many years, Yan Qingcheng is the same as before, with icy muscles and bones, and a peerless beauty. She is as beautiful and charming as the Guanghan fairy who does not eat fireworks in the world, her long black hair is bright and soft, and her long hair flutters in the wind. A purple dress outlines her curvaceous body more slender and moving. At this moment, Yan Qingcheng opened her mouth wide in surprise, she couldn't believe all of this. Xiao Chen actually sat next to the ancestor god of another world, which was really beyond common sense. Master Undead knew a little bit of the secret, although he was shocked, he didn't show it. I have seen the ancestor god. 4 young foreign monks hurriedly paid respects. Chu Tian didn't speak, and quietly sat cross-legged in the gazebo, looking down at the 4 of them. The 4 trembled and knelt down in the forest of gods, scolding Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng, saying, "Don't kneel down yet." Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead remained indifferent. "You 2 slaves want to die." Hearing them whispering, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and said, "Have the 4 of you ever killed Kyushu monks?" Returning to the ancestor gods, we have all blood-stained our battle robes, and each of us has killed at least 100 masters. The 4 of them answered hastily. His hands are really covered with blood. Xiao Chen's voice was a little cold, and he said, "In this way, it is not wrong to kill you." The 4 of them obviously felt that something was wrong. They didn't know what the origin of this young man sitting next to the ancestor god Chu Tian wanted to kill them. Ancestor god. They hurriedly looked at Chu Tian. "You have no objection." Xiao Chen patted Chu Tian's shoulder. The eyes of the 4 young men were wide open, a little unbelievable. Even though Xiao Chen was also an ancestor god, he couldn't just slap an ancestor god on the shoulder like this. Next to him, Yan Qingcheng rolled her beautiful eyes, her face was full of shock, and her peerless face was full of surprise and doubt, which was too unbelievable. What made them even more dumbfounded was that at this moment, Xiao Chen patted Chu Tian's head again and said, "You should do it yourself." The 4 outsider monks were going crazy. What the hell was going on? Who was this young man who treated their ancestors so rudely? And Yan Qingcheng opened her cherry mouth in surprise, and the light waves flowed in her beautiful eyes, she couldn't believe her eyes. Only the undead headmaster is still calm. Boom. With a blank expression on his face, Chu Tian raised his right hand and gently pressed it forward. Ancestral god, don't. The 4 young foreign monks all showed terrified expressions and turned around to run away. However, in front of the ancestor gods, they are really weak as ants. Chu Tian pressed lightly across the air, and they instantly turned into a blood mist, and then the light flashed, and even the blood mist disappeared, completely wiped out, and nothing was left. Yan Qingcheng, with the posture of sinking fish and geese, and the appearance of shameful flowers in a closed moon, felt that everything she saw was too dreamy, and she lost her voice. "Are you really Xiao Chen? What's going on?" "Of course it's me." Sitting in the gazebo, Xiao Chen waved to the 2 of them and said, "Come and sit together." "How is it possible?" Yan Qingcheng couldn't believe it. "You must know that the person in front of him is the ancestor god Chu Tian from another world. How could Xiao Chen be so casual in front of him?" Master Undead was also in shock. After all, Chu Tian was right in front of him, facing an ancestor god from another world. It was difficult for anyone to relax. Xiao Chen patted Chu Tian casually, looked at the two people in front, and said casually, "Don't pay attention to this piece of wood, I accidentally sacrificed him." "Give him a living sacrifice." Yan Qingcheng's beautiful eyes opened wide, her charming red lips were difficult to close, revealing a mouth of snow-white jade teeth, with an unbelievable expression, and a pair of small dimples on her beautiful face froze. The undead master was also shocked. Killing an ancestor god from another world alive was too dreamlike for him to believe. "Isn't it just killing a person? What's the fuss?" Xiao Chen said casually. However, in the ears of the two people in front of them, it was like a stormy sea. How many ancestor gods can appear in the history of a civilization? Each of them is an eternal existence, almost indestructible and difficult to destroy. The person in front of them, who used to be in the same world as them, seemed to suddenly become illusory at this moment and had such power. "Oh, I forgot. After all, Chu Tian is an ancestor god. It is indeed hard for you to believe. I have killed too many people. Both ancestor gods and ordinary monks are human beings. For me, killing people is already very numb." This is the truth, even though Xiao Chen knew that it was difficult to kill the ancestor gods, and killing one person would be enough to shake the world, but he still had such a numb feeling. Maybe he was too tired from years of wars. It's just that these words have a different flavor in the ears of Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng. Even killing the ancestor god is said so plainly, it is really speechless. There is indeed a suspicion of installing a fork. "Stay there." Xiao Chen casually pushed Chu Tian away, making him make room, and said, "Sit down, both of you." Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng were really overwhelmed. Although they knew that what Xiao Chen said was probably true, they still found it difficult to accept this fact. At this moment, Yan Qingcheng recalled many past events, the duel on Long Island, the details of Nanwang. The past, like a clear spring, like a gust of wind, filled her heart, making her briefly confused. At that time, she was arranged by the head teacher of Undead, and she was almost going to marry Xiao Chen, but after all, she did not continue to develop. Scenes of the past passed by quickly, and Yan Qingcheng felt a little complicated. For her, everything in the past was a complicated chapter that was not easy to forget. It is difficult to truly understand her various emotions back then. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, the world's beauties are old, and hundreds of years have passed by. Xiao Chen made a gesture of invitation, and the two of them came back to their senses and sat down. At this moment, Master Undead was shocked. He completely believed in all of this. But Yan Qingcheng's mood is complicated and difficult to understand, and it is difficult for her to explain clearly. "Well, trouble is coming. A half-ancestor seems to have sensed something and is peeping here." Xiao Chen calmly said to Chu Tian, "Summon him and kill him." Chu Tian silently nodded. Now only the flesh shell belongs to Chu Tian, and his mind has already been reshaped. Brush. With a flash of light, a powerful half-ancestor flew here. It was the God Envoy, selected by the undead gatekeeper Yan Qingcheng and the undead head teacher. He looks like a handsome young man, but he is already a 1,000-year-old antique with extraordinary talent that cannot be underestimated. Ancestor God. While paying homage to Chu Tian, he was astonished to find that Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead were sitting upright on top, feeling inconceivable. And when he saw Xiao Chen, he was even more shocked. "You are." He had seen Xiao Chen's portrait before, and immediately felt that something was wrong. Boom. This time, Xiao Chen took action directly and directly sealed off this sacred mountain, and stretched out his big hand. The battle body that surprised even the ancestor gods contained unimaginable terrifying power. The envoy, who was as powerful as before, couldn't resist at all, and was grabbed by him. "You must have killed many Kyushu monks, and now I give you death." Xiao Chen's voice was flat, but it made the envoy tremble. No, he was crushed by Xiao Chen just by uttering such a word, completely obliterated. Next to them, Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead showed shock, and now they are finally convinced that all this is true. How many half-ancestors are there in this space? I might as well kill them all. Xiao Chen said indifferently. Most people are outside, and a limited number of people are in this pure land. The undead master replied, but there is a half-ancestor of the ninth heaven. I know him. How could Xiao Chen forget the nine heavens half-ancestor named Chu Tian guarding the exit, and now he can sense the breath of his existence. There is only one step away from the ancestor god, this person must be eliminated. The plain words were full of terrifying killing intent. Xiao Chen sent Chu Tian to summon the half-ancestor of the nine heavens. Brush. Not long after, the light flashed, and the supreme half-ancestor of Zhuchongtian arrived here. Facing such a peak half-ancestor, Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless, and directly sealed the sky with an array, covering this place. At the same time, let Chu Tian make a move. God Ancestor, you, the half-ancestor of Zhuchongtian suddenly changed his face, and the moment he saw Xiao Chen, he suddenly understood a lot of things. Without saying a word, he was about to break out and leave. However, the space where this sacred mountain was located was completely imprisoned, and even more misty divine maps blocked his way. Boom! Chu Tian's fighting instincts were all still there, and he knocked Zhu Chongtian's half-ancestor to the ground in one fell swoop. Puff! A sky mark appeared between Xiao Chen's palms, which was the miniature manifestation of the real sky monument, and he ruthlessly covered it. Cover the sky with one hand. At this moment, the ordinary palm contains the supreme essence, it is the trajectory of the Tao, the sublimation of the ultimate martial arts, and it also covers the power of the gods. The majestic aura made even the half-ancestor of Zhu Chongtian unable to resist. The big hand that covered the sky and the sun was pressed down with a bang, and he was unable to move. Xiao Chen twisted hard, shattered his consciousness, and then sealed him up, saying, "It's a pity to kill such a strong man, and leave the body and soul for others to use as a living sacrifice." Beside, Yan Qingcheng and the undead headmaster were deeply shocked. "Cho Tian, a euro, do you have any ancestral soldiers here?" When he got here, Xiao Chen naturally wanted to search, because it was impossible to use Chu Tian for a long time. Chu Tian's role was only once, and it broke out completely at the grand meeting, and then it could only be destroyed. Okay, open your treasure house and let me see. Chu Tian opened up the space, and in front of several people suddenly appeared a strange and narrow space, inside which was quietly placed a leather drum densely covered with dragon scales. Xiao Chen's eyes stood up at that time. The leather drum was actually made of the skin of the ancestor dragon, and he could feel the breath of the ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen immediately had the urge to kill Chu Tian, a euro, but thinking that he had already been sacrificially sacrificed, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He quickly searched Chu Tian's remaining memories, and soon his anger was halved again. The Zulong Tiangu was made by the ancestor god of Kyushu with the skin of the fallen ancestor dragon. Because the battles in the past were too cruel, he had to use the corpse of his own ancestor god. But in the end, this Tiangu fell into the hands of the monks from the other world. It is conceivable that many treasures in the other world were snatched from Kyushu and the Sifang world. Report. At this time, a cultivator from another world respectfully sent a sound transmission from a distance, reporting the news. The once-in-a-thousand-year event in another world is about to begin, and a divine envoy has come to tell you. The world will be turned upside down. Xiao Chen calmly spit out these words. However, Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead know that the world is bound to be in chaos. Brothers and sisters, please vote to support Changshengyi, thank you. Chapter 545 Origin of the Otherworld. Are you going to participate in a grand event in another world? Yan Qingcheng's jade face was full of shock, and the light waves flowed in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She thought it was too crazy. A mortal's life is only 100 years. This once-in-a-thousand-year event is a once-in-a-lifetime event. How could I miss it? Xiao Chen sat quietly in the gazebo, full of divine power, and a powerful fighting spirit rose into the sky. It's too dangerous to do that. The undead master persuaded, but he knew that it was difficult to change something. Xiao Chen's strength transcends the world, but he can look down on all living beings proudly, and it is impossible to change his decision because of outsiders' opinions. Fortunately, he still looks like a flesh and blood person, not much different from before. I have to wrong you two for a while, and follow me to the grand meeting in another world. When Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng were captured earlier, they had already prepared for the worst, so naturally they are not afraid of anything now. Well, Chu Tian, a euro, follow me to the world of death. In the name of Chu Tian, a euro, Yan Qingcheng and Master Undead were properly arranged here, and then Xiao Chen led Chu Tian through the world barrier and returned to the ancestors' worship in the dead world. The moment he manifested, old ancestral dragon and others walked over. It really is this guy. Holding the great destroyer spear, the old farmer walked around Chu Tian once, and said, I have dealt with him back then. Although he is not very strong, he is the ancestor god in the history of civilization after all. I never thought that he would fall into your hands like this. Mo Xiaowang, Yanwang, and Zulong also came over. They all knew Chu Tian, a euro, and they were quite moved. If you go to participate in that grand event, you must master this guy's unique skills. The old farmer said here, his momentum suddenly changed, as if Chu Tian was reborn, and said, "It happens that we all know something about this guy's methods, and I will pass it on to you now. When their strength has reached their level, if they want to imitate certain unique skills, it is natural that they can do it at their fingertips, and there is no need to deliberately imitate it." Facing the ancestral god-level gods and spells, Xiao Chen could only sigh in awe. Fortunately, there are many physical skills, and he can use them with ease with his terrifying fighting body. "Break the sky," the old farmer shouted. This is Chu Tian's unique technique. With one finger pointing out, it can pierce the heaven and earth, and shatter the sky. With that point as the center of the finger force, everything can be crushed, and any tangible substance will be turned into nothingness. Sigh of Morning. Yanwang also exhibited a style, which is a combination of incantations and body techniques, hand-knotted seals, and blessing incantations. A breeze blew gently, and a sorrowful emotion suddenly enveloped the world, and a soft sigh was about to shatter people's consciousness. Xiao Chen has only learned a little bit about this style, because it involves spells and requires a strong spiritual power to perform it, and his spiritual cultivation has not yet touched the realm of the ancestor gods. However, with his powerful flesh shell, he can also forcibly mobilize specious divine power, form the eternal seal with his hands, and drink any of the original octaves. The effect is no worse than the sigh of sorrow, and even stronger. It is conceivable that after his spiritual consciousness is in place, the combination of the original 8 notes and the handprints will produce what kind of power. It is definitely the same as the world of the 8 phases, and it is worth looking forward to. In the next few days, several people tried their best to make Xiao Chen the second Chou Tian. The old Zulong looked at the Zulong Tiangu, feeling extremely sad, and sighed several times, but in the end he didn't say anything. After the old farmer revealed in private, Xiao Chen knew that the ancestor dragon that was refined into Tiangu was the great-grandfather of the great-grandfather of the ancient ancestor dragon. This time, we not only want to shake the 3 supreme ancestor gods, kill more than 3 ancestor gods from other worlds, but also rescue all the monks in Kyushu and the 4 worlds. Yanwang solemnly stated the mission of this trip. There is no doubt that this will be very difficult. In terms of absolute strength, they are in a weak position. Even if it succeeds, it will mean that we have to give up Kyushu and the Sifang world, and all cultivators will retreat into the world of death, and we don't know when they will be able to fight back. Rather than sabotaging the event, it is better to take this opportunity to implement a comprehensive retreat. In the end, several people began to prepare for Xiao Chen's successful entry into the event. Naturally, with the help of Chu Tian's body, Xiao Chen holds half a stone bone, which can completely hide in Chu Tian's flesh shell, avoiding the prying eyes of any ancestor gods. The most troublesome problem is how to carry the big killer, Dead City. In the early days, the ancestor gods wanted to forcibly refine the primordial demon city and seal it in Xiao Chen's physical space, but now they knew that the city was not completely dead, and there were weak life fluctuations, so they hesitated. Xiao Chen would be very dangerous if he continued to do that. If the sleeping life body in the ancient magic city suddenly wakes up and devours it, it will be too late to regret. It doesn't matter, I think it is almost extinct, otherwise how could we allow us to imprison the demon city? Xiao Chen decided to risk his life, saying, I have half a stone bone and 2 sky marks, and 30 other swords and gods. Even if he awakens, I can get rid of it in the first place. Several ancestor gods joined forces to refine the ancient magic city, and the radiant light illuminated the outer area of the Death Continent on this day. The light broke through the dead clouds covering the sky, revealing the stars in the sky. Several ancestor gods have sensed the depths of the Death Continent, and from the probes of the gods, it is obvious that there is a super terrifying existence that has sensed everything here. However, there was no change in the several strands of divine sense, and they all retreated quietly in the end. The Death Continent is not simple, it seems to have no end. Old Ancestor Dragon and others lamented. They are as powerful as they are now, and they have never been this way. After several days of refining, the primordial demon city was refined into Xiao Chen's acupoint space. In the past few days, Xiao Chen's acupuncture points have been penetrated, just to accommodate this ancient magic city. It's not because there is not enough space, but the power of the dead city is too terrifying. Even though it was sealed by several ancestor gods, it still almost broke Xiao Chen's acupuncture point, making his flesh almost torn apart. After being successfully accommodated into the dead city, Xiao Chen's divine light shot up to the sky, his acupoints penetrated, and his divine power surged like a vast ocean. And at this moment, the primordial demon city trembled a few times in Xiao Chen's physical space, and destructive power diffused out. At that time, the old ancestor dragon, Yanwang and others changed their colors. If the primordial demon city shakes at this moment, Xiao Chen may be in danger of being dismembered. Even if it is possible to reorganize the physical body, under such a powerful weapon, it is bound to severely injure the vitality. However, the primordial demon city finally calmed down again, and no destructive power erupted. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiao Chen's acupoint space was hazy with mist, and a vague figure emerged from each acupoint, and finally they all surrounded the dead city, sitting cross-legged, like ancient war ancestors, meditating and guarding here. In this situation, even Yanwang, Zulong and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. It was difficult to really tell what was going on. The mysterious method of the Tianbei is really amazing. It's really mysterious. ... Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen was submerged into Chu Tian's flesh shell, and the primordial demon city was naturally hidden in it. From this moment on, Chu Tian was Xiao Chen. Soon, Xiao Chen returned to the South China Sea of A Kyushu, led Chu Tian's men and horses, and set off with the special envoy to the grand meeting in another world. With a special sacred scroll, the envoy broke through the barrier of the great world, broke through the confinement of the mighty power of heaven and earth, and came to the unopened misty place of the world, surrounded by chaos, and everything exuded the original power. This is not the end, here is a space passage leading to a mysterious area. Ancestral gods from other worlds had already entered inside. Xiao Chen looked around and began to walk through this passage. This is a lifeless space. Dilapidation and desolation are the themes here, like a vast gobi, depression and death. The space is very limited, there is no starry sky, only this silent continent, floating quietly. After coming here, Xiao Chen has already learned what kind of place this place is, and the ancestor gods from other worlds are explaining everything about it to the younger generation. This is actually the birthplace of monks from other worlds. Their ancestors originated here. Later, after a devastating war, the world collapsed completely, the starry sky shattered, the universe returned to its original state, and everything returned to chaos. There is only one continent where they lived, which was preserved by the strong aliens, sealed here with powerful divine power, and kept as a memorial and memory, and the once-in-a-thousand-year grand meeting is held here almost every time. At this moment, this originally lonely and broken continent gradually became lively, and many monks from other worlds gathered. The regions were quickly divided, and Xiao Chen and Chu Tian's men were in the 15th region, which meant that at least 15 ancestor gods from other worlds participated in this event. Although this place is desolate, when the ancestor gods come, the area they divide will immediately be filled with flowers, and the ground will be covered with grass, turning it into a fairyland. This is the supreme power of the ancestor god level powerhouse. Temporarily creating life and divine land is a matter of raising one's hands and feet. Blossoming with flowers, this ancient continent suddenly regained its vitality in the next 2 days. Everywhere was verdant, and the dry spring began to gurgle, full of sacred aura. Xiao Chen really wanted to find out how many ancestor gods from other worlds there were, but this continent was so strange that it could shield the spiritual power of the ancestor gods. How many ancestor gods came, Xiao Chen didn't know, he only saw a few acquaintances nearby, namely Lan Yufeng, Lelouch, Al, the ancestor gods from another world. Cho Tian, a don't come here without any problems. It was really a misunderstanding last time. Al greeted Xiao Chen in his own area. Although the distance was far away, distance was just a symbol in front of the ancestor god level powerhouse. Snort. In this regard, Xiao Chen just snorted coldly. He must play the role of Chu Tian well. In order not to show his feet, it is best to keep as little contact with other ancestor gods as possible. Few people move around among the ancestor gods, and they all sit in their own god domain, but the disciples who sit down are not restricted by this. At this moment, the ancient continent is extremely lively, and monks below the ancestor gods are flying everywhere. The 3 supreme ancestor gods cannot come down, because they have important responsibilities and cannot escape at all. At this moment, a powerful ancestor god from another world who presided over the event uttered a clear voice, which spread to every corner of this ancient continent. Furthermore, several ancestors of our clan couldn't come here in person for some reason. As soon as these words fell, there were bursts of discussions. There were even ancestor gods from other worlds discussing softly. This grand event has fewer powerful figures than before. Could it be that something big is happening in our world? The several powerful people I met with were all transferred back. I don't know what happened because of it. Yes, there must be a big event about to happen. At this moment, the powerful ancestor god from another world who presided over the meeting uttered a majestic voice again, saying, "You don't need to worry, there is no power that can shake our world." Although he didn't reveal anything, he exuded strong self-confidence and gave many people a reassurance. It is said that someone from our family has taken that crucial step recently, so it must be related to this. It's very possible that taking that step will not be smooth sailing. I think I haven't done my best yet, so I call many strong men back to protect the Dharma. If this is the case, maybe one day, we can really break into the heavens. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen was startled. Is someone from another world going to take that crucial step? This is really bad news that couldn't be worse. At this time, someone commented softly, "I heard that there is a problem in the heavens. It seems that some powerful people will forcibly open the closed main passage and come down. I don't know if the changes in our world are related to this. Things have indeed happened in the heavens. Perhaps in the near future, terrible characters will appear in this world." For Xiao Chen, this news was not bad. Although he didn't know the clear position of Tianji, he could look forward to it. The mighty ancestor god who presided over this grand event spoke leisurely, shaking all directions, and said, "Our grand event is actually mainly discussing a major issue. I think many people have already received the news. Is it going to open up a new battlefield?" An ancestor god asked. "That's right. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is reality, there is emptiness. Everything has its opposite. Compared to the realms we can reach, there is a strange world of death. In fact, the supreme power of our clan has long discovered the existence of that world, but has never acted rashly. Before endless years, a supreme ancestor god of our realm took the risk of himself, walked into that world, and never returned. Until not long ago, his bones appeared on Kyushu in the form of a warship. Many cultivators from other worlds were in an uproar, and many cultivators below the ancestor gods were all shocked. The supreme ancestor god who has passed away is my father." When the powerful ancestor god who presided over the meeting said this, his voice suddenly became high-pitched, and said, "Although he passed away, he left us very precious information. Although we have not yet entered that world, we have a general understanding of what kind of place it is." Boom. At this moment, the ancient continent shook. It was a terrifying wave coming from a space in the endless depths of chaos. Someone in our world started to take that last step. A powerful ancestor god from another world exclaimed. He is attacking the most critical step. All the ancestor gods who understand this step are undoubtedly old antiques, and they are the most powerful among the ancestor gods. That indescribable and indescribable aura shook the heavens and all walks of life, and hit the souls of everyone, from the ancestor gods to the ants, all felt an unspeakable depression. The ancient continent was trembling, and the heavens were shaking. Boom boom boom, the heavens and the world are shaking. Not good, someone is blocking the last step of our strong family. Chapter 546. Boom, the loud noise shook the heavens and the world. In this detached ancient continent, everyone felt the breath of catastrophe, as if several worlds collapsed at the same time. Boom, there was another loud bang, and the misty chaos that shrouded the ancient continent suddenly collapsed, and the immense coercion came, shaking the continent. From the eternal unknown place, there is a majestic divine power, like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Not good, everyone exclaimed, the alien world is being attacked by the supreme power, and someone is shaking the heavens with unrivaled magic power, exerting destructive power. Last step a euro. The roar shook the heavens and the starry sky, and there is such a roar from the supreme being, which travels through the ages and penetrates all time and space. He was disturbed by others. At this moment, he was in a dilemma of life and death. It was difficult to take the last step. Who has such great magic power to interfere with the last step of a great man in our world? At this moment, everyone in the ancient continent went crazy. Boom, a dull sound erupted, spanning time and space, shaking the past and the present. Time and space were unstoppable, and the terrifying aura erupted frantically. With unimaginable destructive power, in the fierce collision, the source of the earthquake came from another world. Kill. At this moment, all the ancestor gods on the ancient continent, the origin of the alien world, erupted with shocking killing intent, gathered together, and collided with the original killing sound of heaven and earth, shaking the chaos outside the sky. Everyone obey the order, kill back. At this moment, the super-powerful ancestor god who presided over the event shouted and issued such an order. The killing intent shattered the void and shattered the chaos. At this moment, the ancestor gods from other worlds rushed out of this ancient continent. The majestic power broke through all obstacles, and the chaos collapsed, making it difficult for the ancestor gods to stop their charge. The situation is too critical. There was an unimaginable strong man who entered the other world and prevented the peak god of the other world from taking that last step, and none of the strong men stopped him. One can imagine how terrifying that person's strength is. Xiao Chen stretched out a big hand, enveloped Master Undead and Yan Qingcheng, and put them in the acupoint space in an instant. Then, he also followed the sky, following behind the gods. One after another divine light soared to the sky, even the monks in other realms below the ancestor gods were all excited, killing towards the eternal unknown place of energy vibration. Boom! It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen, and the vibrating ancestor gods were surging with energy and blood. It was as if a giant who created the world was swinging a huge axe, cutting off the roots of the gods of heaven and earth, and blocking the front. What happened? It must be the enemy of the heavens. The ancestor gods of the other world shouted. They were actually blocked, and a yellow light blocked the way to enter the other world. Reverse time, Vientian reappears. The alien ancestor god who presided over the event showed amazing supernatural powers, forcibly breaking through the shroud of misty yellow light, and reproduced what happened not long ago, so that everyone could clearly know what happened. In a different world, in a piece of pure land, a majestic divine city stands majestically. At this moment, from that central area, a radiant divine light suddenly bursts out. Then, a stone body emerged from the ground, slowly grew out, and the divine power that shook the heavens spread to all walks of life in an instant. But at this critical moment, the sky shook, and a destructive force crossed time and space, shaking ancient and modern times, and came here. A huge stone knife pierced through the sky of another world, and immediately split the majestic city of God. The misty yellow light flowed out from the simple and unsophisticated huge stone knife, and instantly became the eternity and the only one in the world. The aura pierces Changhong, coercing Tianyu. The whole world is shaking, as if it will collapse at any moment. Next to him, although the ancestor gods from other worlds rose up into the sky and tried their best to block them, the destructive stone knife could not be resisted at all. Cut the sky, slash into the ancient city of God, and destroy the ancient walls that stood for endless years, and the city walls that stretched like mountains collapsed as fragile as sand. The divine power accumulated in Shencheng quickly disappeared at this moment, and Shenhua rushed in all directions. And the human-shaped stone body growing in the center of the city let out an unwilling roar, and stretched out that terrifying huge palm towards the stone knife in the sky. The palm of stone, covering the sky and the sun, grabbed the stone knife and shook it violently, trying to shatter it. The majestic yellow light shattered the foreign continent, causing an ancestor god who flew close to him to suffer a devastating attack. The eternal body of the god burst apart, and the sky was stained red with the blood of the god, and the blood rained down. Boom! The huge stone knife vibrated, and a stone statue emerged from the sky, appeared on the city of God, and fell down with the stone knife in hand. And the stone body that grew out of the city had eternal hatred in its eyes, and its stone face was almost ferocious, roaring towards the sky. The palm of his hand facing the stone knife was dripping with bright red blood. He was almost desperate, and he couldn't take the last step after all. This is what happened just now. An inexplicable stone statue, holding a stone knife, descended from the sky, entered another world, and blocked the sublimation and transformation of the terrifying existence that was about to take the last step. The alien gods are crazy. Watching the city of God smashed open, endless divine splendor soaring to the sky, the eternal preparations were in vain at this moment. The resentment in the heart of the stone man who was about to complete his success can be described as surging like a river, and it will last forever. The difference of one step, the difference between heaven and earth, will fail in the end. Kill him, kill him, ... At this moment, all the strong aliens were completely boiling, and everyone was completely crazy. He witnessed this bitter fruit helplessly, but failed to stop it. All kinds of supernatural powers enveloped the stone statue that swooped down from the sky, trying their best to attack him. It hasn't completely failed yet. Restoring the city of God with this giant stone statue, and using his infinite mighty power as the source of God, can still allow our stone men to continue to take the last step successfully. The stone body has not fully grown out of the city of God, there is still a chance. This is the roar of the ancestor god from another world. At this moment, everyone shot wildly, trying to smash the stone statue in the sky to make up for everything just now. The group of ancestor gods that Xiao Chen followed were blocked on the way back, and their anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. They shattered the misty yellow light in front of them, but they still couldn't enter their own world. Because, a majestic ancient city was the first to block the front. It's it. Aha, euro a euro. It's actually it. At this moment, everyone went crazy. This city was the dead city standing in Kyushu. It broke through the barrier of the big world, flew away from Kyushu, suppressed here, and blocked everyone's way back. The vast mighty power shakes the world. Even Xiao Chen didn't expect it to be like this. The dead city flew here. Who was driving it? Borrowing the dead body. The super ancestor god who presided over the event roared angrily. He stared at the dead city in front of him with an extremely angry expression, and shouted, borrowing the dead body. At this moment, another super ancestor god next to him finally knew what happened, and roared angrily, there is an ancestor god in Kyushu, who used the dead city to revive his soul, took the shell of the stone body in the city, and replaced it. It is hateful. The ancestor gods from the other world screamed in anger. If they had known this, no matter how much they paid, they would have destroyed the city ahead of time. In the foreign world, the stone statues holding stone knives are making chaos. Every knife has unimaginable power, shaking the whole foreign world. Why? The stone statue in the city of God roared ferociously. He was only one step away from getting out of the predicament, but he was blocked in the end. His stone cheeks were full of hostility, and black energy billowed from the stone body, almost bewitched, and he roared, you are about to take that last step, and you didn't hesitate to be born early, completely shattering your own hopes. Ah! Half of the stone statue in the sky has completely turned into a stone body, and the other half is in a petrified state, not a real stone body. He was actually an incomplete stone man who had self-destructed his hopes and was born prematurely. How much courage was needed to do this? Because you succeeded before me and were one step ahead of me. I have to destroy the future myself. Otherwise, the present world will not be guaranteed. There is no future to speak of. It will be too late. This is the answer of the stone statue in the sky. The stone knife in his hand is even more powerful. The vast power seems to penetrate the ancient and modern. Aha, euro a euro. The stone man in the city of gods roared angrily. The hair of the stone soared to the sky, and they were so ferocious that they both bleed and met the stone knife. No, don't stand out. There is still hope. The ancestor gods from other worlds were all shocked, temporarily stopped the attack, and shouted to dissuade them. For the stone men in the city of gods, the upper body has turned into a stone body, and the lower body has not yet fully transformed. Hearing these words, the bewitched stone man seemed to wake up, stopped the rage, and did not pull his legs out of the ground. All the powerful aliens present launched the most violent attacks, almost smashing the stone statue holding the stone knife in the sky, but he still insisted on attacking the city of God and the stone man below. Outside the other world, on the way back, the ancestor gods who participated in the grand event roared. There is no time left. Gather our endless divine power, penetrate the ancient and modern times for a short time, smash the stone statue that disrupted our world, and provide the stone man of our clan with a source of God. Hearing this order, the ancestor gods who could not return to another world responded one after another, bursting out with shocking killing intent. The stone statue that entered the alien world was bound to die, and the power in the alien world alone was enough to destroy him many times. However, the most important thing now is not the issue of strength, but the issue of time. If you slow down even for a moment, you may regret it forever. The stone statue who is making trouble in their world must be killed in the shortest possible time. At this moment, all the ancestor gods from other worlds who could not return, their powerful divine senses all soared into the sky and gathered together. This is the sublimation and unity of endless spiritual power. With unimaginable mysterious power, it can break through any shield for a short time. Even if the dead city imprisoned the way forward with immortal power, it will be shattered. A divine light, shining through the ages, penetrating the past and the present, gathers together at this moment, and shoots straight towards the dead city ahead. Boom! It was as solid as a dead city, and at this moment, it was pierced through, and the divine splendor condensed by many ancestor gods rushed directly into the other world. When, there was a loud shock, and the powerful spiritual power hit the stone knife that crossed the sky heavily, but did not hit the stone statue. It's hard to imagine how strong the terrifying stone knife is. It's just cracked, it hasn't been shattered and decayed at all, and with a flash of yellow brilliance the stone knife recovered in an instant. However, at this moment, the rioting stone statue also encountered a devastating attack. In addition to the stone body growing in the city of God attacking him, 3 petrified giant hands protruded from that distant unknown place, slashing at him. Although it wasn't a real stone man, just a petrified combat body, it was still unimaginably terrifying, and his body had been shattered in many places. And the surrounding ancestor gods even launched devastating attacks, piercing him several times. If the stone body does not take that last step, although its combat power is strong, its actions are not so fast, not even as fast as the ancestor god, which is its fatal weakness. If it weren't for the stone knife flying across the sky and constantly presenting Shenhua, he would have been destroyed. This is the real situation in the alien world at this moment. It is a matter of time before the stone statues in trouble are destroyed, but what he is fighting for is only time. He wants to prevent the stone men in the city of God from taking the last step. Aha Euro. Outside the other world, these ancestor gods who attacked the stone man just now really showed supernatural powers against the heavens, penetrating the past and the present for a short time, but they just hit the stone knife and failed to truly succeed. At this moment, everyone yelled loudly, and their spiritual consciousness shook violently. It is not so easy to penetrate the past and the present. Everyone suffered minor or severe trauma, and their spiritual consciousness was damaged. At this moment when they were in a trance, Xiao Chen finally made a move. The majestic primordial demon city suddenly descended at this moment, and its vast power shook the heavens. Aha Euro. The ancient giant city like a mountain suddenly appeared, and directly suppressed an ancestor god below. The black light shone in all directions, turning it into blood, and the pouring rain of blood filled the world. This was a sudden change. The gods were in a trance, and they didn't expect this to happen at all. Aha Euro. The second scream came, and the second ancestor god of the alien world was wiped out by the black light of the ancient magic city. Only then did the ancestor god Al of the alien world roar, "What are you doing, Chu Tian?" He saw, Cho Tian, in the primordial demon city. It was his own ancestor god who was controlling the dead city. No one expected that there would be a second dead city. Boom! The majestic and mighty power is earth-shattering. The ancient magic city shrouded Al, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The dark light filled the sky, blocking all his escape routes. No, the unwilling roar resounded through the sky, and Al was also obliterated by the dead city, but it was obvious that cracks gradually appeared in this ancient magic city. The divine power consumed to crush the ancestor gods was too great, and the eternal demon city couldn't bear it. Just obliterating 3 ancestor gods would be in danger of shattering. Brush. Xiao Chen drove the dead city, moved hundreds of miles across, and appeared directly on the road leading to another world. The pierced dead city in front of him trembled at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Chen gave up completely, controlled the 2 dead cities, and rushed into the alien world. Because, he has already sensed that the stone man who caused chaos alone in another world is about to be destroyed, and he must wake up the sleeping existence in the ancient magic city brought from the world of death, and throw it into the battlefield. At this moment, everyone is fighting for time. In the rear, a group of ancestor gods frantically pursued and killed them. Why hasn't the supreme ancestor god made a move yet? They can't make a move, they have more important responsibilities. The world is in chaos, because of the appearance of stone men from other worlds. The great war that would have happened in the future broke out ahead of time, and the stone statues attacked, and they wanted to destroy the stone men regardless of the cost. In the eternal unknown place, the almost petrified bodies of the 3 supreme ancestor gods began to crack at this moment. Someone finally broke in here. The bodies of the 3 supreme ancestral gods were attacked, cracks occurred, and traces of blood leaked out, but there was no serious problem, and they began to repair quickly. They are rapidly returning to life, recovering from the ancient state of petrification. The heavens were in chaos, and the war broke out ahead of schedule. Chapter 547, Chaos. In the alien world at this moment, everything is in such chaos. The stone man caused chaos, distorting time and space, and shaking the whole world. You must know that the foreign world has undergone special sacrifices from many ancestor gods, and it can completely withstand the attack of the supreme power, but there is still a danger of splitting. Boom! The city of God, which had already been broken open, shook loudly, and a section of the ancient city wall as high as the sky collapsed, and the brilliance flew in all directions, and the energy spread rapidly. Roar a euro. The stone man with his feet rooted in the center of the city of God was furious, wishing to stand up from the ground and fight the terrifying intruder in close quarters. However, he didn't dare to really stand up. If he rushed out of the city of God at this moment, he would completely give up on himself, and there would be no hope forever. Eternal hatred, eternal regret. At this last step, I don't know how many disasters I have experienced, and no one will give up lightly until the last moment. The stone man in the center of the city stretched out his hands into the void, soaring 10,000 feet in length. A pair of stone palms looked like 2 huge stone gates, completely covering the sky. The ancient prehistoric aura burst out overwhelmingly, not only with its own infinite divine power, but also with various mysterious powers accumulated over the years. Chaos seals the sky, misty, overthrows all directions. The stone man in the city of gods cast unrivaled magic to isolate this world from heaven and earth and separate it from the heavens and the world. He doesn't want to be destroyed with the invader who destroys the future, he wants to briefly penetrate the past and the present, redraw the world, disappear in the world, and escape from the crisis. Wena euro a euro. The terrifying sound of the knife smashed the shield of the great world and penetrated the world of the heavens. Everyone from all walks of life heard this soul-shaking sound. The stone knife crosses the sky. Although the huge knife body is simple and unpretentious, without the gorgeous blade light shooting out, it is the most terrifying weapon in the world. A little vicissitudes of life are pervasive, the stone knife pierces the sky, shatters the chaos, breaks the prison, makes the sky reappear, and wipes out all the magical arts of the stone man in the city of gods. Boom! The heavens and the world were shaken, and the stone men in the sky pierced through nothingness, returned to their origins, and forcibly reappeared in the world from the gods who wanted to escape from the world. Kill him! The ancestor gods around were roaring, and the taboo spells were like rivers of gods, surging in the sky, shining in all directions, splitting the heaven and earth, and the sun, moon and stars were all eclipsed. Bang bang bang! Terrible supernatural powers and mysterious spells smashed the stone man in the sky, causing large pieces of stone to fall down. His body almost collapsed, and he was punched out with large transparent holes in the front and back, and cracks spread all over his body. Although he was extremely powerful, he failed to take that last step after all, facing the madness of the gods, he could only go to destruction. The stone man blood stained the sky, he bleed far more blood than the stone man in the city of gods, and the sky was full of miserable red. The body is eternal, coexisting with the world. The blood-stained stone man roared with difficulty, his whole body was full of yellow brilliance, the flowing blood rolled back and forth, and his broken body was rapidly repairing. Boom! 3 big petrified hands reached out and grabbed the troubled stone man's 2 thighs and 1 arm respectively, and a creepy sound came out. 3 giants who were not stone men but petrified, hiding in an unknown place, grabbed the troublesome stone men and tore them apart. There is also a critical point in coexisting with the world, and the divine power that reaches this level can still destroy it. Crack bang bang! The stone man in the sky, with his 2 thighs and left arm, is about to leave his body completely. There are only a few streaks of blood mist connecting him, and he is about to be dismembered. Boom! At this moment, the stone man in the dilapidated god city on the earth also shot mercilessly. Although the feet have not left the ground, the body is skyrocketing. The petrified big hand reached out to the stone man in the sky, so that the troubled stone man could not save the split torso, so he could only swing the stone knife with 1 arm to chop down. Attacks from all directions were all on him, and the troubled stone man was about to be destroyed. At this moment, he was obviously going all out, and he didn't care about being dismembered. With a bang, he cut off his left arm and both legs, swooped down with a knife in his 1 arm, and slashed straight at the stone man in the city of God. The rebellious stone men held the belief of burning jade and stone together, like a comet hitting the earth, like a divine rainbow tearing the sky, looking extremely tragic and blood-stained in the sky. He was carrying out a suicide attack. This is a supreme existence who can become the top of the pyramid, just to stop the stone men from other worlds, was born ahead of time, and destroyed his own future. The bright red blood of the stone man sprinkled down from the sky, and the blood from the broken arms and legs was like a fountain, dyeing the sky red. This is a terrifying scene. After the stone man's blood splashed out, it turned into blood-colored waterfalls. The surrounding ancestor gods were extremely painful after being doused, and retreated crazily. Earth-shattering big collision. The stone men who caused chaos wanted to drag the stone men in the city of God to die together. The pair of stone hands of the stone man in the city of God kept colliding with the stone knife in the sky, and a series of terrifying sparks burst out, like meteors flying away. The ground in the other world is shaking, and the strength of the power of this level of powerhouses is simply immeasurable. The pouring rain of blood was flying. The stone man in Shencheng shook the stone knife with a pair of stone hands, his palms and fingers were cracked, and his hands were also bleeding. No matter how strong the palms were, they could not compare with the stone knife emitting a yellow light. It can be seen that his hands and other places are completely cracked, and blood is flowing down. The 2 stone men are all fighting in blood. Their blood is so overbearing that they can destroy all divine powers in their path. Destroy him! Everyone roared, wanting to destroy the falling stone man in the sky with the last blow. Boom! At this moment, the black light soared into the sky, and the majestic breath passed through the shield of the big world, and quickly descended. The vibrating alien world was cracked by the ground strengthened by the sacrifice. The two dead cities rushed forward one after the other, with vast and mighty power, earth-shattering, and suppressed them. The sky collapsed and the earth shattered, directly crushing the magic spell cast by the ancestor god next to him, destroying thousands of divine splendors, making Wu Guang the only one in this world. Boom! 3 big petrified hands reached out to meet the first dead city. They all gathered unimaginable destructive power and wanted to dismantle the giant city. Boom! The moment the first dead city descended, it was immediately grabbed by 3 petrified hands. This is the ancient magic city that Xiao Chen brought back from the world of death. Not long ago, it was almost shattered by killing 3 ancestor gods. At the moment when it was caught by 3 petrified hands, the ancient city wall, which was as magnificent as a mountain, suddenly collapsed. The primordial demon city was torn apart violently by the 3 big hands, and it was instantly torn apart. Black light filled the surrounding fields, and large pieces of the city fell from the sky. However, every piece of the city contains unimaginable divine power, shaking the 10 directions. Yes, the torn apart city was burning, obliterating all the endless spells around it. At the same time, black light shot up into the sky in the central area of A the city, and the largest central city body was suppressed straight down, smashing towards the divine city below. Xiao Chen came too timely and pulled the troubled stone man back from the brink of destruction. The city body in the central area of A the ancient magic city smashed on the stone man growing out of the god city on the ground. The broken stone man holding a stone knife in one arm was freed and soared into the sky. Boom! The central city was burning, and black light shrouded the sky of another world, submerging the city of God. Although they are all city bodies, the split demon city is burning at this moment, and all the remaining power has been erupted. This was an extremely terrifying result. The divine power condensed through the ages in the primordial demon city was burning fiercely, driving the shattered divine city below to also burn. Roar a. The stone man rooted in the city of gods roared to the sky, but if he didn't pull out his feet, he couldn't show it even though he had supernatural powers and unrivaled combat power, which made him extremely aggrieved. At this moment, all the ancestor gods around shouted loudly, and they prevented the stone man from being born. Endless magical arts bloomed brilliantly, and the ancestral god-level incantations were unimaginable. They quickly submerged the city of God, and the black light that was still burning was extinguished in an instant. Good job, use the dilapidated magic city to repair the god city. A super ancestor roared, reminding the stone men in the broken city of God. Boom! The stone man's magical power reaches the sky, covering all the fragments of the broken magic city, and reorganizing them around the city of God, intending to use them to build a giant body of the city of God. At this moment, Xiao Chen is driving the second dead city, joining forces with the troubled stone men in the sky, fighting against the 3 huge petrified palms on the sky, and resisting the spell attacks of the ancestor gods. He didn't stop the actions of the ancestor gods from other worlds at all, and he didn't stop the stone man below from using the magic city to restore the city of God, because he knew that if the city of God was really repaired in this way, the stone man would definitely jump out of the ground by himself. The broken ancient magic city is not absolutely lifeless. There is a mysterious existence, whose body is partially petrified, and is sleeping in the broken body of the magic city. Once Shencheng absorbs his vitality, presumably this mysterious existence that is about to extinguish life fluctuations will inevitably explode. Boom! On the sky, 3 huge stone hands grab the second dead city controlled by Xiao Chen, trying to tear it apart. This is the dead city in front of Zulong village in Zhou, and it is also the sleeping place of the rebellious stone men. It shook violently and the city quickly cracked. The power from the 3 stone hands and the attacks of the surrounding ancestor gods made the solid dead city unbearable. All this was too critical. The troubled stone man in the sky finally regained his vitality, and the stone knife slashed across the air, splitting it to pieces. At this moment, the stone knives turned into thousands of yellow shadows of the knives, emitting a brilliant light for the first time, drowning all 3 stone hands. Boom! The sound of breaking was heard, and the one in the middle was cut off. It fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. And the 2 stone hands next to them were all cracked, letting go of the dead city in an instant. The dead city was spared, it did not collapse on the sky. Kill. At this time, the group of ancestor gods from other worlds who followed Xiao Chen arrived, and their endless killing intent condensed together, shaking the heavens and the earth. The powerful spiritual thoughts of 1,000 ancestor gods combined together, turned into a bright rainbow and came to attack. Boom! The stone man who made trouble, his stone chest was pierced in an instant. The ancestor gods are the most terrifying powerhouses, and if the stone man does not take that last step, he will also be unable to avoid being hurt by them. Boom! Most of the chest of the stone body split off, fell into the sky, and smashed towards the city of God. Roar a euro. The stone man in the city of gods, with a petrified face, was almost ferocious. He roared up to the sky, and endless black clouds rose into the sky, and the sky was covered by demon clouds. At this moment, he absorbed the chest of the stone man in the sky, trying to reorganize it into a part of the city of God. And the legs and left arm of the stone man who fell earlier have already condensed into the wall of the city of God, and are continuously contributing divine power to it. Rebirth from nirvana, I will take the last step, no one can stop me. The terrible sound shook the heavens, penetrated every world, and made the sky of all worlds shake. It's finally time to take that last step. All the ancestor gods from other worlds were extremely excited. In the eternal unknown place, the three supreme ancestor gods, no matter how difficult it is to keep calm, someone will forcefully break through the 99 stone steps. Since ancient times, they have seldom left here. Even if there are fierce events happening in their own world now, some people are taking the last step and being blocked by others, they have not returned. Boom! The inexplicable attack did not know where it came from. It was the unrivaled divine power accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. It mixed the understanding of time and space, and the thinking before the birth of the universe, which condensed the terrifying mysterious mighty power. Boom! The body of a supreme ancestor god sitting cross-legged shook violently, and the stone bed sitting cross-legged shattered on the spot, and then turned into fly ash. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing the void, seeing through the past and the future. However, no opponent was found. This is a bad signal. Boom! Another majestic force suddenly appeared and descended on him, with divine brilliance permeating him, completely enveloping him. One after another bloodstains appeared on his divine body, like blood-colored spider webs covering his body. The supreme ancestral god was enduring an inexplicable and terrifying attack. God appears. At this moment, the other two supreme ancestor gods who were sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes, shot 4 rays of radiant divine light, shouted softly, the sound broke the sky, and rushed towards a void, trying to beat the terrible peeper out. Boom! The sky was broken by the sound, there was a flash of brilliance, and a phantom quickly magnified, until it was as big as the sky, almost opening the outer world. Billions of feet high, his terrifying aura is everywhere. An antique of the celestial race. It really is you. I know you haven't died yet. On weekdays, the three supreme ancestor gods, who were silent and almost petrified, all uttered murderous sounds at this moment. The history of the civilization of the Celestials, the history of the civilization of the dragons, and the history of the civilizations of the humans, these are the 3 known histories of civilizations, each of which has experienced prosperity and destruction several times. It is not difficult to imagine how terrifying this old antique of the Celestials is after it has lived to this day. Kill. The 3 supreme ancestor gods who have always been in the state of no waves in the ancient well, roared out together at this moment, and the 3 big hands were as huge as the sky, covering the boundless huge phantom. Boom! Crush the eternal unknown. The 3 supreme ancestor gods shattered all tangible qualities here. The destructive divine power shook the heavens and the world. However, old antique of the celestial human race just disappeared out of thin air. I don't know if he was hurt or not, as if he had never appeared before. Dare. At this moment, the 3 supreme ancestor gods were furious, because just when they attacked and killed old antique of the celestial human race, another tall and burly figure appeared in front of the 99 heavy stone steps. Boom! The 3 supreme ancestor gods have been silent for a long time, and they have never moved. But at this moment, they all rioted, appeared in front of the stone steps, and bombarded the burly figure. It's you, martial ancestor. The eyes of the 3 supreme ancestor gods were cold, and their words were cold and heartless. Even if you come back alive, I can kill you a second time. A euro, 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 a euro. Help someone to make an advertisement, The Floating Picture of the Heavens, a story about witches and immortals. Chapter 548. The person who came was none other than martial ancestor, with a tall figure, black hair like a waterfall, and a heroic appearance. At this moment, he has completely recovered to his peak state. his young and vigorous body is shining with bronze brilliance, containing endless divine power. Martial Ancestor stood there quietly, like an unattainable mountain, so majestic, it seemed to make people look up to him. Wu Zu is like a young man in his 20s, his eyes are as sharp as lightning, and he can no longer see the strange appearance when he was an evil corpse. Facing the three supreme ancestor gods directly, he didn't have any fear, let alone any words, stepped into the void, and came to the three supreme ancestor gods in one step. Boom! The pupils of the three supreme ancestor gods were as cold as an ice cellar, and the divine glow of the six paths shot out from their pupils, possessing unimaginable destructive power. 6 black holes emerged, shattered the sky, and submerged Martial Ancestor. Amidst the rumbling sound, this terrifying aura shook the heavens and traveled to various worlds. Boom! The 6 black holes all collapsed, and the Martial Ancestor came out profusely, with swords in his hands like a rainbow, slashing at the three supreme ancestor gods. At the moment of the shot, there seemed to be a big collapse in the eternal unknown place. The time and space here were instantly chaotic, and everything was shattered. The fighting power is monstrous, raging in all directions, and all tangible qualities are destroyed. As powerful as the three supreme ancestor gods, they also entrusted their immortal bodies in the void space, avoiding this destructive combat power. Martial Ancestor can be said to be the #1 person at the pinnacle of martial arts, with simple and direct moves, without any fancy tricks at all, he shattered Tianyu with one blow. Boom! A supreme ancestor god manifested and stretched out his big hand to grab the Martial Ancestor. He was absolutely domineering. It is hard to imagine how powerful he is against the Martial Ancestor who is at the peak of the 9 heavens with such a posture. The Martial Ancestor did not dodge or dodge, a huge hand with a radius of hundreds of feet faced forward, and shook the Supreme Ancestor God head on. When the sky-shattering sound washed away people's souls, and the eternal unknown turned into chaos in an instant, and everything ceased to exist. This is the power of two-palm confrontation. Create the world. The second Supreme Ancestor God drank softly, and with a loud bang, the endless chaos collapsed, and the void manifested again. They possessed supreme power. Death deprivation, the third Supreme Ancestor God shouted. The gorgeous divine light was burning, submerging Martial Ancestor, and the eternal unknown place was blazing and dazzling, and the power of destruction imprisoned everything. Wu Zu's body was on fire, and the third Supreme Ancestor God's magical technique locked him up. With a bang, Wu Zu's body turned into flying ash in an instant. The three Supreme Ancestor Gods naturally did not believe that the Martial Ancestor had perished. How could it be so easy to kill the pinnacle of martial arts in Juchongtian? Boom! At this moment, the 99 stone steps behind them shook violently. That was just a virtual body. The three Supreme Ancestor Gods all knew this result. The real Martial Ancestor stepped up the first step of the 99 stone steps. 99 heavy stone steps, each step is as tall as a majestic giant mountain, like 99 towering mountains in front, there is no end in sight. A stalwart figure landed on the first giant mountain-like stone steps, and even the 99 stone steps were trembling. Seeing this situation, the three Supreme Ancestor Gods showed no signs of change, and sat down cross-legged very calmly. Under the 99 stone steps, the three of them were almost petrified, like 3 fossils, motionless. However, a mysterious fluctuation spread from them to the end of the 99 stone steps. Retreat. At this moment, an old voice shouted at Wu Zu, the voice was very urgent. Antiques from the celestial race. The three Supreme Ancestor Gods stretched out their consciousness, trying to find out this formidable opponent. Martial Ancestor did not retreat, but continued to rush upwards. Boom boom boom. The 99 stone steps, at this moment, seemed like the resurrection of the Demon King, as if they had life, blooming with yellow brilliance, shaking violently. Moreover, at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, an incomparably terrifying force surged down like a flood. Boom! After climbing 13 huge mountains, that is, 13 heavy stone steps, Martial Ancestor encountered a terrible attack, and the body of a warrior as powerful as him was also torn apart. The body of the martial artist is the strongest. The Martial Ancestor, who is known as the first person in martial arts, has an unimaginable physical body, but he was still cracked on the stone steps. Brush. Martial Ancestor's divine body was reorganized, and then a divine soul appeared beside him. It turned out to be the soul of an ancestor god. With a shrill roar, it burst apart in an instant, and then disappeared in ashes, taking the place of Martial Ancestor to die. The three Supreme Ancestor Gods were all sitting on the ground, as if praying silently, extremely sacred and solemn, and strange energy fluctuations spread to the end of the stone steps. It is hard to imagine what is at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps. Roar a euro. The ancient celestial being roared loudly, and a body that was billions of feet tall manifested, slaying at the three supreme ancestor gods. Boom! The three supreme ancestral gods shot out a beam of divine light each, blasting at the old heaven and man, time and space reversed, and drowned the old antiques of the heaven and man. This man is troublesome, he must be killed. Looking at the billions of feet tall figure in the void, gradually disappearing, the indifferent words of the three supreme ancestor gods echoed. It's a pity that the treasure of our world was lost in the hands of the heaven-defying clan, otherwise, no matter how powerful this celestial human clan is, there will be no hiding place. Boom! At this moment, on the 99 stone steps, Martial Ancestor had jumped up to the 37th stone step, and his body could not withstand the destructive force again, and it split open. HMPH, one of the three supreme ancestor gods snorted coldly, and said, "Let him go to destruction." Having said that, the three of them became fossils again, motionless. Rumble a euro. Suddenly, a strange sound vibrated in this eternal space, like a rushing tide, or like 1,000 horses roaring. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the bodies of the three supreme ancestor gods all shook, bearing unimaginable force, and they suffered a terrible attack. Click click. The three supreme ancestor gods were full of divine brilliance, but they were still unstoppable. Their bodies were shattering, like porcelain, with cracks all over their bodies, and streams of divine blood oozing out quickly. Roar a euro. For the first time, the three supreme ancestor gods showed their angry expressions, and they all raised their heads to the sky and roared. The vibrating heavens and worlds were shaking, and everyone from all walks of life heard this terrible roar. He killed us in the past. The three supreme ancestor gods, even though they knew the strength of old antique of the celestial human clan, they were still astonished at the moment. The old heaven and man went back to the past alone, traveled through the ages, and killed the past bodies of the three supreme ancestor gods, which is really appalling. It's not that no ancestor god can travel back to the ancient times, but if you want to change the past, it's impossible. The ancestor gods who can travel to ancient times usually trap the opponents in the present world and go with them, looking for opportunities in that time and space to eliminate the opponents in the present world. It is not like the gods who directly attack the past of the three supreme ancestor gods. This is really scary. Boom boom boom. The three supreme ancestor gods shook, their god bodies were cracking, and the sky was stained red with blood. He also got there, had the same opportunity as us to take that step, but didn't choose that path. The deep voices of the three supreme ancestor gods shook the sky. At this moment, the eyes of a supreme ancestor god were extremely empty, like an abyss with an invisible bottom, and then he fell into complete silence, as if his vitality was exhausted. There is no wave in the ancient well, and it is as dry as a fossil. His divine sense travels through the ages, rushing to the ancient times quickly, to kill the ancient human race of that day. Boom boom boom. The bodies of the three supreme ancestor gods are shaking, and there are more and more cracks on the bodies, obviously suffering unimaginable attacks. Boom. With the last loud noise, the bodies of the three supreme ancestor gods finally stopped shaking, and the lonely supreme ancestor god suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, in another void, the old antique of the celestial human clan manifested. Blood was flowing all over his body, and his whole body was covered in blood. Even if you can barely return to the foundation of destroying your opponents in the past, you have to pay the corresponding price. The voices of the three supreme ancestor gods were indifferent, and endless murderous intent enveloped the old antique of the celestial and human race. At the same time, the 99 stone steps vibrated again, and Wu Zhu rushed to the 49th stone step, but he couldn't move forward any further. Martial body is unbearable. If he goes any further, he will be destroyed forever. This is what Martial Ancestor feels at this moment, he can only stop. At the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, there is still half the distance. Roar a euro. Martial Ancestor yelled up to the sky, his black hair standing on end. He was unwilling but had to retreat. This time he was not well prepared, all because of the birth of a stone man from another world. He had to act in advance. Now is not the time to sacrifice in vain. Martial Ancestor turned around resolutely, his eyes were as sharp as lightning, and shot at the three supreme ancestor gods. Sensing that the old antique of the celestial race is not in a good state, Martial Ancestor turned into a rainbow and swooped down. The old man had just won some time for Wu Zhu, but he himself was in a critical situation. The killing intent of the three supreme ancestor gods imprisoned him and was about to wipe him out. Boom! The oracle bone diagram around Martial Ancestor flashed light, broke through the barrier of the 49 stone steps below, and swooped in front of the 3 supreme ancestor gods in an instant, and the big bronze-colored hand directly slapped it down. This is the number 1 person at the peak of martial arts. At his level, the attack method is simple and direct, but the power is extremely terrifying. With a loud bang, the sky was shattered, and the ancient restraint of the celestial human race was broken. Kill you a second time. The eyes of the 3 supreme ancestor gods shone with merciless light, shooting out thousands of rays of light at the same time, enveloping the ancestor Wu. Thousands of Dao Shengxia, a hundreds of millions of Dao Guanghua. A terrifying thing happened, the endless divine splendor turned into billions of stars, trapping martial ancestor inside. This turned out to be a real big universe, which was previously refined by the 3 supreme ancestor gods and gathered in their bodies, and now it has become a world cage. Seal the martial ancestor with the real Dadianyu. However, the results were astounding. Boom! A loud noise shook the world everywhere. In the eternal universe, martial ancestor pressed down with one palm, and the whole big sky collapsed in an instant. The endless starlight died out, the entire cage of the world was turned into fly ash, and this piece of sky was completely destroyed. Martial ancestor escaped directly and reappeared in this eternal void. The real head-to-head confrontation begins. Sitting cross-legged, a supreme ancestor god stood up, and in an instant came up to martial ancestor, and confronted Wu ancestor with martial arts. His fingers were like jade, white and crystal clear, almost transparent. However, this strange and beautiful finger does not know how terrifying power it contains, cutting off this eternal space. Wu Zu stood proudly, his right palm was like a knife, slashing forward. Boom! This is the real formidable challenge of the powerhouse at the peak of the 9 heavens. The terrifying fluctuations at the peak of the 9 heavens suddenly rushed out like a flood, and spread to every world. Many starry skies were shaking, and everyone from all walks of life could feel this terrible breath. In the eternal space, the fingers of the supreme ancestor god Ryu were broken, the white stubble was exposed, the sky was stained red with blood, and the arm also weakened weakly. Martial ancestor, on the other hand, was as imposing as a rainbow. With his sword in his hand, he continued to cut forward with an unstoppable momentum. The number 1 person at the pinnacle of martial arts, with pure martial power, compared with the supreme ancestor god, they are slightly inferior. The injured supreme patriarch god felt his face was damaged, lost his composure for the first time, let out a deep roar, and shouted, "The 7 divine comedies, death lament." The divine comedy shocked the world, and the chaos manifested and shattered. This place was suddenly enveloped by a strange force, and even martial ancestor was trapped inside. At the same time, a divine pagoda emerged from the undamaged palm of the supreme ancestor god, rose slowly, and moved towards the martial ancestor to suppress it. In another world, stone men are causing chaos, and the world is in chaos. But at this moment, the rebellious stone man was almost destroyed, and his body was completely shattered, leaving only a huge head. Even so, he still held the stone knife in his mouth, cut across the sky, and fought against the powers of other worlds. As for the dead city controlled by Xiao Chen, it finally failed and was smashed to pieces by the 6 ancestor gods at this moment. With a loud bang, the primordial demon city fell to the ground and became the nourishment of the divine city below. Kill them, refine them. The ancestral gods from the other world were roaring, and the eyes of all the powers were red, but they were no longer panicked, because the god city below had almost been restored. The stone man in the city of gods looks down on the world, and is about to take the last step again. The yellow brilliance on the stone body is shining, hazy. The stone man at this moment, proudly overlooking the gods, he is about to become an eternal legend. Boom! 5 ancestral gods killed Shang Xiao Chen, and the array emerged, which immediately blocked the terrifying divine light, but Xiao Chen was shaken violently. At this moment, no matter how tyrannical he is, he can't resist. This is a foreign world, surrounded by ancestor gods. Without the guardian of the dead city, it will be a matter of time before he falls. At this moment, the stone skull in the sky suddenly shattered the void, swallowed Xiao Chen in one gulp, and protected him inside. At the same time, an incomparably loud sound came out of the stone skull, which could be heard clearly by all worlds. The mighty sound passed through the barrier of the great world and shook all the starry sky. A piece of yellow mud sits in the center of the stone bone, and it is actually leading all this. Resurrect the dead. It was Wangnatai who took the shell of the stone man in the dead city. The 3 otherworldly ancestor gods next to them were immediately enveloped by the grand sound of the sky, shattered on the spot, turned into endless divine blood, and dissipated in the void. Original octave. The 6 tones are comparable to the 6 reincarnations, and the 8 tones come out together, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, and its power is unimaginable. Even the stone man who was about to take the last step in the city below was shocked. Chapter 549 Crazy Stone. Human. The town of Wangnatai was inside the stone skull, but he was the one who took the shell of the stone man in the dead city and revived his soul with the dead body. The grand sound of the sky shakes the sky and shakes the earth, cleansing the soul of people. The supreme mighty power suddenly changed the colors of the stone men in the city of God. The 8 tones came out in unison, passing through the barrier of the great world, shaking the ancient starry sky from all walks of life, and the heavens could be heard clearly. Boom! The big petrified hand covered the sky and covered the sun, splitting down from a distant unknown region, covering the stone skull below. Hum! The first Tianyan of the original octave was loud and trembling alone. It shattered several ancestor gods around on the spot, and even pierced through the stone hand that was shot down, and the huge stone fell rumbling down. The terrifying attack power was like a stormy sea, and the sound waves knocked out all the gods. This is the true power of the original octave. Even petrified hands can pierce through. It can even shatter the ancestor god. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. The Tianyan he had shown in the past was far from Wangnatai. Roar! A roar came from far away. The 3 petrified hands had already been broken several times by the rioting stone men, but their roots were indestructible and they kept returning to the battlefield. Only this time, after the stone hand was pierced through, the root was injured. Ditto, kill him. The ancestor gods from other worlds roared furiously, casting all kinds of magical spells and incantations, and one after another divine rainbows charged towards the stone skull in the sky. Slightly. At this moment, the second tone of the original octave vibrated out, and while taking over the first tone, another mysterious power was opened. Like Huang Zhang Dalu, it shakes the other world leisurely, the sound waves sweep across the 10 directions, and the ancestor gods who made the move trembled for a while. Among them, 2 fell straight down, blood staining the sky, and their souls were severely injured by Tianyan. The terrifying yellow mud platform, which contains the original octave, is invincible at this moment. Boom! At this moment, a large petrified hand reappeared, traveled through time and space, and grabbed the stone skull in the sky. This is your chance to kill him. All the ancestor gods from the other world were invigorated, and the unrivaled magical arts were displayed, and the sky was flooded with brilliant light, and they all hit the stone skull. Clang! The stone knife bitten by the stone skull, with its yellow brilliance flourishing, immediately cut across the sky, isolating most of the divine arts. At the same time, the yellow mud platform inside the stone skull kept shaking. Ah! Roar! Moo! Duh! The original Tianyan burst out one after another, and the stone hands in the sky were completely shattered at this moment, turning into a hazy yellow light and dissipating in the sky. This time, they finally could not be reassembled. The sound of the sky shook in unison, destroying a great power in the other world at once. Gather your spiritual sense and kill him. In the distance, a super ancestor god issued a kill order coldly and mercilessly. Kill. The killing intent and spiritual consciousness of the surrounding ancestor gods condensed together to form a heaven and earth killing sound. It was this kind of power that pierced through the troublesome stone man not long ago. This kind of great power condensed by the cooperation of the ancestor gods can run through the ancient and modern times for a short period of time, and its power is really unpredictable. Noise. Chatter. At this moment, the 7th and 8th tones of the original heavenly sound vibrated out, inheriting the first 6 heavenly tones, and at the same time opened up a more mysterious and unpredictable power. Shayan and Tianyan collided, and all the ancestor gods from other worlds who shot around were trembling, and they had endured unimaginable spiritual pressure. And the yellow mud platform suppressed in the stone skull was also shaking, and the original heavenly sound that it urged was getting louder and louder, and the vibrating heavens were trembling. At the same time, the huge divine city on the foreign land also shook, and the walls comparable to mountains made rumbling noises, and huge cracks burst open one after another. The city of God will be destroyed again. The original octaves are connected together, destroying the dead and shaking the world. Roar. The stone man in Shencheng had a gloomy and terrifying expression, let out a deep roar, raised his hands to the sky, and stood up, propping up a yellow mask. The last step is about to be taken, and he doesn't want to be blocked again. Boom. However, the original 8 tones are coherent and gradually condensed into one tone, with vast and unpredictable power. The ancient city of God gradually became unbearable and began to crack. Block him. The alien ancestor gods guarding in front of the god city were more anxious than the stone men in the city. Everyone rose into the air to block the attack of the original 8 sounds. Boom! At this moment, the stone skull in the sky shattered with a loud noise. It finally couldn't bear it, and was destroyed by the spiritual thoughts of many ancestor gods, and the chaotic stone human shell was finally extinct at this moment. However, the culprit, Wangni Terrace is still preserved, and the 8 sounds are always vibrating, emitting a misty brilliance, soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on top, with the stone knife across his knee, motionless like a fossil. At this moment, he and Wang Natai seemed to be condensed together, and at the same time, the original heavenly sound was vibrated, and the 8 tones were connected together to form one sound, which shook the heavens and spread throughout the starry sky. The ancestor gods from other worlds teamed up. Although they blocked Tianyan, they couldn't smash the yellow mud platform in a short time. Because, at this moment, the mysterious power displayed by the Tianyan with the word, Hu, opened by Wang Natai represents time and space, and it seems to have escaped from another world. It seems to be suspended in the sky, but it is separated by infinite time and space. The attack power of many ancestor gods was either transmitted to ancient times, or dispersed into another universe. This is the mysterious and powerful Wangni Terrace, otherwise, how could it be possible to take away the shell of the stone man in the dead city and revive his soul with the dead body? The majestic sound of the sky shook the world in all directions, and the Wangni Terrace seemed to have endless divine power. But at this moment, only Xiao Chen knew that Wang Natai could not advance or retreat. It was fixed here, and it was difficult to break through the world and leave. Although it can still persist, it is afraid that it will eventually be shattered. At the end of the crossbow. At this moment, a terrifying figure in the ancestor gods of the other world saw the root cause at a glance, and shouted, "There is no one in this world who can withstand the attack of 10 super ancestor gods, unless he can successfully take that last step. It has been imprisoned in the sky, don't let it go, and turn it into ashes." Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen condensed the divine map outside his body, and the misty breath shook the other world. He repaired the map with his body, condensed with the divine map, and surfaced on the yellow mud platform. At the same time, 2 sky marks emerged and turned into 2 huge stone monuments, standing on the left and right. And at this moment, the stone knife was even more hazy with yellow light, lying under the yellow mud platform. The majestic power, combined with the original octave, made the sky tremble, almost collapsed the other world, and shocked many ancestor gods. Puff! A radical ancestor god from another world just wanted to board the Wangni Terrace. At this moment, many gods appeared at the same time, and immediately shattered him under the original octave. With a flash of light from the divine map, it wiped out the last divine consciousness immediately, and the Tianbei trembled slightly, obliterating all the remnants left by it. The ancestor god of the other world gasped, and everyone changed color suddenly. According to old legends, the map and the steel will eventually reappear on a person, and finally appeared. A super ancestor god whispered to himself, and then suddenly shouted, "Crush them, even if you let go of the yellow mud platform, don't let the map and that person go." At this moment, Shencheng suddenly shook. Down below, the stone man in the city of God uttered a roar that shook the 3 realms and 6 realms, shaking the heavens and oppressing all worlds. The sky was flooded with yellow light. The figure of the stone man can be clearly seen in the yellow light. He looks down at the world with an air of supremacy, and his body roars, as if thunderstorms vibrated in his stone body. In the city of God, the stone man roared and suppressed the original octave, and an unimaginably terrifying existence was about to be born. The yellow light surged in the city of God, the stone man was about to rise from the ground, and a brand new life body was about to be born. The king is in the world, and the world is honored. The heavens trembled, the world trembled in all directions, and all living beings felt this terrible breath. However, at this moment, the stone man who was about to rule the world, his long roar that shook the heavens suddenly turned into a roar. The vibrating ancient starry sky trembled violently. Surprise happened. In the city of God with yellow rays of light soaring into the sky, endless mysterious mighty power suddenly gathered towards the wall of the city of God like a tide. The last step of the stone man's transformation, all the terrifying mighty power he had accumulated was absorbed by the Shencheng rebellion. Moreover, the shining city body is still vying for the mighty power of the stone man, grabbing it continuously from its legs rooted in the ground. He was about to be invincible to the heavens and the world, but at this moment, the stone man seemed to fall into the abyss from a height of 10,000 feet, and a sense of despair permeated his heart. King's Landing is about to become a reality, but he was beaten back all of a sudden. An extremely powerful life form was competing with him for the mysterious power accumulated through the ages, and there was another stone man hidden in the wall of the city of God. Roar a euro. The stone man who was about to succeed is furious. This is the great hatred of the ages. He knows that this time he has really failed completely, and it is irreparable. Once he made a move, the city of God would collapse immediately, and he couldn't kill this sudden opponent in an instant. Boom! The city of God shook, and a huge stone body walked out of the city wall. Its whole body was shrouded in yellow light, and a vicissitudes and ancient atmosphere permeated out. All the ancestor gods from other worlds were stunned. How could there be a second stone man in the city of God? This is really unimaginable and beyond everyone's expectations. It's a failure, it's a pity for thousands of years. The owner of Shencheng, that stone man, went completely crazy, stretched out a pair of big hands, obliterating the newly appeared stone man. Boom! The newly appeared stone man was very straightforward, and with a violent shock, he directly shattered the crumbling city of God. He stopped absorbing divine power and let thousands of divine splendors soar into the sky. Boom! At the same time, this new stone man decisively split the ground, destroyed the foundation of the city of God, and stepped out. Roar a euro. The owner of Shencheng was completely desperate, and the newly appeared stone man cut off his last hope. This kind of hatred will last forever. Boom! The master of the God City, the crazy stone man, rose from the ground and was finally born completely. He failed to take the last step. Although he looked like a complete stone man, all the gods knew that he failed in the end. It was difficult for the ancestor gods to accept this reality, and it was only one step away. At the most critical moment, such an accident happened, which really made people feel angry and unwilling. Hate for eternity, if I don't kill you all, I will destroy myself. The master of the God City was almost possessed, stretched out his body, and the first target to kill was the stone man who appeared. The stone man standing not far away was not afraid, and two yellow lights shot out from the stone pupils, and they greeted them without fear, and the earth-shattering stone man battle broke out. The ancestor gods in the other world were all very puzzled. Up to now they still don't understand why the second stone man appeared. Only Xiao Chen knew that the origin of the second stone man was the sleeping existence in the ancient magic city he brought from the world of death. The moment the primordial demon city entered another world, it was shattered, and the city body fell into the divine city, becoming a part of the divine city. Even Xiao Chen didn't expect that the stone man who was about to extinguish the fire of life in the ancient magic city would glow with such vigorous vitality, and turn out at the most critical moment. At this moment, the stone man in the dead world is like a rainbow, fighting endlessly with the stone man from another world, and there are really signs of fighting against each other and not falling behind. Huang Natai and Xiao Chen took advantage of this rare opportunity to get rid of the confinement of the gods. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Ha, Ha, Ha. The 8 sounds of the original source vibrated together, condensing into a bunch of terrifying sound waves, which directly blasted the stone man from the other world. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the octave crushed all obstacles. The divine spells of the ancestor gods and the yellow light emitted by the stone man were all penetrated. Boom! A stone arm from another world passed through the sky and directed the 8 notes into another sky, avoiding most of the attacking force, but the left shoulder was still hit. Boom! As if being beaten on a drum of heaven, the world vibrated, the stone man shook 3 times, and bright red blood of the stone man flowed from his shoulder. Roar a euro. The stone man in the dead world seized the opportunity, and struck the body protection light formed by the yellow light with his palm, and struck on his neck. Click! A creepy sound came out, and the neck of the stone man from the other world was broken, and his head was tilted aside on the spot. All the ancestor gods were shocked and shouted at the same time. All kinds of spells intensively attacked the stone man in the dead world. But at this moment, Xiao Chen was not surprised, but an inexplicable fear rose in his heart, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Brush! He and Wang Natai soared into the sky, wanting to stay away from the battlefield in an instant. But it's still too late. The stone man from another world, whose head was tilted to the side, shot 2 extremely cold rays of light from his stone eyes, and suddenly stretched out a big hand to cover the sky. He was injured by a stone man from another world just now, but it was just to lure Wang Natai to approach him. What he hated most was the stone man who made trouble at the beginning, and wanted to destroy the culprit of Wang Natai at all costs. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Ha, Ha, Ha. The 8 sounds of the original source shook together, and at the same time, the incomplete divine map emerged, and the 2 celestial monuments also stood in the sky, and the stone knife was horizontally behind, and the vast and mighty power blocked the stone hand together. Boom! The big hand covering the world was pierced, and the stone man's blood spattered, but the stone hand did not turn into fly ash, and the broken part was still covered. Both the array map and the sky tablet were suppressed and dimmed, and blood oozes out from the yellow mud platform. The 8 notes vibrated to the limit, and the Grand Tianyan finally completely destroyed the big hand, soaring up into the sky with difficulty. Boom! The yellow mud platform finally rushed out of the range of the blood-stained stone hand, but the figure sitting cross-legged on the yellow mud platform turned into fly ash. It was Chu Tian's flesh shell, which completely ceased to exist at this moment, and the body of the powerful ancestor god was wiped out, replacing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen himself merged with the divine map and avoided disaster. At the same time, the 2 stone men on the ground decided the winner, and the stone man from the other world clearly had an absolute advantage. After showing his true strength, he tore apart the stone man in the dead world with one hand. Only a small part of the stone people in the dead world successfully turned into stone bodies, and most of them were only petrified, not real stone bodies. Moreover, his life has almost come to an end, and he can only sleep to continue his life on weekdays. Even if he absorbed the majestic power in the city of God today, it is impossible to compare with the stone man from another world who almost took the last step. The divine arts of the ancestor gods from other worlds spread all over the world, and the stone man in the dead world was beaten and collapsed just after the torn stone body was reorganized. Boom! In the end, he struggled a few times, but fell into the dust and completely turned into Lois. Without really taking the last step, even the stone man couldn't withstand the attacks of more than 10 super ancestor gods, and could only end with hatred. The stone man in the dead world, the fire of life was about to be extinguished. After the First World War, it was completely wiped out. Roar a euro. The stone man from the other world let out a long cry, and the stone hands that had been shattered by the original octave regrown, and then he stomped his feet, and the ground in the other world shook. Brush! The stone man suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared directly behind the yellow mud platform that was about to disappear into another world. The 8 sounds shook together, preventing the stone man from chasing and killing. Huang Natai quickly rushed to the only passage, and escaped from the other world. Kill! The gods were furious, and as a result, all the ancestor gods were extremely disappointed. They blamed all this on the yellow mud platform, and chased them out together. Of course, the craziest one was the stone man himself. Going up to the ground, chasing after him, it can be said that the stone man is now a crazy stone. After escaping from the other world, Huang Natai carried Xiao Chen, first into Kyushu, then into the Soul Realm, and soon into the Longevity Realm. The stone man followed him like a shadow, like an indelible shadow, completely consumed with Huang Natai. It would be difficult to vent his anger if he didn't chase and kill him, and it was impossible to stop. Boom! Finally, Huang Natai rushed into the curse world, and the moment the stone man came, the peerless formation was opened, and black light shrouded it. Boom! However, the stone man pierced through the black light directly, and continued to chase without being destructively injured. Behind them, the ancestor gods from other worlds were also chasing after them, following behind them. This is really a cross-border chase, a crazy stone man, and it is difficult to get rid of. In the eternal unknown place, the martial ancestor confronts the supreme ancestor god. The divine comedy is shocking to the world, its power cannot be guessed, it makes the chaos shattered and reappeared, and it keeps repeating. The lament of death in 7 chapters of the divine comedy is coming to an end. Wuzu's soul seems to have been obliterated, his life fluctuations are getting weaker and weaker, and eventually his body begins to crack, and streaks of blood emerge. Destroy it, the ruthless voice of the supreme ancestor god sounded, and the divine tower suppressed it, wanting to take the battle body of the martial ancestor as a spoil of war. Boom! At this moment, at the moment when the divine comedy ended, martial ancestor suddenly burst out, exuberant vitality surged out, and instantly moved. Martial ancestor was extremely fast, his movements were simple and direct, shattering eternity with his body, clapping his hands forward. Boom! A pair of bronze-colored palms patted the body of the supreme ancestor god into a meat paste, and the martial ancestor rushed over from his meat-like body. The number 1 person at the pinnacle of martial arts has black hair like a waterfall, flying backwards, and his eyes are sharp, as compelling as lightning. A euro, 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 a euro. Make an advertisement for others, and those who are interested in the Great Confucianism can go and see it. Chapter 550 Martial Ancestor vs Supreme Ancestor God. Martial Ancestor is simple and direct, destroying the dead and smashing the dead, smashing the Supreme Ancestor God with his bare hands, and rushing through his mushy broken body. It can be called supernatural power. He stood quietly in the void, his black hair swaying naturally on his shoulders and back without any wind, his eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his stalwart body became taller and taller. The deep roar resounded in the eternal unknown place, smashed into the invisible Supreme Ancestor God, and quickly condensed into the real body. He couldn't be killed so easily. For so many years, he has almost forgotten the feeling of being smashed into pieces. He is so high above, overlooking all living beings, and a nearly invincible existence. Today, he is in such a mess, causing his indifferent and ruthless heart to rise up bursts of negative emotions. The ruthless killing intent condensed in the void, icy cold, and the blood of the Supreme Ancestor God sprinkled in the sky, each one was as crystal clear as blood agate, trembled slightly, and rolled down together. A total of 108 drops of divine blood did not flow back to the body of the Supreme Ancestor God, and at this moment it beat like cheerful notes. Divine Comedy Chapter 4 Doomsday Elegy. The death lament in the 7th chapter of the Divine Comedy is invalid for Martial Ancestor, so he directly skipped the 5th and 6th chapters and sacrificed the 4th chapter of the Divine Comedy. The desolate Divine Comedy played in an instant, and the terrible sound shook the eternal unknown place. The 108 blood beads of the Supreme Ancestor God turned into 108 notes of the Divine Comedy, condensed into the most terrifying weapon in the world, and enveloped the Martial Ancestor. This is the supreme divine art, it cannot be avoided, it is immortal in this world, and the Divine Comedy is immortal. Once locked on a person, there is no way to hide, no way to avoid it. These are the terrifying Supreme Ancestral Gods, whose magic power cannot be guessed. They are the highest achievers of the Ancestral God realm. The elegy shook the heavens and the world, the unrivaled magic was obliterating the body of Martial Ancestor, his body made a creaking sound, as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom! At this moment, Martial Ancestor's battle body suddenly burst into the sky with divine light, rushing backward into the endless void like a waterfall. The ancient sacrificial sound suddenly sounded, as if it had traveled through time and space from ancient times, like 30,000 Buddhas singing in meditation, or 90,000 demon kings roaring, shaking the world everywhere. The brilliance of Martial Ancestor's fighting body circulates, and he actually sends out the sound of offering sacrifices to the sky, confronting the 4th Divine Comedy of the Supreme Ancestor God. It is the secret art of the Evil Taboo chapter created by Wuzu Ayuro, the Holy Sacrifice. Xiao Chen once sacrificed the meat shells of several ancestor gods with this mysterious method, and now the Martial Ancestor himself performed it, and the power is even more unimaginable. Boom! The 108 blood beads beating like musical notes suddenly became chaotic at this moment, and the blood drops like blood agate lost their rhythm in front of the holy sacrifice. Martial arts lunatics also practice supernatural powers. Is this a manifestation of your lack of confidence in martial arts? The indifferent and ruthless voice of the Supreme Ancestor God echoed in the void, pressing towards the Martial Ancestor like a tide. Martial arts, as the name suggests, there is martial arts and Tao, it is the way of warriors, holy sacrifices are just one of the ways of martial arts. Martial Ancestor responded calmly and powerfully, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, shaking the heavens and earth, and immediately repulsed the divine thoughts of the Supreme Patriarch God. Boom! A handful of 8 blood agate-like blood drops completely disrupted the rhythm at this moment, and 9 of the drops of divine blood directly disintegrated and turned into blood mist. The holy sacrificial sound shattered the 4th note of the Divine Comedy, disturbing the sound of its doomsday lament. Sacrifice. Martial Ancestor stopped drinking, and the 9 shattered blood beads condensed a bloody light, which was connected with the divine splendor of the holy sacrifice. A mysterious and terrifying power vibrated out, and the Martial Ancestor used 9 drops of divine blood as a guide to establish an inexplicable connection with the Supreme Ancestral God. The divine splendor of the holy sacrifice seemed to run through the ancient and modern times, shaking through the ages. The ancient scriptures shook the heaven and the earth, and many starry skies trembled along with it. Martial Ancestor, the number 1 person at the pinnacle of martial arts, wants to make a living sacrifice to the Supreme Ancestor God. He is the founder of the holy sacrifice, and he can use even a chance, and even create opportunities out of thin air, which can go against the sky. Martial Ancestor sat cross-legged in the void, motionless like a clay sculpture or stone sculpture, but hundreds of millions of Tao spirits bloomed all over his body. The blood light formed by the 9 shattered blood beads hit the remaining blood beads, and 108 drops of divine blood were connected in series in an instant. Like a bloody lifeline, entangled on the body of the Supreme Ancestor God, making it impossible to get rid of it. It is his life blood. The Supreme God's body will never perish, and the divine blood will never collapse. Snort. The Supreme Ancestor God snorted coldly, His jade-like fingers lightly slashed across the sky, cutting off the sky, and isolating the bloody lifeline from outside his body. However, something surprising happened. It seemed that the blood was cut off, but his body established an inexhaustible connection with that life-blood line. What was cut off was the physical distance, and what was cut off was the mysterious interconnection, and a raging fire burned in his body. The blood of this supreme ancestor god was boiling. At this moment, he was shrouded in an inexplicable fire. The flesh shell divine splendor was blooming, and the endless potential was surging and surging into the sky uncontrollably. The sound of the ancient holy sacrifice to heaven resounded through the eternal unknown, and the ancestor who really sacrificed to the supreme ancestor god alive. This is a shocking picture. Martial ancestor sits cross-legged in the void, silent and motionless. The supreme ancestor god was covered in fire, struggling on the opposite side, and was at a disadvantage. In a short moment, the unrivaled martial ancestor sacrificed the supreme ancestor god's half-completed divine splendor alive with the holy sacrifice Dafa, which made the flesh shell of the ancestor god obviously darker a little. For the supreme ancestor god, this is really an extremely terrifying danger signal. The part of the immortal body was wiped out in an instant. Boom! From the burning body of the supreme ancestor god, a tower of gods rushed out, with a body of 33 floors, and came to suppress Wuzu. At the same time, the supreme ancestral god who had been consecrated shouted, Divine Comedy Chapter 1, Eternal Mourning. First came the 7th Divine Comedy, and then the 4th Divine Comedy. Now that the situation is critical, he finally exhibited the first Divine Comedy. As soon as the first Divine Comedy came out, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the eternal silence suppressed the sacred music of the holy sacrifice and immediately blocked the holy splendor of the martial ancestor. The unrivaled magic of the supreme ancestor god is really extraordinary, making it difficult for ordinary people to look up to. The realm of the supreme patriarch god is a tentative step forward at the peak of Juchongtian, exploring the unknown territory. Maybe, if you go half a foot, you will open up a new world like a stone man, but maybe after you go half a foot, you will fall into the abyss and perish forever. Although the road to the stone man is a life of death, it is said that there is a feasible hope. However, the path ahead of the supreme ancestral god has never seen anyone from before. Therefore, after reaching this realm, it is the unanimous choice of all the gods to stay in this realm. The first Divine Comedy, destroying the dead, continuously pushing the brilliance of the holy sacrifice to the martial ancestor, trying to rebel against the martial ancestor, and at the same time, the divine tower has been suppressed, and it is only a few feet away from the martial ancestor, and it is about to be completely suppressed. This is the true strength of the supreme ancestor god. Boom! At this moment, martial ancestor's body was full of divine light, and his combat power was overwhelming. Around him, dragons roared, tigers roared, snakes flew, horses galloped, bulls roared. The strongest Dharma bodies of the 12 zodiac war ancestors all appeared around him, as if the 12 war bodies had truly emerged. They were formed by the condensed extreme mysteries of the ancient war ancestors, fused into one furnace by the martial ancestors, and created the supreme martial arts profound method. At this moment, it seemed that there were 12 war ancestors, and 12 ancestor god-level powerhouses stood together with the martial ancestors. That kind of domineering aura was unmatched. This is the terrifying combat power of the number one person at the peak of martial arts. It is simply an act against the sky for one person to manifest 12 war ancestors. Boom! The destructive combat power broke out, and the tower that was about to be suppressed flew up into the sky on the spot, and it even pushed the endless bloody brilliance to the supreme ancestor god, further sacrificial. At the same time, the 12 ancestral god-level war ancestors moved in unison with the martial ancestors, swung their iron fists, and bombarded the supreme ancestor gods facing forward. This is really terrifying. The martial ancestors are so intent on fighting. One person seems to have the ultimate power of the 12 warrior ancestors combined. It is unstoppable. The turbulent waves surged, bloody brilliance, and instantly pushed in front of the body of the supreme ancestor god, and the holy sacrifice began again. 7 chapters in 1, the song is sublimated. The supreme ancestor roared, and the martial ancestor reappeared in the world was stronger than he expected. The strongest unique art was played, and the 7 songs were combined into one. The 7 chapters of the Divine Comedy are combined into one, all the songs are sublimated, the divine music is worn out, and has the potential to destroy the heavens, but at this moment, all of them are concentrated on the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor seems to have the combined power of the 12 war ancestors, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, shattering eternity, and shaking the ultimate divine comedy. One side is the supreme divine technique, the other side is the unrivaled force of force, the tip of the needle is facing the wheat light, it is a great battle. The 33 towers of divine splendor are so glorious that they actually poured down the terrifying stone man's blood on martial ancestor. However, the brilliance of the holy sacrifice guided the stone man's blood to flow to the supreme ancestor god. Magic versus force, peak duel. Once the winner is determined, one of the unrivaled powerhouses will inevitably fall. Click. Around the martial ancestor, the 12 war ancestors condensed from the extreme mysteries of martial arts actually cracked, and the faint voice seemed extremely terrifying. Crack. And the flesh shell of the supreme ancestor god also dimmed, and the terrifying holy sacrifice continued rapidly, burning out the divine splendor mercilessly. However, martial ancestor was not able to absorb it, and all of it was lost in the void. In the rear, old antique of the celestial human race and the other two supreme ancestral gods were ready to strike at any time. For a powerhouse of this level, only at such a critical moment of life and death, the necessary sharp blow would be fatal. The two supreme ancestor gods have been waiting for this opportunity, and they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Although God was a bit dignified, he was not overly worried. Even if he and martial ancestor were defeated by the other three, it was okay to retreat. It was very difficult to be killed at their level. Boom! At this moment, an uninvited visitor suddenly broke into the eternal unknown place. Wangnatai broke the shield of the world, came across, and was chased here by stone men. Om, lo, ah, ho, mu, ha, ha, ha. The moment Xiao Chen appeared on the yellow mud platform, he directly vibrated the original octave, killing the three supreme ancestor gods. The two supreme ancestor gods watching the battle changed their colors and shot to block them one after another, but the supreme ancestor gods who were dueling were still affected. Yuan Tianyan and the divine comedy were naturally incompatible, disrupting the rhythm of the divine comedy. Boom! At this moment, the supreme ancestor god was not only sacrificed 10% of his divine power by Sheng, but also was rushed to shatter the upper half of his body by the tyrannical martial ancestor. Roar a euro. At this moment, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the world, and the stone man rushed into the eternal unknown, chasing and killing Huang Natai and Xiao Chen. His speed is not commensurate with his combat power far surpasses the average ancestor god, but his speed is only similar to that of the ancestor god. The stone man appeared, earth-shattering, ignoring any opponents. It was his arrival that resolved the crisis of the supreme ancestor god who was confronting Wu Zhu, because he just rushed between the two and cut off the holy sacrifice. Roar a euro. The stone man's roar was similar to the divine comedy and the original octave, and it was difficult for ordinary ancestor gods to bear. He slapped Wu Zhu with his palm, trying to destroy it. When, unexpectedly, the martial ancestors were as imposing as a rainbow, condensing 12 warrior ancestors, with monstrous fighting power, never evading or retreating, the bronze flesh palm and the stone man struck hard. The sound of clang shook many worlds, causing the eternal unknown to shatter into chaos, and then manifested. Roar! The stone man roared, the world in all directions was shaking, and he was extremely furious. Chapter 551, Invincible. Roar! The stone man roared, shaking the heavens, his power was too powerful, and his roar was comparable to the original octave. A single movement can cause the entire space to vibrate violently, and his combat power has reached an appalling level. Boom! Martial ancestor is truly an outstanding man of his generation, he shook the stone man hard, causing this space, which is said to exist forever, to collapse, shaking the sky and making the earth into chaos. Like two immortal iron men, fighting on a wooden couch, the wooden couch as the carrier is also space, which is simply unbearable. When martial ancestor collided with the stone man 3 times in a row with his flesh and blood, and the eternal unknown place he hit was in chaos, and the towering stone steps not far away were shaking. The stone man's combat power is enough to kill the ancestor god, but at this moment he was blocked by the martial ancestor, causing him to be furious. Every blow shocked people's souls, time and space were shattered, and waves of terrifying energy raged in all directions. Roar a euro. There was another stone man's roar, and the starry sky that shook the world in all directions was shaking, and the surrounding strong men also frowned. Boom! At this moment, after martial ancestor collided with the stone man and hit him, Wei An's body retreated decisively. The stone man is too terrifying and powerful. Even if the ancestor god-level powerhouse is hit by him, he can only end up with hatred. There is almost no one in this world who can compete with him. Only he and a few unrivaled figures of the same level as the Supreme Ancestor God can deal with them for a period of time, otherwise the ordinary Ancestor Gods may not be able to hold on for a while, and they will be beaten into fly ash. This is not an exaggeration, the stone man from the other world was only one step short, and he took the last critical step, and his strength is enough to sweep the world. Martial Ancestor shook him a few times with his flesh and blood, which was enough to shock the world. Roar a euro. The stone man roared, suppressing all the sounds in the world. He was crazy at the moment, gods blocked and killed gods, demons blocked and slaughtered demons, and was briefly resisted by Martial Ancestor, instantly enveloped him with endless killing intent. Even though the Martial Ancestor avoided his sharp edge and retreated, the stone man refused to let go. His combat power was overwhelming. He traveled through the space, followed him, and bombarded him with a raised fist. The huge stone fist pierced through the eternal unknown at once, and bang appeared behind the Martial Ancestor. The terrifying and divine power could not be described, and it could be said to have reached the limit of the world. Boom! Around, chaos surged, and then all collapsed, rushing in all directions. Martial Ancestor pulled violently in the void, and an Ancestor God-level soul suddenly appeared in his palm, and he threw it behind him. Brush! At this moment, figures flickered in the sky, and those Ancestor Gods from other worlds who were chasing behind the stone man and the yellow mud platform followed closely, and everyone exclaimed at this moment. Li Weiyu! It's Li Weiyu! The soul sacrificed by the Martial Ancestor is the incarnation of the powerful Li Weiyu among the Ancestor Gods from other worlds, but his consciousness has already been crushed by the Martial Ancestor in the most evil place. But as the strongest body, its divine power is still unpredictable, and the reassembled soul rushed towards the stone man ferociously. Boom! A shocking thing happened. The stone man fist pierced through it directly, turning Li Weiyu's incarnation into fly ash. The result was very shocking. When the Martial Ancestor turned around and formed the 12 war ancestors, as if 12 Ancestor Gods were born at the same time. Gathering supreme combat power, he dealt the strongest blow with the stone man. The terrible impact sound made even the Ancestor Gods from other worlds feel extremely uncomfortable, and everyone retreated one after another. Seeing the soul of the Ancestor God-level powerhouse being punched through by the stone man with his own eyes, and now seeing Wuzu fighting him hard, makes people feel that the number one person at the pinnacle of martial arts is terrifying. Maybe one day, Wuzu's unrivaled combat body can really beat the stone man. Clang! There was another loud shock, which made the Ancestor God's eardrums buzz, and the Martial Ancestor retreated again. His palm was split open, blood flowed profusely, the stone man's strength was unmatched and unmatched. Go! Martial Ancestor shouted in a low voice. At this moment, there are many enemies, and the gods from other worlds are coming, and the opponents among them are very terrifying and powerful. There is no benefit in staying any longer. It's not that easy to leave. The 3 supreme Ancestor Gods have stood together, and the great coercion is shaking in the eternal unknown. Sealed for eternity, the voice of the Supreme Patriarch, who had suffered some losses in the battle with the Martial Ancestor, was icy cold. He had hardly felt pain in the endless years, but today he was so passive. The 3 supreme Ancestor Gods sat cross-legged here for many years, penetrating everything here, and sealed off the eternal land in an instant. The eternal unknown is sealed. The situation is very bad. There are 3 supreme Ancestor Gods above, gods from other worlds descending below, and invincible stone men sweeping all directions in front of them. There is no way out. All the Ancestor Gods from the other world watched with cold eyes, and no one stepped forward to do anything, because there was no need to take risks. There are stone men here who can almost sweep the world, and there is no need for everyone to challenge the terrifying Martial Ancestor. The stone man roared like an invincible tool of war, forcing him to kill the Martial Ancestor, shaking the world. Boom! At this moment, old antique of the celestial human race broke through the air and blocked the front, replacing Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor didn't say anything, and stepped back quickly, standing in front of the 99 heavy stone steps, staring quietly. Fragments of the oracle bone diagram fluttered around it. It's just a remnant picture. It's delusional to want to open the eternal land. The voices of the 3 supreme Ancestor Gods were extremely indifferent. The figure of God and man was hazy, wrapped in a cloud of white mist. He didn't compete with his divine body, he was not a martial artist, so his physique was naturally not comparable to that of a stone man, but his divine skills were superb. The divine light was brilliant and eternal in an instant, directly submerging the stone man. The old antique of the celestial human race who dared to attack the 3 supreme Ancestor Gods at the same time, his methods were naturally incomparable, and his combat experience was extremely rich. However, this enemy in front of him was unusual. The stone human body shattered eternity, and all the divine light collapsed when he raised his hands and feet. He rushed to the front and grabbed the chest of the old man. Brush. Old Antique disappeared instantly, and the hazy mist lingered in the void, as if he had become one with the void. Boom. At this moment, as if the heavenly drum was beating, the stone man's body made a dull sound, he staggered in the void, almost fell down. In the distance, many ancestral gods from other worlds were surprised, and actually shook the stone man's body. How much divine power is needed for this? Boom boom boom. The dull sound shook the world, and the stone man's body vibrated continuously, as if being hit by a giant hammer, but he didn't see the divine power rushing to the stone body at all. Roar! The stone man roared, and yellow rays of light appeared on his body, like a layer of water waves, which immediately blocked the mysterious attack. So powerful. In the distance, the eyes of the three supreme ancestor gods shone with splendor, saying, although the stone man did not take that last step, he can still block the past, making the old-fashioned nirvana of the human race useless. Below, those ancestor gods from other worlds were all shocked when they heard it. It's shocking that the stone man endured such an attack. The old antique of the celestial human race killed him in the past. If it were an ordinary ancestor god, he would definitely die of hatred. Boom. The stone man pierced through the front with a punch, and the old man of the celestial race showed a pale face. He staggered back, his hands were smashed, and blood was bleeding from his mouth. He was as strong as him, and he could not compete with the stone man. Om, lo, ah, ho, mu, ha, ha, ha. At this moment, the original octave vibrated, Wangnatai and Xiao Chen merged into one, emitting the octave of heaven and earth, sweeping down the gorgeous divine light, blocking the stone man, and the gods retreated quickly. Roar a euro. The stone man was extremely angry. It can be said that Wangnatai was the chief culprit that caused him to fail to take the last step. Raising his fist, he blasted and killed, the stone man shook the sky and the earth, and the whole person dominated everything in the eternal land, and all the monstrous combat power rushed up. The 8 tones vibrated together and condensed into one sound. The yellow mud platform oozes traces of blood, shaking the stone man with the strongest voice in the world. Boom. In the land of eternity, the sky is turned upside down, the air of black and yellow permeates, and the blood of the ancestor gods dyes the sky red. The yellow mud platform was bleeding, and the blood splashed into the sky. Although it had the original divine voice, it did not have a suitable body after all, and could not resist the invincible stone man. The stone man screamed, and rushed forward with one step, stretching out a pair of big hands, trying to tear the yellow mud platform apart. Suddenly, an extremely weak mysterious sound that made the soul of the ancestor god tremble lightly. When the hands of the stone man seemed to have suffered the most terrifying chopping, the indestructible stone hands were cracked, and the strange and bright red blood of the stone man flowed continuously. Roar a euro. The stone man was shocked and angry, the weak ninth heaven's sound actually hurt him. The yellow light was hazy, and the stone man's hands clicked and cracked. After being repaired quickly, he came forward again. The original Tianian ninth tone is not perfect, it only vibrates once and then stops. The divine map was misty, mighty power shocked the world, and slowly rotated. Xiao Chen shook violently, suppressing the formation map with endless power to the stone man. At the same time, the 8 sounds of the original source united into one, and once again swept out the mysterious and yellow energy, shaking towards the stone man. Boom. The divine map was crushed, the octaves vibrated, and the supreme divine power gushed out, colliding fiercely with the stone man, and the hazy light drowned it all at once. Boom. However, the stone man was too powerful and terrifying. After a big collision, the divine map he hit was dimmed, and the octave weakened, almost breaking apart. Fortunately, Xiao Chen didn't use his body to make up for the picture this time, otherwise the flesh shell as powerful as him at the moment might also be broken. Boom. 2 sky marks emerged, and a huge sky tablet stood in the eternal place, smashing towards the stone man. When the stone man hit the steel with his bare hands, making a loud noise, the steel shook and gradually became blurred. Kill him. At this moment, the 3 supreme ancestor gods saw the formation map and the sky tablet appearing together, and the 3 pairs of pupils suddenly shot an extremely terrifying light, and shouted at the stone man. They reacted fiercely. Seeing this scene, they wanted to kill Xiao Chen completely. The invincible stone man roamed across the eternal land, and immediately drove Xiao Chen to a dead end. Kill. At this moment, Xiao Chen showed a terrifying sword formation that had never been successful, but had been trying hard. He tried his best, and this time he finally succeeded. The misty formation map emerged, and Xiao Chen used his body to make up the map, and at the same time, successfully integrated 30 swords into it, which has never happened before. The battle sword and the divine map condensed into one body, turning into an eternal divine splendor. Xiao Chen was in the midst of it, killing the stone man. The gorgeous brilliance became the only one in front of everyone, and all other brilliance lost their color in front of him. When the terrifying sound made by the impact made all the gods feel that their consciousness was cracking, with incomparable destructive power, and everyone had to stick to the Ling Tai. Boom! The gorgeous divine light rose and gradually dimmed, and several gaps were opened all over the body of the mighty stone man, which was injured by the battle sword and the formation. The stone man's blood was flowing, and the incomparable stone man shot two extremely dazzling and terrifying rays of light from the stone eyes, dragging the wounded body into the air, killing Xiao Chen. When, at this moment, the gods shot again, volleying in midair, the stone man shook for a while, and the blood of the stone man stained the sky red. Many ancestor gods from other worlds roared, and they were about to rush forward together, but the three supreme ancestor gods stopped everyone. At this moment, the gods and humans are like trapped animals, the most dangerous. Only the stone man is fearless and can sweep away opponents from all directions. Roar! The stone man roared and shook the sky, his body made a crack, click, sound, and once again recovered his stone body, which was almost indelible. Such a physique can really stand out from the world. On the yellow mud platform, Xiao Chen was almost wiped out. The combination of the formation and the battle sword was indeed unparalleled, but it was difficult for him to control it. The supreme power of the sword array not only killed the stone man, but also almost wiped him out. If it wasn't for the yellow mud platform under his body, constantly repairing its cracked battle body, he would really suffer from hatred today, either by the sword array or by the hands of the stone man. Break! At this moment, martial ancestor, who had been standing in front of the stone steps, suddenly shouted loudly, and all the oracle bones around him shone brilliantly, forming a mysterious ancient formation. Walk! Martial ancestor yelled, and the divine light of the ancient formation bloomed, enveloping Xiao Chen and the old heaven and man, and their figures gradually blurred. Break! The three supreme ancestral gods shouted and roared, their divine power was so powerful that they cut off the eternal land. At the same time, the gods also shot when they saw this, and the brilliant light cut off the connection between the ancient formation and the outside world. None of you can leave today. The three supreme ancestor gods seemed to be pronouncing the fate of several people. All will be wiped out. At this moment, all the ancestor gods took action. Retreat! The heavenly man and the martial ancestor shouted at the same time. At this moment, they opened up the space and each held up a huge ancient magic city. With a sound of boom, the two ancient cities burned up, and the brilliant light immediately made all the oracle bone pieces blaze to their peak. A euro. The three supreme ancestor gods all changed their colors. These two people were obviously well prepared, and they came here after refining two giant cities. Obviously, these two ancient magic cities are going to fight up to the 99 heavy stone steps. They failed to rush up the 99 stone steps, but the two set the ancient magic city on fire in front of the stone steps. With the help of the two magic cities, they supplemented the mysterious power of the oracle bone piece, and at the same time prepared to use the magic city to shake the foundation of the 99 stone steps before leaving. Boom! The two ancient magic cities collapsed, and the raging flames flooded the foundations of the 99 stone steps, and the eternal land shook violently. At the same time, the brilliance of the oracle bone piece soared to the sky, and then the ancient formation suddenly disappeared with martial ancestor, god, and Xiao Chen. The attacks of the gods all failed, and the invincible stone man rushing to the front roared and shook the sky, extremely angry. They appeared above the curse world, go kill them. The three supreme ancestor gods gave orders to the gods, and the three sensed the traces of Wu Zu and the others. And the stone man is even more keen, and has already acted first, chasing and killing towards the curse world. The gods are chasing after him, and they don't give Xiao Chen a way out at all. With an invincible stone man in front, he can indeed sweep away any opponent in the world. Under the abyss of the curse world, the seventh sky monument skyrocketed, and an old stone turtle swayed slowly, climbing up and down the stone monument. Brush! God and Xiao Chen appeared not far from the Tianbei. The old stone turtle finally swayed to the top, sat on the top of the steel, and waited quietly for the stone man. Boom! The strength of the stone man is too great. The moment he entered the curse world, he almost collapsed the mountains and rivers. He rushed over in one step. When he saw the old stone turtle, two yellow lights shot out from his stone eyes, and he shouted, "Who are you? Turtle, what eyes, what are you looking at with such big eyes?" The old stone turtle said to the stone man as if he had scolded Xiao Chen at the beginning. Chapter 552 Defeat the Invincible Stone Man. The seventh sky monument skyrocketed, like a giant mountain towering into the clouds. The old tortoise dangled on it, looking old-fashioned, scolding the stone man from another world, saying, Bai Chong has a pair of stone man's eyes that can penetrate the origin. Roar! The stone man in the invincible state roared, shaking the mountains and rivers in the curse world. What are you yelling at, yelling like a donkey? The old turtle's mouth was very poisonous, and he yelled at the stone man who was comparable to the original octave, criticizing him as useless. The stone man was furious. Since he was born, he was full of hatred, and his anger burned him almost into a demon, and he killed him with a fist. Boom! The stone fist pierced through the sky and the earth, and immediately blasted to the front of the steel. The stone man who looked like an unrivaled demon king looked down on the world. He was the incarnation of invincibility, and he was approaching the old stone turtle. Kai Lu, the old tortoise, who had been hobbled at first, was extremely dexterous at this moment, and slipped to the back of the steel in an instant. Boom! The Tianbei shook, smashed down, and collided violently with the stone man's fist. When the stone fist against the stone steel, the terrifying sound is deafening, like a clash of metal and stone, or like a magic weapon splitting the air. It makes people's ears buzz. The stone men flew upside down all at once, and the steel trembled for a while before returning to its original position. The old turtle came out to die. 2 yellow rays of light shot out from the stone man's pupils, and they shot towards the Tianbei, but they knew the origin and wanted to imprison the old stone turtle, but after approaching the Tianbei, all the yellow lights were wiped out. You stone head, I will go out if you let me out. The old stone turtle poked his head, peeping at the stone man from behind the sky tablet. Kai, the stone man pierced through the sky and earth, appeared behind the monument, and grabbed the old turtle with his big hands. At this moment, the old tortoise was like a lively rabbit, and fled away again with a whoosh, hiding on the other side of the steel. However, the big hand of the stone man enveloped the sky and the earth, and it kept rising, following the old turtle. Boom! At this moment, the patterned divine light on the seventh steel burst out, sending the stone man's big hand flying away. The old tortoise and the steel seemed to be a natural one, and they were not affected at all, and were directly attached to the steel. Roar a euro! The stone man roared angrily, shaking the sky and the earth, swooped down, hugged the steel and wanted to break it. Boom! The Tianbei shook, and the entire curse world trembled. The stone man, who was enough to sweep the world, folded the stone tablet 3 times without success. In the end, the pattern on the stone tablet was so shocking that his hands were bloody, and he retreated violently. A cold light shot out from his stone pupils. He stared at the old stone turtle, and said in a deep voice, You are also a stone body, so you dare not fight me. It's really a stone that doesn't understand. If I'm intact, what's the point of talking nonsense with you? I'll just slap you to pieces. The old turtle looked dejected. Hearing this, the stone man showed a cruel smile, and then said ruthlessly, It seems that there is really no one in this world who can compete with me. Even if I don't take that last step, I can still sweep the world. At this moment, the gods descended, and the ancestor gods from other worlds appeared in the sky. Boom! The great formation of the curse realm was opened, and the black light surged towards the gods. Kill! There were more than a dozen ancestor gods who rushed here, shouting at the same time, shooting out a brilliant divine light, and immediately blocked the black light that filled the sky. At the same time, the stone man let out a long howl, shaking the curse world. He disappeared in front of the monument in an instant, and appeared in the center of the magic circle in an instant. Swinging his fists, his divine power was overwhelming, and there was a loud boom, and the black light in the sky was scattered by him. The curse circle had already had its own soul, and it seemed to feel the danger, and the black light disappeared in an instant. The stone man still refused to let go, and punched the ground silently. An unfathomable huge hole appeared on the ground, and the curse world almost collapsed. With such power and influence, everyone in the world was shocked, and those who shocked the big formation of the curse world no longer appeared. The stone man is so powerful that he is invincible in the world. Oh, what a pity, I'm already useless, only a phantom is left. The old Shigui said with a dejected look, otherwise, I'll shoot this bastard to death. Under the foundation of the Tianbei, Xiao Chen and the others were speechless. The old tortoise seemed to have forgotten that he was a tortoise. Let's go, you guys, enter that world of death, you can temporarily keep safe. This stone man is already invincible, and no one can do anything to him at the moment. Old Gui persuaded. Woo, Captain Zhu Jun yelled, shaking the curse world, and a black hull appeared in front of the monument. Prior to this, Yanwang, Lao Zulong and others launched a super operation in Kyushu and the Four Worlds, and everything that could be taken away was taken away by them with their supernatural power. It can be said that not long ago, when the fierce battle in the eternal unknown was in full swing, a few of them had a great shift in the universe, a complete big move, taking everything they could take away, and preparing to evacuate completely. Let's go. With a long sigh, Antique of the Heaven Human clan rushed onto the Zhu Jun warship in an instant, and Xiao Chen and Wu Zhu also soared into the sky. Wu, the captain of the Zhu Jun battle screamed, and the black light soared into the sky. Boom. At this moment, the three supreme ancestor gods of the eternal unknown made a move, sealing the space and preventing them from leaving. At the same time, the stone man pierced through the sky and appeared in front of Zhu Jun's warship in an instant, blocking the way. The gods shot out one after another, shooting thousands of rays of light, covering them. The celestial monument shakes, the radiant divine light blooms, and all the patterns seem to be resurrected, breaking through the divine power gathered by the gods, opening a way for the ancestor warship. The hull is getting more and more blurred, and it is about to disappear. Without my consent, no one can escape. The stone man's eyes were cold, and he clapped his big hand in the void and pressed it. With a loud bang, the ancestor's warship was shaken out. He is so powerful, with his back to the steel, looking down at the world, and his stone hands covering the warship of the ancestor. He is simply incomparable. All of a sudden, all the patterns on the Tianbei fell off at this moment, turning into a piece of gorgeous divine splendor and sinking into the old turtle's body. In the sound of cracking, the old tortoise stood upright and turned into a human form. The stone tortoise shell was protected outside his body, which was like armor. All of this happened in an instant, surpassing the speed of light, causing time to reverse, space to be disordered, and the surrounding time and space can be seen to collapse. The old tortoise turned into a stone man wearing a tortoise shell, with awe-inspiring power, and his domineering aura rushed straight to the ninth heaven, shaking all walks of life and making the heavens tremble. Roar! The stone man was furious. At this moment, he felt a destructive danger. He thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect that the old turtle who claimed to be a cripple just now would burst out with such a terrifying aura. He understood in an instant that Wu Zhu and others chose to retreat here entirely to create a chance for Lao Gui to make a move. Boom! Wearing a tortoise shell, the tall and burly stone turtle man pierced through the back chest of the stone man from another world with a fierce punch. Boom! The chest of the stone man from another world was torn apart in an instant, and the strange bright red blood of the stone man splashed all over the sky. The humanoid stone body that the old stone tortoise turned into was too fast. With decisive moves and boundless power, it was impossible to dodge. Ah! The stone man roared, reversing time and space, wanting to change all of this. His shattered chest glowed with yellow light. However, the human-shaped stone body that the old stone tortoise transformed into didn't give him a chance at all. At this moment, he dominated everything, and the heaven and earth pulsated synchronously for him, sealing time and space. Boom! The second punch hit the stone man's head from another world, and it was split into pieces in an instant. There is no brains, but the bright red blood of the stone man is splashing, and the yellow brilliance is dissipating. The moment the stone man from the other world was hit with the first punch, he had already lost his initiative, one step behind, completely behind, and there was no way to reverse this situation. Roar a euro! The soul of the stone man from another world roared, shaking all the worlds, and all the starry sky trembled. The old stone turtle was completely different from the past. At this moment, his attack was ruthless and decisive, and his eyes were cold and cold. Boom! At this moment, the old stone tortoise turned into a human-shaped stone body, punched the third punch, shattering eternity. Divine power overwhelms the three realms and six paths. He didn't give the stone man any chance at all time and space were controlled by him, and he became the only master of the world. This punch completely crushed the stone man. The strange and bright red blood of the stone man stained the sky red. The stone man let out an angry roar, and lost his shape after being beaten. Not only were all the gods a few beats behind, even the three supreme ancestor gods responded a little later. The old stone turtle had just reversed time and space, and when they struck, the world-shaking three punches had ended. After punching these three punches, the mighty human-shaped stone body suddenly faded away, and the gorgeous divine splendor rushed out, rushing towards the steel, and the patterns on the steel re-emerged. The old stone tortoise was almost shattered, leaving only a shadow, which was then printed on the steel and became a tortoise engraving. Although we are crippled, only a shadow is left, but we are also unrivaled masters within the three moves, and today we finally let out a sigh of relief for thousands of years. The voice of the old stone turtle came from the monument. At this moment, everyone knew what was going on, and it was indeed the ancestral god of Kyushu who created a chance for the old stone turtle to make a move. All the ancestor gods from other worlds were shocked, and the god of endless life rushed towards the stone man in the sky to help him repair the stone body. Roar! The stone man roared, and the blood of the stone man was recondensing, but the stone body was smashed to pieces. Although it was reassembled together, the cracks on it could not be eliminated. It is conceivable how terrifying the attack power was, and it is still preventing him from recovering. Om, lo, ah, ho, mu, ha, ha, ha. The original octave vibrated, piercing through the endless vitality, attacking and killing the seriously injured stone man. Boom! The stone man from another world shattered again, and the blood filled the air. Kill! The gods from other worlds were angry, and the divine light swept over the sky, and the sky monument shook loudly, blocking a large area of a brilliance. Walk! Yanwang and the old ancestor dragon shouted, the light and shadow of the ancestor warship flashed, passed through the shield of the big world, and disappeared. Just as the gods from other worlds breathed a sigh of relief, the blood mist that had just condensed together suddenly made a sound like a drum beating in the sky. Boom boom boom! The cracked physique of the stone man shattered again. The old antique of the celestial human race did not retreat, but traveled through time and space to kill the stone man's past body, and severely injured him again and shattered him. Looking for death, the gods roared. At this moment, in the eternal unknown place, the eyes of one of the three supreme ancestor gods immediately became emptied, and his soul rushed to the space-time tunnel to stop and kill the gods. Boom! At this moment, the cursed world shook again, and the incomplete divine map emerged. At this moment, the 8 sounds shook together, and at the same time suppressed the cloud of blood mist in the sky. With an earth-shattering loud noise, the stone man's blood spattered, and the blood mist dispersed. All the ancestor gods from other worlds roared. Although they tried their best to protect them, because the stone man was shattered in front of the steel's brilliance bloomed at this moment, and most of the guardian power of the gods was wiped out, so they couldn't effectively protect the broken stone man. Boom! At this moment, the martial ancestors also appeared, condensing the 12 war ancestors with incomparable divine power, blasting towards the broken stones in front of them. Boom boom! In the eternal unknown, except for the supreme ancestral god who went to stop the killing of the gods, the other 2 all shot, and the horror magic cover fell. The 12 war ancestors raised their fists to meet each other, intercepting the techniques of the 2 supreme ancestor gods, and at this moment, a hazy yellow light suddenly flashed in the right hand of the Wu ancestor, holding a simple stone knife in his hand, and slashed down. It turned out to be a terrifying stone soldier, the most terrifying weapon. All the stone men who went to make trouble in other worlds were shattered, but this stone knife was preserved intact. Just now Xiao Chen handed it to the martial ancestor. Kai, cross the sky. The stone knife slashed down, a faint yellow light flashed past, and the shaking worlds on all sides trembled. It was an extremely powerful knife. Even if the stone man was intact, he would probably be injured by this knife. Boom! The blood mist in front of him was instantly dissolved, and the broken stones floating in the sky fell down like dust, and the yellow brilliance collapsed. It was the essence of the stone man, and it was passing away quickly at this moment. Boom! At this moment, the Tianbei, which the divine light kept releasing, shook for a while, as if it had lost its power. It quickly fell short, and disappeared into the abyss in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until this time that all the gods, spells and supernatural powers came over. Walk! The gods emerged, returning from the past to the present, with a little blood on the corner of the mouth, and then disappeared in an instant. Brush! Xiao Chen also disappeared without a sound. As long as Zhu Jun's warship is in the world of death, he can go back calmly. Boom! Martial ancestor held the stone knife, cut off the sky, swung it violently a few more times, and then pierced through the sky and disappeared. He also had a secret method to return to the world of death. The gods went crazy, rushing towards the void where the stone man shattered, and all of them shot together to condense the divine splendor of life. Boom! I don't know how long it took before a pile of stone powder condensed out again, but the stone body could not be reorganized anyway. In the eternal unknown place, the voices of the 3 supreme ancestor gods came down. Nurtured by the mighty power of the ancestors, it may take 10,000 years for him to reappear in this world. The 3 of them have been completely silent. Even though the stone man was shattered, they never left that space, and sat cross-legged like fossils, motionless. The gods are silent. The invincible stone man, who could sweep the world, was born less than a day ago, and it was really shocking to be crippled like this. There are unrivaled powerhouses in our clan who are about to wake up, wait for them to leave the customs, and completely wipe out the world of death. Someone among the ancestor gods from other worlds roared. Yes, as long as a few other supreme ancestor gods lead the army, the land of the dead can be destroyed. To this, the three supreme ancestor gods in the eternal unknown did not respond. The ancestor gods from other worlds who were in the curse world looked at the eternal unknown place, and then looked at each other. Everyone whispered, "It's time to invite an ancestor to preside over it. First destroy the Kyushu and the four worlds. It is time for a new race to appear. Reincarnation needs to be opened again. Perhaps it's time to completely solve the Tianbei." An ancestor god from another world made such a cold voice. Chapter 553 The Accumulation and Deterrence of Terror. It has been 10 years since the last shocking war, and the world of death has remained calm during these years, with no accidents happening. After entering this world, no one returned to Kyushu. The sun rises 2 feet high, and I climbed halfway up the mountainside. Sister on the top of the mountain, don't run away. In the world of death, only optimists like Toddy can sing every day. On the top of the mountain, 2 bald heads, one big and one small, and a young woman who is as calm as water, are the Boshi family. Sorry, I climbed the wrong mountain today. Toddy shook his long blonde hair and said, "My sister is on the opposite side." After saying that, he blinked and disappeared. On the Death Mountain opposite, the practitioners used divine power to open up pieces of pure land. Even in this death world, many mountains are covered with flowers and plants. Who am I? Who am I? I am Jin 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 San Yi. Sister, have you never heard of it? From a long distance, I heard a stuttering voice coming from the forest in front of me. Hey, don't run away, I'm not that rascal Toddy. Gold 300 million. With a flash of golden light, Toddy flashed out. He had been helped by the eternal light, and his cultivation base was not weaker than that of Sanjiba. He was very confident, and said, "You are ruining my reputation again." "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. I actually meant to say Fatty Zoog, but I accidentally said the wrong name." Jin Sanyi explained sincerely. 3 stutters, "Are you talking about me?" Fatty Zoog with white hair became more and more handsome. The magic skills passed down by the martial ancestors, what he eats and what he eats, made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Look at me, I was too careless, I was talking about that scoundrel who killed Palang." Jin Sanyi blushed, but took back what he had just said. A crystal-clear headless skeleton came out slowly from the forest, patiently rubbing its own skull with a piece of silk. "Are you talking about me?" The wiped skull sent out such fluctuations of consciousness. "Damn, did I make a mistake? I said that only one person will appear. Is it a good agreement? Why are you guys running to this place where the female monks live?" Jin Sanyi wiped off his cold sweat while evading, and said, "This time, I will curse that rascal Xiao Chen, and I will see if that piece of wood can also appear as promised." Boom! At this moment, the sound of shaking the earth came, and hundreds of miles away from this mountain full of vitality, smoke billowed into the sky. Even at such a distance, you can still see the collapse of the lead cloud and the raging smoke. Those fighting madmen fight every day and all the time. I guess some kings will be alarmed and come to trouble again. The fat man with white hair Zoog muttered. Swipe. A few people flew up to the sky and forgot to go into the distant sky. It was Chu Xingquang, Wu Xingfeng, Yan Lingkong, Zhu Dao, Samo and others who were fighting fiercely. On the other side, there were also Meng Xie, Shui Wu, Kang Hai, and Zhao Chongyang fighting fiercely. Farther away, Wu Ming was fighting against the masters of the Immortal Emperor's god bell on Wu Ming's head. That area was full of people, chaotic, and endless wars. To be honest, their cultivation has grown so fast, we should really work hard. Jin Sanyi sighed, in fact, to divert the attention of several people. It's easy, we can fight every day. Toddy, Fatty Zoog, and Shapalang responded at the same time. Jin Sanyi suddenly felt bad, and said, "That's good, let's form a team to fight." Okay, the 3 nodded at the same time, and went to kill him together. I mean grouping, not gang fights. That's right, we've been divided into groups. We'll be in groups of 3, and you'll be in groups of 1. All fork. Jin Sanyi was straightforward, pulled out the doomsday weapon and swept away, then fled, and the 3 of them started chasing after them. This is the current world of death. Most people are doing hard work, but there are also some laughing voices amidst the dullness. For the past 10 years, KK has been sleeping, while Xiao Chen has spent time in the giant city of the Girl King. He didn't seem to have practiced much in the past 10 years, and he didn't show any divine power. He just made a few random gestures every day. Sometimes, I would even walk leisurely outside the city and stay in the ruined temple of Jigong Buddha for a few days. Up to now, his combat body has been cultivated, and it will be difficult to improve it unless he enters the realm of the ancestor god. Now, what he wants to cultivate is spiritual consciousness, and only when his spiritual cultivation becomes stronger can he truly surpass it. Although the Kyushu side had a good record in the last battle, after learning about the current situation from Yonwang and the others, Xiao Chen was no longer optimistic. The alien world has absolute deterrent power, and what we have seen so far is just the tip of the iceberg. Kyushu no longer knows how many eras of civilization have been destroyed, and in the process, the strong from other worlds are always accumulating. According to Old Antique of the Celestial Human Clan, the early unrivaled figures from other worlds that he knew have disappeared for several civilizations, and have not been born for a long time. And 10 years ago, the stone man who was born in another world, invincible and swept the heavens, was the peak figure in the era of the Celestials and humans. After the war, the old gods slowly figured out his identity. This kind of terrible precipitation and accumulation makes people tremble just thinking about it. The number of ancestor gods in Kyushu is no more than 10. This is only the superficial situation. In fact, in every civilization history, there must be 1 or 2 people who escaped the catastrophe and survived, such as the old antiques of the celestial race. If such potential power is added together, the number of ancestor gods will definitely exceed 10. Not only the ancestral god of Kyushu knew it, but even the gods from other worlds could think of it, but the ancestor god of Kyushu still couldn't reverse the situation. The accumulation of other worlds is too terrifying, no one knows their real whole cards. The old antiques who had escaped the catastrophe did not dare to take action lightly. After all, they were the defeated ones. Although the world-leading figures from other worlds who had defeated them had disappeared from several civilizations, they were definitely still alive. They were likely to attack the last step in various ways. The deeper the understanding, the more hopeless people feel. Xiao Chen felt a sense of loss and powerlessness. Perhaps, only those who unite with the prehistoric celestial realms can completely turn the tide of battle, as Old Antique of the celestial human race said. Actually, the creatures of our 9 provinces are truly astonishingly talented. Talented individuals appear from time to time. According to legend, there was once a person who took that last step completely. He could literally sweep the sky and the earth, and led the powers of Kyushu to kill the other world directly. The gods of the other world that he killed fled. This is what Old Antique of the celestial human race said to Xiao Chen 10 years ago, and it seems to still echo in his ears now. I just don't know why, but he is still torn apart, and the last body is divided into 9 parts. Regarding the stone man who successfully took the last step, the Old Antiques of the celestial clan can't tell the exact age. There are 2 destroyed civilizations above the celestial clan. After taking the last step, it was still torn apart. Could it be that the gods from other worlds worked together to shatter it? It's chilling. However, the answer given by God is not the case. According to legend, it may be related to the thing at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps. No one knows exactly how. The stone man who successfully took the last step, after all, is still 9 points of heaven and earth, which caused a great shock to the ancestor gods of Kyushu. Heavenly Emperor is also an unrivaled genius. After he reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the ancestral god, he did not take the road of stone man in the early stage. Instead, he continued to venture forward with the flesh and blood of the supreme ancestor god, and almost took the last step. But he finally stopped when he was still a mile away. During this period, he swept the world, went directly to the eternal unknown place, and smashed the 99 stone steps. It is strange to say that the Heavenly Emperor was not comparable to the first stone man at that time, but he almost tore it down. In the end, he escaped for some reason. Maybe he sensed danger. Since then, the 3 great ancestor gods have been stationed there for a long time in the eternal unknown place. According to legend, although the thing at the end of the 99 stone steps made the first stone man 90% of his body, it may have broken itself. Some people speculate that if no one is stationed, 2 or 3 supreme ancestor gods have the strength to shake the 99 stone steps. And the Heavenly Emperor finally embarked on the road of petrification. He almost took the last step with his flesh and blood, and took the road of petrification again. One can imagine what kind of combat power he will have once he succeeds. He will be invincible in all walks of life. He will fight all over the world, and he will be invincible in ancient and modern times. However, he finally perished. Some people say that the Heavenly Emperor failed in taking the stone man's path. Others say that he succeeded in taking that last step, but he just followed in the footsteps of the first stone man in the past, and was inexplicably destroyed. No one knows how. 10 years have passed, although Xiao Chen is now very powerful, but he is even more deeply jealous of the inscrutability of other worlds, and even feels powerless. He held half of the stone bone in his palm and looked at it repeatedly, trying to find out what happened, but as in the past, he found nothing. This is the skull of a stone man who really took the last step. The stone man has 9 points. No wonder it was treasured and treasured by the ancestors of Kyushu. 10 years, it's time to move around. Xiao Chen stepped out of the giant city of the Girl King in one step, shrinking the ground to an inch, and the distance was unknown how many thousands of miles away. He only took a dozen steps to reach the village of God. The monks from Kyushu and the Four Worlds were all rescued, and now there are monks in ancient battlefields and mountains in the outer regions of the Death Continent. Because of the arrival of these people, the bare mountains of death were also adorned with flowers and grasses with divine power, greatly restoring their vitality. Ahead, there are monks fighting. Naturally, it is not a life and death fight, but a battle purely for mutual promotion. The sword light soared into the sky, and the magic weapon was flying. It was extremely gorgeous there, and there were many people who made moves. Xiao Chen stopped not far away, and soon found many acquaintances. Wu Ming fought against Zhao Chongyang. The immortal emperor's bell was shining brightly, and the bell sounded melodiously, while Zhao Chongyang's acupoints were full of bright sword energy, clanging, unparalleled sharpness, and the kill was inextricable. On the other side, Chu Xingquang, Wu Xingfeng, Zhu Dao and others are fighting Shui Wu, Meng Xini and Kang Hai. Roar a euro. With a roar, the sound shook the sky, and a golden-haired Yingwei figure broke into the powerhouses and was invincible. He even sent a king of hundreds of clans flying with a single punch. It was the Golden Lion King whose talent was second only to Kiki. Ween a euro. He shook the immortal emperor's heavenly bell with his fist, and as soon as he rushed past, none of the powers could block him. The Golden Lion King turned into a golden divine light, rushed to Xiao Chen's approach, and killed him with a raised fist. Half-ancestor fifth heaven, Xiao Chen was very shocked. The talent of this Golden Lion King is really rare in the ages, it is second only to KK. The other party absolutely does not have his various encounters, and he has cultivated to this level completely by himself, but it has only taken hundreds of years, leaving his contemporaries far behind. Although surprised, Xiao Chen was not afraid at all. He stretched out his right hand, and with a bang, he clenched the fist that was shining with golden light in the crystal. Undoubtedly, it was the divine power of the half-ancestor of the fifth heaven. The Golden Lion King's burly body shook violently, and the violent waves rose into the sky like a vast sea, which was blocked by Xiao Chen. With your talent, how could you stay here? You should leave on the ancestral dragon boat. Xiao Chen grabbed his fist and said doubtfully. I left the opportunity to my son. The Golden Lion King responded coldly, his majestic body shrouded in a layer of mysterious golden light. Their lineage has always been single, even though it is difficult for father and son to see each other, and the population is thin. He is afraid of the tragedy repeating itself, so he leaves the opportunity to escape to the Little Lion King. Let you try my other power. At this moment, the Golden Lion King coldly reminded, and then his third vertical eye opened a small gap. A great danger came, and even someone as powerful as Xiao Chen could feel the danger. He reacted quickly, and his palm drew a mysterious trajectory, blocking in front of him. Boom! There was a sharp shock, and Xiao Chen's palm felt a little painful. He was deeply surprised. The vertical eyes of the Golden Lion King just opened a little gap, and only a faint light was emitted. Xiao Chen shook his divine power, and the hand of God slapped down slowly. He was going to try the true power of the vertical eye of the Golden Lion King. But at this moment, the Golden Lion King closed the vertical eye that was not fully opened, took a few steps back, and said, I'm more confident now. Yeah, yip. At this moment, Kiki, the little snow-white beast, rubbed her big eyes, walked crookedly in the sky, and muttered in a daze, you guys wake me up every day when you fight. It's you. The Golden Lion King raised his eyes at that moment, soared into the air, and rushed towards Kiki. Huang Mao Mao. Kiki's words immediately left everyone speechless, and the mighty Golden Lion King will always be Huang Mao Mao in its mouth. The Golden Lion King punched out, and there was a loud, dang. Kiki threw out the colorful jade bowl in a daze, and put it on the Lion King's fist, saying, Huang Mao Mao, you can't beat me, I slept until the sixth heaven of the half-ancestor. Below, many cultivators have the feeling that they are about to faint. They are cultivating, but this little thing is sleeping. It is really unreasonable, and the heavens are really unfair. Only a few acquaintances know that Kiki's family has a special cultivation method, which is to grow and practice in sleep. Xiao Chen was very pleased. The little thing was growing very fast, and it would not be very far away to reach the ninth heaven of the half-ancestor, and then he could go to his mother to receive the so-called ultimate gift. And he is about to go out for a walk, and must take the other skylines into his hands. At this moment, a curvaceous and graceful figure came. It was Yan Qingcheng who was so beautiful. Chapter 554, Peerless Allure. Chapter 558, Peerless Allure. Once some things have passed, they may never come back again, and all traces of the past can be erased by time. In the past, many stories happened between Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng. As time flies, many past events have gradually become blurred. In front, Yan Qingcheng is magnificent, with lotus steps, graceful, and the beauty that crowns the world makes many immortal monks very tempted, and those with poor concentration feel suffocated. Years of walking through death and blood, Xiao Chen's experience has determined that it is difficult for him to be easily tempted like ordinary people. Now facing Yan Qingcheng again, it is difficult to find the amazing feeling at the beginning, and the intentional or unintentional thoughts of the past have gradually faded away. The biggest issue he has to consider now is survival and struggle. The magnificent Yan Qingcheng, dressed in white snow, like a fairy who does not eat fireworks in the world, walked up to her, looked at Xiao Chen, and felt that this was a familiar yet unfamiliar person, who was very different from the person she knew in the past. "If it's convenient, come with me for a walk." Yan Qingcheng gently parted her red lips, her voice was sweet and pleasant. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, nodded, and walked towards a mountain range side by side with her. Some monks around knew that there had been some grievances and hatreds between them, but no one asked the truth, and it was impossible for anyone to stop the two from walking together. Xiao Chen is not what he used to be. He dared to fight against the ancestor gods of other worlds. Even the hundreds of clans who had grudges against him in the past had to retreat and dare not provoke again. Ping pong jingle. In the distant sky, KK, the little snow-white beast, fought fiercely with the golden lion king. They were a pair of natural opponents. Gradually, Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng walked deep into the mountains, neither of them said anything. It was not until a long time later that Yan Qingcheng said, "You are very different from before. People are always changing, everyone is constantly changing, but sometimes we don't realize it ourselves, and you are different from before." Yan Qingcheng nodded, and said, "Yes, we are all made up of many different selves." Looking back at the original road, there is a different figure stopping at every fork in the road. Silent again, the two walked forward without a word, until they completely walked out of this mountain range and came to a plain. Yan Qingcheng smiled charmingly, and said, "I know you again, my name is Yan Qingcheng." Xiao Chen was stunned, feeling that the woman in front of him was very different. It seemed that there was less sense of reality, and a little more ethereal. "You are. Smash the demon seed god, smash the original me, create a new me, let the god seed grow stronger, and let the demon body decline." Yan Qingcheng is still smiling, as beautiful as a holy flower, like the orchid with dewdrops rolling on the petals, ethereal and innocent. That kind of smile is not mixed with any impurities. "You." Xiao Chen's expression froze. "Acquaintance again, I am Yan Qingcheng." The voice of the shy woman with a closed moon in front of her is as beautiful as the sound of nature, but Xiao Chen is hard to be infected. "You like this, is it still you?" "Naturally, it's me, a brand new self that sublimates according to my will, throwing away the past, and starting all over again. This is the true meaning of the Devil Smasher God, the ultimate sublimation. The past will be abandoned, how could it be yourself?" Xiao Chen stared at Yan Qingcheng. "Naturally there is a choice. What I don't want to remember should be destroyed. What I want to keep is naturally kept. Everything is my will. This is the magic of the demon god. Give yourself a chance to forget the past you don't want to remember. In this way, if you get to know me again, it is considered as the end of the past with me." Yan Qingcheng smiled sweetly and said, "I can't say that. Now I use myself as the cauldron, it is very difficult to break through, and the risk is very high. Now it is easier to use you as the cauldron to destroy the demon body in the past. Of course, it is impossible to use you as the cauldron. The relationship with you in the past has ended. Let's use a shadow of you as the false cauldron. First use this as a breakthrough, and then use yourself as the cauldron to truly sublimate to the fullest." After hearing these words, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Is there anything I can do for you? I really want to go back to Kyushu and the longevity realm to have a look and experience the trajectory I have traveled. Only in this way can I truly break through and improve my cultivation." "Okay, I'm going to Kyushu and the world of longevity. Hearing Xiao Chen's response, Yan Qingcheng nodded, but Xiao Chen seemed to hear a sigh, but at such a level of cultivation, unless it was a spiritual sigh, it would be impossible to hide it from his ears, so he was somewhat suspicious. Before returning to Shengqun, the battle between Kiki and the Golden Lion King was over. The little snow-white beast seemed to be born to be the nemesis of the Lion King, and once again let the Golden Lion King suffer defeat. Yeah, Huang Mao Mao, you are actually very powerful, but you can't compare with me. Hearing KK's comfort, the Golden Lion King had the urge to vomit blood, turned into a golden light and fled away. The little thing scratched his head, with a look of confusion, feeling that his kindness was ignored, and muttered dissatisfiedly, "Next time I will beat you faster. Kiki, practice hard, and when you reach the 9th heaven of the half-ancestor, then you will be able to get the ultimate gift from your parents." Kiki nodded seriously, then yawned again, rubbed her big eyes, and said, "I'm sleepy again, I'm going to practice." Then she walked crookedly towards Shengqun. The hardest working little beast. All the monks around were speechless. The land of Kyushu, surrounded by mountains and rivers, is magnificent and magnificent. But when he came back again, Xiao Chen had a strange feeling in his heart. All the monks had fled to the world of death. They were a group of defeated ones. They always felt ashamed of this homeland when they came back today. What Yan Qingcheng wanted to take was a road of retrospect in life, so they entered the longevity realm not long after they stayed in Kyushu. The southern desolation was close to the South China Sea, and people from the Immortal Gate were empty, and they hadn't returned for 10 years. Here, Yan Qingcheng stood quietly for more than 10 days, and then they went to the Sea of A Taboo. Dragon Island was no longer here, and after walking through the sea for half a day, they returned to Kyushu again and appeared on Dragon Island overseas. The trees are luxuriant, but the dragons have already migrated and are not here. Yan Qingcheng walked silently along the track he had walked before, then sighed and said, "Eternal life may not be as happy as ordinary people." After finishing these words, a very strange crack appeared on the left half of her peerless face, which was as crystal clear as jade, like fine porcelain. Xiao Chen looked at her in surprise, but Yan Qingcheng didn't say anything more. When they came to the sacred mountain of the Dragon Clan and walked around the mountain, it was a long time before Yan Qingcheng asked Xiao Chen, "If we hadn't been enemies on Dragon Island, what would have happened later?" "I don't know." Xiao Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Yan Qingcheng seemed to sigh slightly. "Didn't you destroy the content related to me in the past?" Xiao Chen looked at her in surprise. "It's just casual talk, you take it seriously." Yan Qingcheng replied flatly, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him, saying, "I just want to make a breakthrough in cultivation." Xiao Chen felt that Yan Qingcheng was very contradictory at the moment, which was very inconsistent with what he said before, but he couldn't say anything. "Let's go." Yan Qingcheng sighed, no longer thinking about it, and walked towards the outside of Longdao. On the edge of the island, Yan Qingcheng tapped her hand, and a towering ancient tree was turned into a wooden boat with debris flying around. She walked on the waves and landed on the boat like a fairy guanghan. Through the last section of water, she whispered to herself, "This is not the South Sea of the longevity realm, and there is no taboo sea, and there is no kingship. Leaving Dragon Island from here is not the same water area as before." Xiao Chen reminded. "Now is not the past, I will experience this water area now." Yan Qingcheng stubbornly sailed on the boat. All right then, Xiao Chen landed on the wooden boat and headed for the mainland of Kyushu. The stronger a person is, the more egotistical he is, and he has forgotten a lot of memories that he should have. Yan Qingcheng suddenly asked inexplicably. "Maybe that's the case." Xiao Chen was silent at first, and then replied like this. "Since he was born, he has always been on the verge of death, even shattered to pieces, and completely disappeared, naturally ignoring many ordinary things. Is this the price for your strength?" Yan Qingcheng turned around suddenly, her beautiful eyes were like water, she looked at him quietly, and said, "To be so strong that it is comparable to the realm of the ancestor gods, do you want to forcibly kill many thoughts? Even if it is not intentional, you will become more and more indifferent, even ruthless." Thinking about everything he has experienced, Xiao Chen is silent. It is true, he has missed many things that ordinary people should experience. It is not so much a kind of indifference, but a kind of helplessness. He has been fighting bloody battles almost all the time, fighting for survival. How could he have the time to be romantic? How could he have the mood to experience all kinds of emotions? Now that he has to confront another world, how could he have the time to appreciate the so-called Bimetian? Under such a critical background, he can barely be regarded as a great power, and naturally it is even more impossible for him to have the mood to experience a different life. All his personal emotions have naturally been left behind, which is not what he wants. This is due to the constraints of the current situation. Xiao Chen nodded silently. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, Yan Qingcheng suddenly smiled, but it seemed a bit bitter, and then it was completely gorgeous, like a wonderful flower blooming in the morning glow. The sun is brilliant, beautiful and holy, making people feel ashamed. Click. At this moment, slight cracks appeared on Yan Qingcheng's entire face, and time seemed to be frozen here forever. She resolutely and ruthlessly smashed herself, and no longer has any nostalgia. This kind of beauty with scars is very shocking. Xiao Chen's expression froze, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch Yan Qingcheng's body, and the endless divine power surged away to stimulate Yan Qingcheng's vitality. The celestial body, which had been nearly dried up and almost completely destroyed, finally had the pulse of life. A little light of life was blooming, and the sound of click, click, Yan Qingcheng's body cracked like porcelain, and at the next moment, a perfect carcass suddenly transformed from its original peerless and magnificent fairy body. The feathers fell on her body naturally, like a butterfly flying around the wooden boat for 3 weeks, showing a bright smile. Thank you, let's get to know each other again. My name is Yan Qingcheng. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt sour in his heart. Maybe he really shouldn't have responded like that just now. In the past, Yan Qingcheng didn't kill anything, but now she really made a resolute choice. At this moment, she was reborn as a butterfly, gracefully emerging from the world. Although it is close in front of my eyes, it feels very far away. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that he couldn't let go. Although he felt lost in his heart, he also showed a bright smile and said, "Okay, let's get to know each other again. My name is Xiao Chen." The two left the wooden boat and walked side by side on the waves. The golden morning glow seemed to dye the two of them with a hazy holy light, and they gradually drifted away. At this moment, on the coast of Kyushu, a tall figure was facing the sea with his back, standing there quietly like a monument. His left arm was actually the strongest and most terrifying stone arm, perfectly fused with flesh and blood. I have 3 civilization histories that haven't come out yet. Kyushu has not let me down. I feel the breath of the strong. The tall figure with his back to the sea had a flat voice, but it made the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds beside him fearful, and they stood quietly by the side. Chapter 555. Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng walked in the morning glow, gradually approaching Kyushu, and could already see the hazy mainland. At this moment, Xiao Chen stabilized his figure. His expression was fixed, and he didn't feel any danger, but his intuition told him that there was something different ahead. This is a very bad signal, so strong that he can't clearly perceive it. It is enough to show the seriousness of the situation. A burst of long laughter came, like a giant drum shaking the sky, dull and powerful, reverberating in the coastal area for a long time. Let's go back to the world of death. Xiao Chen stood on the sparkling sea, calmly said to Yan Qingcheng, but his eyes did not leave the hazy coastline in front of him. The country is beautiful, the sky is fragrant, the swallows are all over the city. She is wearing a feather coat, nodding calmly. She is getting farther and farther away from the dust, smart and ethereal. The unfathomable powerhouse stands by the sea. Although it was within Xiao Chen's field of vision, he didn't notice it just now, until his intuition woke up, and after the other party laughed, he really caught the tall figure with his back facing him. Why rush to escape? How about we sit down and talk about it? The tall figure on the shore turned around slowly, stepped on the blue sea, and walked step by step, followed by 4 ancestor gods from other worlds. It was a middle-aged man, wearing ancient costumes, with long taupe hair, slightly curly, naturally hanging over his shoulders and back. His skin is fair, as if he has not seen the sun for many years, and he is somewhat sick. Those vicissitudes of the eyes are as deep as the ocean, as if they can understand people's minds. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is that left arm, which is completely petrified and perfectly combined with the flesh and blood body. Although it is simple and unpretentious, it makes people feel palpitating. This is a very contradictory person with an alternative temperament, which makes people feel peaceful and frightened at the same time. What is peaceful is the appearance, and what is frightening is the great power inside. Xiao Chen knew by feeling that this should be a supreme ancestral god, but it has an extra stone arm than the supreme ancestral god. It seems that both methods have been tried before, and he is definitely a peerless figure standing at the peak. Facing such a person, Xiao Chen had no choice but to retreat. He didn't want to say anything, but wanted to bring Yan Qingcheng back to the world of death. Slow, even if enemies meet, it doesn't have to be life and death. This unrivaled figure with an unusual temperament showed a peaceful smile, and stopped his pace, sat cross-legged on the sea, and said, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Jagan, and I have been silent for 3 civilizations. Many people, including myself, never thought that I can survive in the silence." Jagan's words were flat, without the slightest murderous intent, as if he was talking to an old friend, and said, "Sit down and chat. After reaching this level and going through thousands of calamities, are you still afraid of life and death?" In the rear, the 4 otherworldly ancestor gods stood there very stiffly, motionless like fossils. It could be seen that they were full of reverence for Jagan. Xiao Chen felt more and more that this ancestor god of another world exuding a special temperament in the vicissitudes of life was unusual. He and Yan Qingcheng were also sitting on the sea facing each other from a distance. Death is nothing, and being alive may be even more terrifying. Jagan looked at Xiao Chen and the two with a faint smile, and said, "All fears and all kinds of suffering are for the living. The dead do not have these pains, because everything is over. In this way, you yearn for death more." Xiao Chen didn't have any awe, and contradicted him unceremoniously. "No, because living has one more choice than death. After death, everything becomes empty and cannot be reversed, while living can choose to die at any time. Moreover, living is not only about fear, but also a lot of hope. When there is no hope, life is meaningless. It is indeed better to choose death." Jagan calmly glanced at Xiao Chen and Yan Qingcheng, and said, "As in the current Kyushu, there is no hope, and you are also hopeless people. Are you saying, those of us, life is better than death?" Xiao Chen looked indifferent. "Actually, what I said is that I can give you hope." Gegan's vicissitudes of eyes became deeper and deeper, like 2 concrete and small oceans, and he said leisurely, "My world is open to all rivers and breeds infinite hope. I welcome you to join in." "Ha ha." Xiao Chen laughed long, the trembling sea shook for a while, the blue waves rolled, and the waves soared to the sky. His voice was very cold, and he said, "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. Kyushu has become a pool of stagnant water. There is no longer any hope. I will wipe out all living things on this land in the near future. No one can stop it. You want to obliterate all the creatures in Kyushu, but you want me to join your world, don't you think it's ridiculous?" Xiao Chen's eyes became colder and colder. The unrivaled powerhouse Jagan sighed, shook his head, and said, "No wonder you can't step into the realm of the ancestor gods even though you have unparalleled combat power. There are too many fetters and too many things you can't let go of. If you continue like this, you will stop here." Jagan paused for a moment and continued, "What does the death of those ants have to do with you? You have already transcended, and you are no longer ignorant ants and insects. You should live with the same kind of people in your realm. Why continue rolling in the turbid dust? It's really the jungle of the jungle, domineering overpowers righteousness." Xiao Chen sighed. "Survival of the fittest and the survival of the strong is the law of nature." Jagan's expression became more and more indifferent, and he said, "To give the most simple example, sheep eat grass, and people eat sheep. Is there anything wrong with that? In your opinion, isn't this a matter of course? From this, you can stand in a higher position and look at the people in the rolling world. Compared with you and me, what is the relationship between those ants and us, just like the relationship between grass and sheep and people? If you can't even figure this out, it will be difficult to make progress in life. Your parents raised you, and in the end you were far stronger than them. At that time, would you think they were ants, creatures different from you?" Jagan smiled lightly, and said to an ancestor god from another world beside him, "Tell him how I achieved my position today." The otherworldly ancestor god responded, saying, "Master Jagan's parents died in battle not long after he was born. He grew up fighting with 9 older brothers. He killed all his older brothers one after another, devoured the same source of soul power, and became the supreme ancestor god." Xiao Chen took a deep breath. The middle-aged man in front of him who seemed calm as water and had a special temperament was simply a monster. "I have nothing to say to a heartless, cold-blooded person like you." Jagan shook his head, and said, "You are very stubborn, but do you know that a talented person from Kyushu in the past has joined our world? As long as you can figure it out, you will have a brighter future." "Who is it?" "You don't know if you tell me, but if you can survive, you will see him one day." Speaking of this, Jagan looked mercilessly in the direction of Kyushu, and said, "Now, I invite you to watch the show." Having said that, he lightly tapped his finger, and a divine rainbow shot up into the sky and flew towards Kyushu. "You!" Xiao Chen immediately shot out a skyline to block it. "Can you really stop it?" Zhe Qian showed a cruel smile in his plain face, and pointed out again, a long rainbow flew into the sky and landed in Kyushu. At the same time, the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds turned into 4 beams and flew towards Kyushu. Boom! The blood radiated into the sky, and all the creatures in a certain area of a Euro Kyushu were all evaporated to dry blood. With celestial eye, they could clearly see the tragic situation there. Hundreds of thousands of corpses were too horrible to look at. Boom! The moment the 4 great ancestor gods descended, the quartet region split apart again, and millions of souls split between the heaven and the earth, blood staining the quartet land red. Xiao Qianteng stood up from the sea with a bang, but he knew that he couldn't stop it. The celebrity in front of him was definitely the supreme ancestor god, and with the 4 great ancestor gods by his side, he had no choice. I actually didn't want to wipe out those ants so early, but you disappointed me today. I don't think there is any need for a stubborn race like the human race to exist. Maybe it's really time to change to a new race as soon as possible. Xiao Chen didn't say anything anymore. He took Yan Qingcheng across the shield of the big world in an instant, and was about to return to the world of the dead, where he couldn't prevent the tragedy from happening and couldn't bear to watch it again. Don't rush away, it's not impossible for me to change my decision. Renmo Gegan said casually. The moment it was about to disappear, Xiao Chen manifested again and said, "Are you threatening me? Tell me, what do you want? I have a ruined city here." Speaking of this, a yellow light flashed in Gegan's petrified left hand, and a dilapidated ancient magic city emerged. Although it was only the size of a palm, the majestic and terrifying aura fluctuated like a vast ocean. "This is the ancient city where I used to sleep. It's a pity that it ended up like this. I woke up early." Zhe Gan sighed and said, "I'm very sorry about this. What do you want? I've heard that you brought 2 god cities to our world last time and caused a big disturbance. Since you have such resources, I want to make a deal with you. You use other abandoned cities to restore this god city for me. I will let all the creatures on the Kyushu go." Zhe Gan said casually. "You have such a big appetite, do you still want to take the last step?" Xiao Chen looked at him coldly. "I have already walked out of the city of God, so it is impossible to take the last step." Zhe Gan rubbed the broken ancient city in his hand, and said, "I just want to strengthen this city so that I can petrify another arm in the future." Speaking of this, Zhe Gan looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Well, let me give you another hope. If you restore the city of God for me, I will decide to completely preserve all the creatures on Kyushu and stop obliterating them. Although I know that your ancestors have done everything they can to take away a large number of ants, and there are already seeds of hope for the continuation. But I don't think you will have the heart to let the remaining ants be wiped out because of your unwillingness to cooperate, right? You a euro. Don't rush to answer me." At this point, Zhe Gan directly punched out the dilapidated city of God, and fled to Xiao Chen's approach. The palm-sized ancient city was already simple and unpretentious. Xiao Chen received it with his supreme strength. He had an impulse to smash it immediately, but he held back after all. "You can take Shencheng away and give it to me after it is repaired." Zhe Gan didn't seem worried at all. Xiao Chen searched every inch of the ruined god city with his powerful spiritual sense, and then disappeared into this world in a flash of light without saying anything. Brush. At this moment, the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds flew back from Kyushu and appeared in front of Zhe Gan. "My lord, how can you take such a risk? You can't hand over the city of God to him. What if he breaks your city body cruelly?" "It's okay, that's a trivial matter." Zhe Gan's expression was cloudy and unpredictable. In the process of returning to the world of death, Xiao Chen has been suppressing the palm-sized ancient city with the incomplete divine map and 2 sky marks. After returning, he chose a no-man's land, looked at the city carefully, stood silently for a long time, and finally made a decision. Boom! Shintu suppressed it, shook it repeatedly, and finally crushed the city. But at this moment, the moment the city of God collapsed, a rocky mountain flew out of it, with 3 swords sticking out of it. Chapter 556 Abnormal. The city of God was shattered, and a rocky mountain flew out, with 3 battle swords pierced on it, the light of the gods was dotted, and the sword energy was radiating. Town. Xiao Chen just uttered a single word, and the incomplete divine map in the sky was suppressed in an instant. At the same time, 2 sky marks also emerged, blocking the front. Shishan trembled and broke through from left to right, but did not break through the barrier, but was fixed in the field, and the 3 swords on it clanked. Xiao Chen frowned. Although the stone mountain is very hard and can be called a sacred mountain, there is nothing weird inside, and it can be easily suppressed, which is completely different from what he imagined. Break, Xiao Chen shouted. The formation slowly rotated, and crushed by it, the stone mountain cracked on the spot. Although it was a sacred mountain that had been sacrificed, it still cracked like porcelain in front of the divine map. The three war swords vibrated continuously and made clanging sounds, as if they had sensed the misty formation in the sky and were about to join them. Xiao Chen was stunned at the time. How could this happen? What on earth did Renmo Gegan want to do? How could he seal the three swords in the dilapidated ancient magic city? Wasn't this fulfilling him in vain? Did Jagan really think that he didn't dare to destroy the city, but would help him restore it completely? This is too exaggerated. Even so, the swords should not be stored in the ancient city, because there is no need to face such a risk. At this moment, Xiao Chen thought a lot, but his eyes became more and more fierce. He didn't dare to be careless, and fixed the collapsed city of God and the broken stone mountain there, and at the same time, he detained the three swords close to him, and looked them over carefully. The three war swords clanked and clanked, but there was no spiritual imprint or any special marks on them, so it could be said that they were ownerless. Go! Xiao Chen threw the three war swords into the divine map without hesitation, and sacrificed it with the misty formation map. The mysterious aura-like chaotic thin smoke flowed out. The three war swords slowly psychic, and finally seemed to have life, and shot out the gods that soared into the sky, tearing apart the thick lead cloud over the Death Continent. Clang clang clang. A burst of swords full of vitality resounded through the sky, shaking the outer regions of the Death Continent. The three swords were activated like the 30 swords in the past, and a misty mist enveloped them. The three battle swords floated motionless in the sky, their blades soaring straight into the sky, and an ancient pattern gradually formed between them, and then they shook violently. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the sky, and a wave of majestic power shook people's minds. It was powerful for hundreds of thousands of miles at once, but then all the divine power was restrained in an instant. A small corner of the broken array condensed out, floating in the sky, misty and mysterious. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly woke up. Could it be that human demon Gegan used him to call out the formation? Repairing the dilapidated primordial demon city, and petrifying an armor all fake, maybe this is what he wants. Xiao Chen acted quickly, and suppressed the great god map condensed by 30 swords, covering the incomplete corner of the formation map in an instant. Boom! There was a violent big collision, the formation slowly merged, and the fog was lingering, making it more and more mysterious. A small corner gradually appeared, which was larger than before. In the process of becoming complete, the mysterious power it possessed naturally became stronger. Smooth integration. Nothing happened in this exaggeration. At the same time, 33 war swords vibrated in the sky at the same time, their brilliance soared into the sky, and the 33 divine rainbows made the gloomy sky completely brilliant. Boom! Xiao Chen soared into the sky, filling the picture with his body, and the patterns all over his body emerged, condensing together with the divine picture in the sky. The chaotic mist swirled, and this side of the sky was completely sealed. As time goes by, the array is misty, and Xiao Chen condenses with it. At this moment, he seemed to be united with the Tao and transformed into eternity with his body. The divine map kept rotating, and the time and space there gradually became chaotic, and finally became an eternal point. The mysterious power seemed to freeze the world, and it was like this until more than 10 days later that there was a loud noise in the sky. Boom! The human being and the divine map were separated. Xiao Chen stood quietly for 3 days, and then slowly opened his eyes. His understanding of the divine map went a step further. What the hell does Jagan want to do? Is he really trying to use me to call out the map of the gods, gather the swords, and then snatch it? This is too arrogant. Xiao Chen has shown the map of the gods more than once. It's just, he is still in doubt. This is too arrogant. Now if he is fulfilled first, Jagan is so confident that he can take his map. Thinking back carefully on everything not long ago, Xiao Chen noticed that Jagan had asked him to defect to another world at the beginning, and it was not until the end that he asked him to restore the city of God. Defection. Thinking of all this, Xiao Chen shuddered. Countless years ago, there was a talented person from Kyushu who betrayed into another world. Could this person be Hima Euro? Euro, can he do it? As for what Jagan said, Xiao Chen will meet that person in the future, which is not contradictory to this conjecture, and the real meeting may be when the real identity is revealed. This is a bold and absurd conjecture, and Xiao Chen himself feels a little unbelievable. Could it be that Jagan was really the arrogant figure back then, who was enduring the humiliation, and now he is secretly fulfilling him? This is too surprising. Renmo Gegan killed his 9 elder brothers. Is this something that the supreme ancestor god of Kyushu can do? It can be said to be unfeeling and destructive to the extreme. If he was really bearing the burden of humiliation, then his sacrifice would be too great to show his loyalty by killing his 9 brothers with his own hands. This is a kind of cruel destruction and mental torture, which is simply unbearable. If it is true, this kind of ordeal is beyond anyone's imagination. How much courage is needed to make such a choice? Very ambitious. He is simply a man like a demon. Xiao Chen sighed and shook his head. He didn't know Zhe Gan's real origin, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. This bold conjecture is just a speculation for a moment, and it cannot be regarded as a real judgment. Moreover, when thinking of Zhe Gan ruthlessly obliterating the living beings in Kyushu, causing millions of people to lay dead on the ground in an instant, and blood flowing into rivers, Xiao Chen felt that his conjecture was too absurd. Whether it's trying to seize his formation, or having hidden secrets, in general Zhe Gan is very mysterious, this man is very extraordinary. Xiao Chen shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. From now on, he needs to be more cautious. The unworldly masters from other worlds are too scary, and it is conceivable that there will be other peerless figures appearing. Imprisoning the sand-like pieces of the city of God between his fingers between more than 30 war swords, Xiao Chen sealed them in his acupuncture points. Perhaps it is really necessary to restore the city. Yanwang, Zulong and others went to the depths of the dead continent. Xiao Chen felt that he should also explore in it. He decided to find a dead city to refine it. In this way, Xiao Chen started on the road alone. With his current cultivation base, he can naturally move forward at a rapid speed. Even if there is a king and a giant city, he cannot stop him. However, he was not in a hurry to advance, but went on foot, even proclaiming himself a god, and re-appreciating the hardships of mortals trekking through mountains and rivers. With the mentality of returning to the original point, he sharpened his mind and wanted to improve his spiritual cultivation. Along the way, Xiao Chen fought against the harsh environment and the bone creatures that often appeared. He recultivated himself with various mysterious methods in the past, and re-realized with experiences he had never had before. This journey lasted for more than 10 years, and Xiao Chen gradually transformed from a mortal who could only fight ordinary fire creatures to a monk who could fight super-colored diamond fire creatures. After going through a whole new experience, all kinds of tribulations made his mind a lot stronger, and his spiritual consciousness was obviously condensed a lot. In the 17th year, Xiao Chen killed 3 colorful skeletons, and finally provoked the king to attack, and finally forced him to lift the seal and kill the king. After 17 years of experience, from the battle with bone creatures to the final fierce battle with the king, he has been honing his spiritual power from beginning to end, and his spiritual consciousness has finally broken through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven. It was at this time that he entered the depths of the world of death. After arriving in this brand new field, it is no longer possible to see King City. After stepping here, even if he is as powerful as Xiao Chen, he has to be cautious. Kai, a ray of killing light pierced the heaven and earth, traversed hundreds of miles, and passed away in an instant, passing by Xiao Chen. This is the depths of the death continent. Dangers exist all the time. Even ancestor god-level powerhouses should not take it lightly, or they may suffer serious injuries at any time. Finally approaching the mysterious world of death, Xiao Chen said to himself, standing on this land with magical power. It is not the deepest part of the death world, but it is already a real mysterious place. After walking inward for less than 1,000 miles, Xiao Chengan saw many unimaginable sights. He saw a huge skeleton with a height of 10,000 meters, standing quietly in front of a mountain of bones. The bones were hard and difficult to destroy, but there was no fluctuation of divine power. He saw a fairy garden, lush and luxuriant, full of aura, but the fairy garden was surrounded by endless white bones, and evil spirits lingered around. He saw a piece of ancient ruins, desolate and terrifying. Every half an hour there would be screams, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the source of the sound in the ruins. He saw a white mist, and there were bursts of hymns coming out of it, but he couldn't get close to it. The hazy white mist traveled through time and space like a ghost, and quickly disappeared before his eyes. In this real place of the dead world, Xiao Chen only walked 1,000 li before he felt waves of evil spirits, and he always felt that all this was abnormal. A few days later, Xiao Chen finally found the first ancient magic city in the depths of the world of death. The ancient city stood quietly on the ground, looking extraordinarily silent. Xiao Chen strode forward. He wanted to test whether the existence in this city was completely dead. But at this moment, he stopped suddenly, because a figure suddenly appeared in front of the city gate, from the void to solid. "You are here," came the calm words. That person was neither a bone creature nor a stone man, but a slender Taoist in an ancient Taoist robe, with 4 immortal swords on his back was facing him. Chapter 557 Severe Cold, sorry, take a day off. I caught a cold today, sorry, take a day off. Chapter 558 The Origin of the Divine Map. The slender Taoist, wearing a very old Taoist robe, is the style of ancient times, with 4 fairy swords on his back, and his back is facing Xiao Chen. In the depths of this dead world, although bone remains can be seen everywhere, it is really not easy to see a flesh and blood person. Are you waiting for me? Xiao Chen stopped, stood on the cold ground, and asked, who are you? The Taoist turned around slowly, with black beard and hair, a calm face and deep eyes, and said, did you forget? Having said that, his appearance gradually became blurred, and then an imposing Taoist reappeared in front of Xiao Chen. It's you, Master Tongtian. Xiao Chen was startled. How could he forget all the past events in the past? During the catastrophe of false gods, he personally buried a group of superpowers. And Tongtian's virtual body has even appeared in the world of death. He has dealt with him a long time ago, and once said that he was waiting for him in front of the ancient magic city deep in the world of death. It seems that your background is not small. Xiao Chen looked at him firmly. Now that his cultivation base is comparable to that of the ancestor god, he will naturally not be afraid of any opponent. The Taoist in front showed an indifferent smile, and said, Tongtian is just a symbol, which has long since ceased to exist. As for me, I will live with the world and be indelible. What is your origin? Xiao Chen had already vaguely known a terrible fact. In the real world, the human mind has unimaginable power, and the gods of other worlds use this to make many illusory characters come out of the hearts of all living beings and truly manifest in this world. And some unworldly and tyrannical creatures in the world of death are so powerful that they can project in Kyushu in the 4 worlds, and some fragmentary shadows can be condensed with illusory false gods. The Taoist in front of him. If he guessed correctly, he might be one of those tyrannical beings, and he is indeed an extremely dangerous and terrifying person. The leader of Tongtian sect died early, you can call me Zushan. The Taoist in front looked indifferent, and his appearance returned to the most previous appearance. In the world of death, a tyrannical unknown creature once threw fragments of shadows into Kyushu and the Sifang world. Standing in front of him at this moment, Xiao Chen had to be prepared. In this way, other illusory false gods have also come back to life in disguise. Xiao Chen asked. Wrong, I'll correct it again. The former illusory body has been destroyed. The me you saw is the real prototype powerhouse. The Taoist in front looked indifferent, but it made people feel chills, and said, however, you can hardly see other people's prototypes except me. Why? Xiao Chen asked puzzled. Because time is too long, and time can erase everything. The Taoist in front said without rushing, many of the projections of the world of death entered that world endless years ago. During this long period of time, the projections may have been preserved, but the body of the owner of the world of death has long since disappeared in the long river of history. Now, except for me, I am afraid that you will hardly see other people's prototypes again. Xiao Chen didn't feel relieved, his expression was still serious, and he said, so, there used to be many strong people who took the last step in this world. How is this possible? There are not many Zeons who can project into another world. Perhaps it should be said that they are rare. The projection is fragmented. Maybe the projection of one Zeon can be scattered into more than a dozen strands. The Taoist in front of him, who called himself Zushan, was indifferent from beginning to end, without any emotional fluctuations when he spoke. Then what is your purpose in stopping me here today? Xiao Chen asked the most critical question. Naturally, I want to settle the past grievances with you. Speaking of this, Taoist Zushan's expression became more and more icy, and the 4 fairy swords on his back clanked and jumped out of the scabbard automatically. The cold murderous aura broke through the thick lead cloud in the sky. I'm afraid it's more than that. Xiao Chen stood in the distance and said, in the past, not long after I awakened in the world of death, I had already fought against your phantom. You said that you would wait for me in front of the ancient magic city deep in the continent of death. At this point, Xiao Chen frowned and said, at the beginning, your power in the outer regions of the world of death was not strong, but now it seems to have skyrocketed to an appalling level. You. Xiao Chen looked at him in amazement. Thinking of this, he guessed a lot of things in an instant, and said, you are also a projection now. It's not your real body, and the distance from here to your god city should not be very far away, so your projection is very powerful. At this moment, Xiao Chen was shocked by his instant deduction, then stared at the primordial demon city in front of him, and said, could it be the primordial demon city where you are sleeping? At this moment, you are the phantom manifestation of the main body in the city. You're wrong, I'm not a phantom. The slender and indifferent Taoist said calmly, I'm formed by condensing some spiritual thoughts. This is very bad news. If the terrifying beings in the primordial demon city do not want to give up the last step, they will not be able to step out of the divine city no matter what, and this person in front of him is actually part of the spirit of that level of terrifying figure who has such a means to successfully step out of the primordial demon city. You're right, I'm waiting for you for another purpose. It's too far away, and I don't have the ability to go. After all, I'm taking the last step. The divine sense can't be too far away from the body, and I can only wait for you in the depths of the continent of death. I want. At this point, the Taoist in front of him shot out two terrifying rainbow lights from his eyes, and shot towards Xiao Chen. Clang clang, two battle swords appeared in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the two rainbow rays, and made harsh metal trills. What do you want? Xiao Chen asked coldly. I want to kill you. Taoist's body suddenly became faint and hazy, but there was a sharp sword intent coming out of it, deeply shaking the death continent. A cloud of wispy mist rises up, really like fairy fog, but in an instant, four sharp sword chi slash out, domineering and tyrannical. There is no doubt that it is definitely the combat power of the ancestor god level. Dang dang, Xiao Chen shifted shape and changed positions, his body was like a dream, avoiding the hazy white mist, and at the same time, several swords stood in front of him, swaying vertically and horizontally, blocking the slashing of the four fairy swords. It's impossible for you to wait here to kill me. What's your purpose? Xiao Chen didn't believe his words. If you live alive, ask again. The indifferent Taoist became more and more fierce, turning into a white mist, controlling four immortal swords, slashing vertically and horizontally. Do you want to test my strength? Xiao Chen said coldly. I am very disgusted with other people's pretentious temptations. Don't blame me for being ruthless, shattering your divine sense, smashing the ancient magic city behind you, and making you regret through the ages. Xiao Chen's voice turned cold. 33 swords rushed out, and slashed towards the four fairy swords in front, their radiance soared to the sky and their brilliance was brilliant. Clang clang, ding dong ping pong. The deafening sound of metal collisions was endless, and more than 30 war swords were like 30 lightning bolts tearing apart the dark sky shrouded in lead clouds. Sparks shot out, sword energy filled the air, shocking gaps appeared on the four fairy swords, and some places were almost completely broken. Boom! A moment later, the four war swords shattered, and were crushed into iron filings by the divine splendor of the 33 war swords, and fell to the ground. Swipe, fighting the sword and dancing, straight to the hazy white mist in front of you. A cold snort came out, and in the white mist, two terrifying lights lit up in an instant. They were a pair of eyes. There was a frightening yellow light shining. The yellow on that is close to golden is not holy, but has a cold feeling. There are no pupils, only two yellow eyes, which is very scary. The hairs all over Xiao Chen's body stood up immediately. He felt a great danger. It was the supernatural power possessed only by the supreme ancestor god, and it was not the first time he had seen that yellow light. More than 10 years ago, the stone man who took the last step successfully with only a short step was almost invincible in the world, and the light he emitted was Wangmeng. Moreover, the light emitted by the destroyed stone man who caused chaos in another world was also yellow. This kind of light that is not dazzling and hazy seems to be the stone man's patent. Clang! The sound shook the sky, and 33 war swords flew back in an instant, bursting out bright light in front of Xiao Chen. Then, a misty and incomplete divine map emerged and slowly rotated. Chi-chi, two yellow rays of light rushed towards it in an instant, and the world trembled suddenly. Bang bang, the divine figure rotated like an immortal sky shield, and collided with two yellow lights, making dull sounds. Like the beating of the heavenly drum, like the trembling of the sun and the moon, everything around became hazy, and mysterious and evil forces collided violently. Boom! Even the majestic primordial demon city in front of it was trembling, bursting out with a monstrous terrifying aura, and this area was completely sealed off by a supreme mighty force. Boom boom! The horrifying sound directly acts on the human soul. The misty world is full of powerful divine power fluctuating, and finally, like the sky being smashed by a giant hammer, after a sudden earthquake, this world gradually becomes clear. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked by the opponent's strength. Although it couldn't compare with the stone man's combat power, it couldn't compare with the real supreme ancestor god, but it definitely surpassed the ordinary ancestor god. You must know that this is not the opponent's body, but only a part of the divine thoughts condensed. The tyrannical existence that can be projected on the Kyushu and the quartet world has gone through countless years and has not perished. It is really hard to guess the depth. As expected, as expected. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the Taoist manifested again, standing in front of the ancient magic city, staring at the divine map in front of Xiao Chen, and said to himself, the escaped formation map really reappeared, my feeling is not wrong. The other party's words contained a lot of information, and Xiao Chen's heart was shocked. This Taoist waited for him for the divine map. The other party had a premonition long ago that the divine map seemed to have a major connection with the world of death. I have already had a hunch that the god map that escaped will reappear, I don't want to show it in the sword this time. The Taoist was talking to himself, and at the same time, his eyes became brighter. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The information revealed by the Taoist's words was really astonishing. Could it be said that the battle map did not exist because of the battle sword, but reappeared with the help of the battle sword? The words of the other party are obviously credible, expressing their inner thoughts. The war sword was born in the eternal light, and the most evil place where the eternal light is conceived is the world of death. The divine map seems to be older than Mr. Zonjian. In this way, it is really scary. The god map may have existed before the war sword in endless years, and it was very likely that it was born in this world of death at the earliest. The Taoist in front of him may be a very ancient creature. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so tyrannical that it can be projected to several other worlds when Nirvana is in the ancient magic city. The escaped one was born innately. This is the divine map, which was born earlier than the Kyushu and the Sifang world, and it seems that it is not a lie. And this dead world, what happened in that distant past? The whole world was extinguished, and the divine map disappeared, reappearing after endless years. It's not so much that you're waiting for me, it's better to say that you're plotting for God. Xiao Chen stared at the Taoist in front of him. I really want the divine map, but it seems that I can't get it if I don't have my body. The Taoist, who was wearing the ancient Taoism, stood there quietly, with a calm face, and said, I'm waiting here to wait for the divine map to appear. Now that my wish has come true, I would like to cooperate with you instead of taking it by force. Cooperate with me? Xiao Chen sneered. Even if the other party took it by force, he could keep it, unless the other party really showed his true body, so he calmly asked, what are your plans? I want to use your divine map to kill someone. The Taoist's voice was a little cold, as if he was very jealous of that person. What does it have to do with me when you kill people? Why should I cooperate with you? Do you still remember Hong Jun? The Taoist asked with bright eyes. Of course I remember, Xiao Chen replied. Hong Jun is the projection of that person. The Taoist's voice was very powerful, like thunder shaking. His projection. The pupils of Xiao Chen's eyes shrank suddenly. He had been thinking about this question for a long time, and there was always a shadow in his heart. The Taoist is so powerful, the main body is definitely making the last step, and his projection is no more than a half ancestor. And the tyrannical creature projected on Hong Jun will be extremely terrifying and terrifying. With the help of human spiritual power, its projection has already become the ancestor god. The prototype body that exists really makes him uneasy. Only Shintu can kill him. Taoist's words seem to confirm the horror of that person. What does killing him have to do with me? Xiao Chen's answer was very cold. Although the shattered Hong Jun is just a projection, he is an ancestor god after all. It costs a lot to create an ancestor god-level powerhouse across a world. Do you think that person can cancel you like me? He won't let you go easily. When he comes to the door, I will naturally respond to him. Xiao Chen was still calm, and had no intention of cooperating at all. I'm really talking to you with sincerity. The Taoist in front of the ancient magic city stared at Xiao Chen and said, otherwise, will I patiently explain it to you? But I'm too busy to take care of myself right now. It's impossible to help you kill a stone man who is about to take or has already taken the last step. Xiao Chen was unmoved, but instead said, if you help me go to another world to deal with some powerful enemies first, then I may be able to help you with peace of mind. A sneer suddenly came from the front of the ancient magic city, and the figure of the Taoist gradually became hazy, and said, don't think that I really can't kill you. Xiao Chen suddenly became indifferent, and said, then you try it, I am afraid that the person who fell is not me, but yourself. Boom. At this moment, a monstrous yellow light burst out, the Taoist seemed to be petrified, and a layer of stone armor was condensed, exuding a palpitating breath, staring at Xiao Chen like a wild beast. Boom. The Taoist shattered the heavens and the earth with a slight shock, rushed to Xiao Chen's approach in one step, and shouted, this is the world of death, not the world of Kyushu and Sifang. Ask again, would you like to cooperate? Xiao Chen sneered, not wanting to shake him head-on. His body was like lightning, and he was far away from this area in an instant. He didn't want to fight to the death with the other party. According to his speculation, the Taoist couldn't stay away from his own body, so he couldn't stay too far away from the primordial demon city, otherwise his ability would drop sharply. Therefore, even if you really want to fight the Taoist, you have to be thousands of miles away. Only when you are right can you kill the opponent with less effort. Brush. With a flash of yellow light, the Taoist in stone armor intercepted Xiao Chen in an instant, and his speed was almost terrifying. I really want to cooperate with you, otherwise you will regret it. The person I want to kill will definitely be your enemy in the future, and he will be an invincible and terrifying enemy. The Taoist is still trying to persuade. However, Xiao Chen responded to him with actions, his body shook, traveled through time and space, and disappeared from his eyes. Boom! The Taoist cut through the passage of time and space with a palm knife, and forcibly cut off Xiao Chen's way. Boom! Xiao Chen was shocked, his eyes were icy cold, and he rolled forward. Rumbling. The terrifying sound was deafening, the misty mist surged forward, God's plan wiped out all obstacles, and the Taoist seemed to be very scrupulous, not daring to face the front, and immediately hid to the side and shot at Xiao Chen. Boom! Shintu flew around, reaching the limit, and suppressed Taoist. You forced me, the Taoist shouted coldly, and a stone spear appeared in his hand. Although simple and unpretentious, it makes people palpitate. The stone spear is in your hands. Xiao Chen was very surprised, and immediately recognized that it was the stone spear suppressed in the dilapidated ancient city in the Styx River. That day, he flew to the depths of the world of death, not wanting to be acquired by this Taoist. Boom! The Taoist picked up the formation with a stone spear, and suddenly a monstrous divine power erupted, both of them were shocked, and they flew out together. Xiao Chen was surprised, this Taoist is not his body, but he still has such terrifying power, it is hard to imagine how terrifying his body will be when he is born. Brush. This time, Xiao Chen successfully broke through, overcoming the obstruction of the Taoist. The primordial demon city far away from you, I wonder if you still dare to chase it down. Xiao Chen froze in the distance, wanting to fight the Taoist. Boom! At this moment, in the distant area behind the Taoist, the primordial demon city suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards it. In an instant, it flew into the sky of this area, hanging above the Taoist's head. Okay, I'll prove it to you. The Taoist pointed to Xiao Chen, and the immemorial demon city above his head, like a big seal, came down towards Xiao Chen with a bang. This change was very sudden. Xiao Chen didn't expect that the other party would dare to pull up the city of God, isn't he afraid of damaging his own foundation? My power is beyond what you can imagine. This is my second ancient magic city for Nirvana. The Taoist's voice was very cold, exuding strong confidence, and he was still patiently persuading him, saying, cooperate with me, there will be nothing but benefits, and there is still time to think about it. Boom! At the same time, Xiao Chen shook the primordial demon city that descended from the sky with a divine map, and the depths of the death continent trembled. He flew upside down for a long distance before stopping his figure, and said, you can cooperate if you want me to. Tell me the secret method of impacting the stone man's realm, and give me this primordial demon city. If you want to ask for it, you must first pay. Okay, no problem, the Taoist agreed without hesitation. I had a bad cold yesterday and couldn't write anything. I will add a chapter in a few days. Chapter 559, Visitor from Heaven. Chapter 2 The Celestial Visitors. The Taoist didn't hesitate at all. An ancient magic city about taking the last step gave it away as soon as it said it, very straightforward and decisive. This had to make Xiao Chen ponder, is the divine map so important? In the eyes of the tyrannical creatures in the dead world, it seems to have an extraordinary meaning. Why don't you believe it? The Taoist was covered in stone armor, standing in the sky, and above it was the ancient magic city, standing tall and suppressed, surrounded by lead clouds. You first tell me the secret method of impacting the realm of the stone man. Xiao Chen stood in the void, facing the Taoist. Are you sure you really want to know this secret technique? Why not? Xiao Chen asked. If you don't reach the corresponding realm, if you rush to the stone man realm, I'm afraid you will be in danger of falling instantly. My self-control is not that bad. Although Xiao Chen looked calm, there was indeed a trace of curiosity in his heart. What kind of secrets did the stone man realm hide? The Taoist looked at him, and said, here is my stone man road. While speaking, 2 yellow light flew out of his eyes, and shot towards Xiao Chen. Ding! Xiao Chen intercepted 2 rainbow beams with a war sword, and then pointed at them, some halos rippling out, flowing into Xiao Chen's heart like water waves. He began to refine with divine consciousness. The mysterious and terrifying stone man road slowly unfolded in front of his eyes. It is no longer possible to describe the stone man's road as a narrow escape, and it can almost be called the road of self-destruction. All kinds of hardships and tribulations cut across the front like a natural moat. There is simply no way forward. There is only a faint light, flickering at the end of the misty sky, indicating that there is a higher realm there. But where is the way? Almost impossible to see. Xiao Chen memorized one by one silently in his heart, and it may not be his cultivation classics, but it is a precious and important kind of reference, because looking at all walks of life, stone men are almost invisible and their cultivation method is too precious. Everyone has their own way. My stone man's way may be different from others, and it may not suit you at all. The Taoist in the sky reminded Xiao Chen. Of course I know. Xiao Chen nodded, and then asked, but how can I be sure that this is the real stone man method? I won't lie to you. If you want to identify, unless you walk on the stone man road now. It's impossible. Xiao Chen shook his head. The road to the stone man is too difficult, and the experience of the predecessors is very important. Xiao Chen wants to collect enough stone man's methods before he can really reach that level. Of course, the premise is that the method is correct. Then use this to experience it for the first time. Having said that, the Taoist threw the stone spear in his hand at Xiao Chen. The stone spear is simple and unpretentious, but it pierced through the void in an instant, and appeared in front of Xiao Chen in an instant, hanging there quietly. Use the stone man method to push this spear and see how powerful it is. But I want to remind you, don't overdo it, otherwise you may be petrified on the spot, and your life will be wiped out. This was a dangerous attempt, but Xiao Chen was not afraid. He held the ancient spear in both hands, and slightly shook his divine power according to the stone man method. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous aura erupted centered on Xiao Chen's body, and the land of death suddenly made a crackling sound, splitting into terrifying gaps. The stone spear emitted a hazy yellow light, and Xiao Chen's arms were also stiff, and a layer of stone skin appeared on the surface of his hands, which was about to petrify. Boom! Xiao Chen shook his hands, little yellow brilliance rippling out, his hands were freed from the stiff state, and the stone spear was simple and unadorned again. I would like to add a condition now, because it is difficult for me to be sure whether this stone man method is true or not. I want this stone spear to make up for it. Xiao Chen made such a request. You are really a lion. I have already told you the way you want to break into the stone man's realm. Even my ancient magic city of Nirvana was given to you without hesitation. Are you not satisfied? The Taoist in the sky lowered his face. Xiao Chen was very calm, and said, I have been very reluctant to start a war with the ancestor gods. If I get involved in disputes in your kind of realm, it will be close to death. Without corresponding temptations, it is difficult for me to take risks. It's impossible. The Taoist in the sky turned gloomy and said, your request is too much. Now that Xiao Chen has obtained the stone man method, it is obviously impossible for the Taoist to let him go like this. The primordial demon city above the head was rumbling, like a town of millions of magic mountains above, and the overwhelming violent aura became more and more fierce. You are willing to give away even the primordial demon city, so why would you value a stone soldier so much? Xiao Chen had already suspected that this stone spear might be the weapon left by the stone man who had successfully taken the last step, otherwise it would be impossible for the tyrannical creatures in the dead world to value it so much. At present, it is my strongest reliance, I can't give it to you. The Taoist said with a sullen face, you may have guessed it. The origin of this stone spear is unusual. It is a completely perfect stone soldier. That's right. Xiao Chen knew that even if they forced each other, the other party would not be able to compromise, and would very likely attack him. He stared at the second ancient magic city, and said, you said this is the second ancient city for Nirvana. What's going on? Since I can successfully differentiate part of my divine sense, I can naturally reshape a new me and capture some ancient cities of dying stone men. The Taoist replied calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. Wouldn't it mean that he had a second life, and the hope of Shi Renlu was slim? If he did this, he would have another foundation. I know what you're thinking, but I'm sorry to tell you that if you want to hit the last step, you must unite all your spiritual thoughts to have a chance of success. I did this so that I can control everything in the outside world, so that I won't be ignorant of the changes in the world. The Taoist's words shattered the little hope in Xiao Chen's heart. Living in this world, as long as you haven't reached the perfect state, you can't ignore the changes in the world for a day, or you will only be a little short, and you may eventually turn into a pile of loess. The Taoist seemed to have feelings, and said it very casually. I got your stone man method, but you refused to give me the stone spear. If I leave, I will really feel sorry for you. However, I don't want to get involved in your disputes too early. I am afraid that I will be wiped out at any time. I can promise to cooperate with you, but I can only join hands with you after I reach the 9th heaven of the ancestor god. I never thought of asking you to take action now. The Taoist shook his head again when he said this, and said, but I can't wait until you reach the 9th heaven of the ancestor god. I think when you reach the realm of the 6th heaven, you can shake the masters of the 9th heaven. Having said that, his gaze suddenly became sharp, as if he wanted to see through everything about Xiao Chen. But what we have to face is the stone man. I won't make a move until we reach the 9 heavens. Xiao Chen was very resolute, he didn't want to put himself to death. 7th heaven, I can only wait for you until 7th heaven. The Taoist's tone was very appraised. I'll take a step back, the 8th heaven. If I don't reach the 8th heaven, I will never make a move. Xiao Chen didn't regard the Taoist in front of him as a kind person, and he couldn't help him for nothing. The other party is definitely not a good person, and he may turn against him at any time in the future. Okay, it's the 8th heaven, I'll wait for you. The Taoist seemed very determined, with sharp eyes, and said, I think your world will no longer exist in the near future, and you can't escape even if you want to. You can only belong to the world of the dead. Stop talking nonsense, let's use the ancient magic city. Xiao Chen looked directly at the Taoist and the giant city in the sky. I'll give it to you in 3,000 years. Said the Taoist. Impossible, do people in your realm bargain like ordinary people? Xiao Chen sneered. Okay, I'll give it to you. The Taoist's momentum suddenly became fierce, and he said, if you think that after you get the benefits, you can just leave and have nothing to do with me from now on, then correct your mistake. If you break today's agreement, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will wipe out everyone who is related to you from this world one by one. Boom, the primordial demon city trembled and landed on the ground from above the Taoist's head, and then a burst of yellow light soared into the sky, flooding the world at once. The primordial demon city trembled violently, and the essence of life in it flowed up like a waterfall, condensing towards the Taoist. I don't want an abandoned city. Xiao Chen shouted from a distance. Don't worry, I only take away what belongs to me, and everything in the original city will be preserved. The Taoist was shrouded in endless yellow brilliance, absorbing the life force like a black hole. Boom, with the last loud noise, the primordial demon city stopped shaking and completely fell silent. The yellow brilliance around the Taoist slowly merged into his body, and his aura became even more compelling. He formed a handprint towards the giant city below. Rumble. In the primordial demon city, a dilapidated stone man was detained, but his fire of life had already been nearly extinguished, and he seemed to be still in a long sleep at this moment. The body was dilapidated, only a section of the leg bone and the skull were petrified, the other parts were almost decayed, and the flesh and blood festered on the white bones. This is the original owner of the ancient city, but the fire of his life can't last for a few years. The Taoist proved to Xiao Chen that he hadn't touched everything that belonged to the ancient magic city, and then sent the stone man who could not be revived back to the city. The proud generation of the past has fallen into such a situation now. Xiao Chen was quite emotional. How could it be possible for someone who was able to walk out of the stone man's road to be a mediocre person? But so what? I want to go one step further, but in the end I will decay and return to dust. He was originally an invincible hero of the world, but in the end he was randomly detained like a dead dog, which is really pitiful and lamentable. No wonder the three supreme ancestor gods in the foreign world would rather be as silent as a rock, guarding the eternal unknown place, rather than walk on the stone road. The hands of the Taoists in the sky kept forming seals, showing a mysterious method that Xiao Chen had never seen before, and streaks of yellow brilliance hit the ancient magic city. In the past, I have already refined this city, and now I will pass it on to you. It should be easy for you to take over. As the yellow brilliance continued to lay down, the primordial demon city was shrinking rapidly, and later it was suspended in the void like a big seal. In the end, the primordial demon city was refined by the Taoist until it was only the size of a palm, and he held it in the center of his palm. You use the divine map to refine this city. By the way, I want to see if there is any change in the divine map. The Taoist beat the palm-sized ancient magic city towards Xiao Chen. Bursts of mist surged. Although the primordial demon city was small, its momentum remained undiminished. It still gave people a heavy and majestic feeling, making people restless. Xiao Chen sacrificed the divine map, slowly rotated, suppressed the ancient city, and began to refine it. The misty mist is surging, and the divine power is surging here, like turbulent waves hitting the shore, like chaotic rocks piercing through the sky, shaking the heavens. Time passed, and it lasted for 3 full days. Xiao Chen completely took over this ancient magic city. In the future, if you want to walk the stone man's road, with such a ready-made ancient city, you will save a lot of life and energy. Taoist said so. It's not the divine city that I condensed with my life, I'm afraid it will eventually be a sandcastle. Xiao Chen sneered. Brush. After being refined, the primordial demon city was taken into the divine diagram by him. With a flash of light, the divine diagram and the battle sword were submerged into his body. At this moment, the Taoist seemed to be startled, and shouted, "Wait a minute, summon the divine map and battle sword." Xiao Chen stared at him and said, "Why, do you regret it?" "It has nothing to do with me, it's about your safety." The Taoist shouted, "There is a problem with Zhongjian." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was startled. When he left Kyushu 17 years ago, Gegan asked him to restore the city of God. When he came back, he smashed the ancient city and rushed out 3 swords, which he put away and refined. Regarding this matter, he always had great doubts in his heart. He didn't know whether Gegan was trying to fulfill him on purpose, or he was trying to plot something. Brush. Xiao Chen sacrificed his swords at the first moment. 33 swords were suspended in the void, and each one was shining brightly, shining a divine brilliance that would make the sun, moon, mountains and rivers pale. The Taoist in the sky held a stone spear and came up to him in an instant, pointed at the 3 swords, and said, "There is a problem with these 3. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. It was the 3 battle swords used by human demon Gegan. "Put away the other swords, and let me take a closer look." The Taoist showed a dignified look. Clang clang. Xiao Chen put away the other battle swords and retreated, while Shintu defended the front from beginning to end, and he always had to guard against this Taoist. Someone left marks on these 3 swords. The Taoist pressed the 3 swords with a stone spear, and said solemnly, "This person is not simple, it can be said to be very not simple." Impossible. Xiao Chen didn't believe it, and said, "I checked and refined it earlier, how could there be someone else's mark? This man is very powerful. He has already simulated the divine power rules of War Sword, and imprinted that very weak imprint on the divine power of War Sword. He is also a part of this divine power rule. It is really difficult to be noticed. The power of this man's spiritual consciousness is terrifying." Taoist made such a high evaluation of Renmo Gegan. Xiao Chen's complexion was very ugly, he didn't expect to be fooled by Gegan, it was really a lie, he said in a deep voice, "If he does this, can he bite me back at any time?" "That's not true. After all, it's a weak imprint. Once you discover it, it will be wiped out at any time." Speaking of this, the Taoist said in a condensed voice, "This person is really not simple. He wants to imitate everything about Zhongjian, assimilate with Zhongjian, gradually strengthen his spiritual sense, and finally use his spiritual mind to fully understand everything about Zhongjian. He even wants to forcefully imitate the divine map. However, he probably doesn't know that the divine map cannot be imitated by people, and he can't do it." At the end, the Taoist looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I never imagined that such a person would stare at you. This person is not simple. He is a difficult person with considerable strength. He only petrified one arm." Xiao Chen swiped his hand, and the figure of the human devil Gegan appeared in the void, and the stone wall was particularly eye-catching. The Taoist just glanced at it lightly, and said, "Whether petrification is completed or not, one cannot absolutely judge a person's combat power. Some people are only one step away from the last step. They seem to be extremely powerful and sweep the invincible opponents in the world. But he is a loser after all. He has consumed too much life essence and blood. He may not be able to match the individual people who walk out of the primordial demon city automatically with blood essence and vitality." What? Xiao Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he knew that there was such a secret on Stone Ren Road, and the amount of petrification was not the only criterion for judging combat power. That man Mo Gegan, he seems to have walked out of the city of God by himself, because he once said that many people, including himself, did not expect that the fire of life would not be extinguished, and eventually the essence and blood would flourish and survive. It was he who left the city of God himself. Xiao Chen was startled in his heart, and said, "With these imprints, can he see where I am, and even break through the shield of the world of death with supernatural power, and come here through time?" "That's not enough." The Taoist said with a sneer, "The world of death carries too many secrets, how could it be so easy to come to it like other worlds?" But, at this point, the Taoist frowned slightly, and said, "If there are several masters of this level, it will be hard to say." Xiao Chen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, shot out in an instant, covered the 3 battle swords with the divine map, carefully sensed the imprint imitating the divine power of the battle swords, and wiped them out instantly. At the same time, on a flat boat outside Kyushu, a middle-aged man with a somewhat decadent, melancholy, and misty temperament suddenly raised his head, and two extremely sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. The fingers who were playing the guzheng broke the string with a ding, and the vast sea suddenly surged into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. Alas! He sighed softly, it was that man Mo Gegan. In the world of death, the Taoist left without any delay, without giving Xiao Chen any more chances to ask questions. Xiao Chen practiced quietly in the same place for more than 3 months, completely controlled the ancient magic city, and completely smelted the stone chips of Gegan's shattered god city into the ancient magic city, making the two condense into one. I don't know what's going on in Kyushu. Xiao Chen decided to go back to Kyushu to have a look. When Xiao Chen made this decision, auspicious clouds and auspicious colors surrounded Kyushu overseas, and 4 ancestor gods from other worlds led the way, leading a mysterious monk to the sea area where Jaegon was located. Sitting cross-legged on a flat boat, Jaegon was as serene as a lotus, and his temperament was dusty. He glanced lightly at the mysterious monk in the sky, and said, "Visitors from the celestial world are really good tricks. The 7 demon maps seal the road to the sky, and you still have a way to get down." The person on Shangyan and Rusai is a middle-aged woman, very dignified and beautiful, with a holy aura beyond dust. She descended slowly and said, "I'm going down to the world just to pass on an order." Ling Yu. Jaegon smiled lightly, and said, "Does Tianji really think that he is superior?" The dignified and holy middle-aged woman's expression remained unchanged, and she landed on the sea, only 100 feet away from the boat. There was a sneer at the corner of Gegan's mouth, and he said, "Do you represent the middle school, the alien school, or the Kyushu school?" "I've been in a neutral position the whole time." "Ha ha." Jaegon laughed, almost madly, very disrespectful, even presumptuous, and said, "The neutral faction, it's just a sloppy wall. Whichever side is stronger, it will fall to that side." "You." The middle-aged beautiful woman's expression turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "What face do you have to humiliate others, and you are nothing but a traitor?" "What are you talking about?" Jaegan's expression gradually turned cold. The middle-aged beautiful woman shook her hand and threw a letter at Jaegon, and said coldly, "Are you afraid of being told if you have done it?" After she finished speaking, she flew into the air, and was about to leave here by driving Ruikai and Shang-yun. After reading the letter, Jaegon stared at the beautiful middle-aged woman who was about to leave in the sky with a calm expression. His words were as cold as the voice of a demon in an ice cave, echoing across the entire overseas. "Since you're here, don't leave." The words are very simple, but it seems to have a terrible magic power, shaking the soul of the ancestor god-level powerhouse. "You want to do something to me?" The middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly turned around and said, "You want to start a war with the heavens?" "Well, a euro. Jaegon sighed softly, stopped looking at the sky at all, and sat cross-legged on the boat quietly, as if he was a little absent-minded. The middle-aged beautiful woman glanced down coldly, then turned around again, and was about to fly away. "Did I let you go?" Gegan's cold voice sounded again. The hearts of the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds around them were shocked, and everyone felt a deep sense of fear. It was obvious that they were terrified, but they still reminded, "My lord, she is." And the dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman in the sky also stopped in her tracks, turned around and stared at him coldly. "I know she's from the heavens, so what?" Jaegon said coldly, indifferently, "Just now, I thought of some past events, and I feel very uncomfortable." Next to it, the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds broke out in a cold sweat. It was not the first time Jaegon said such words. There were rumors among some powerful people in the other world. If he said such words, the ancestors would be embarrassed for a long time. Sure enough, Jaegan's temperament changed drastically in an instant, like a butcher's knife drawn out of its sheath. Although there was no bloody scene, this world was already more eerie than the Shira field. "Are you really going to make a move?" The middle-aged beautiful woman's expression froze, and she was completely ready to fight. "Wrong, I want to kill you." Jaegan's expression changed suddenly, and he became extremely ferocious in an instant. Although he hadn't moved yet, the sleeve of his left arm suddenly shattered, and the surrounding world was instantly shattered. It was that stone wall. Although it was simple and unpretentious, it exuded an aura that even the ancestor god-level powerhouses felt frightened. The sea area was sealed with divine power. "You are causing big trouble." The middle-aged beautiful woman was preparing to break through while exerting divine power like a vast ocean. "Is it a big disaster? I always thought I was a big disaster." If there is still one, just come. Jaegon stood up, and Shibi Tang raised his left fist, yelling, "Death!" The huge arm immediately turned into a thick mountain, stretching across the sky. Nothing could stop it, and the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds were knocked out in the aftermath. The stone fist shatters everything, destroys everything. The middle-aged beautiful woman was surprised to find that she couldn't stop it at all, which was really terrifying. Her self-defense aegis and several treasures were shattered in the first place, and at the same time, the divine light of life that protected her body was also broken. Boom! The stone fist pierced through the head of the beautiful middle-aged woman. A good starting point card. It took a long time to succeed. This is a long chapter. Brothers and sisters, please vote for Changshungi, thank you. Chapter 560 Abandoned by Heaven. On the turbulent blue sea, there seemed to be thousands of peach blossoms blooming. Red blood and white brains mixed together and splashed in the sky. The human devil Jaegon demon power is unmatched. That stone arm stretches across the sky, and the stone fist directly penetrates the head of the middle-aged beautiful woman. An envoy from the heavens was beaten with thousands of peach blossoms and his head was broken. Jaegon didn't take the identity of the other party in his eyes at all, and he was so tyrannical. Aha euro a euro. In the sky, the falling headless corpse trembled violently, and the soul of the middle-aged beautiful woman rushed out, screaming pitifully. Gegon, how dare you hurt me? Do you want to start a war with the heavens? Jaegon just responded with a cold snort, stepped out of the flat boat on the sea, came to the high sky, and said coldly, "You are wrong, I am not hurting you, but killing you." Boom! 2 yellow rays of light shot out from Jaegon's eyes, like 2 golden rainbows, shooting towards the soul and corpse in the sky. You a euro. At this moment, the middle-aged beautiful woman was really scared. She knew that Jaeqian was not trying to punish her, but really wanted to kill her. Boom boom. Those 2 golden rainbows were so sharp that they were almost demonic and invincible. The divine soul attacked and evaded in every possible way, but in the end it was pierced by a divine rainbow. Stab. As if the ice and snow were branded by a red iron block, the soul was pierced through, and a large transparent hole appeared in the chest. Click. At the same time, another golden rainbow pierced through the corpse not far away in an instant, splitting it to pieces. Jaegon's 2 golden eyes had such a terrifying divine power that the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds next to him were deeply shocked. Brush. This celestial master's soul was like a sea, and his divine power fluctuated for 30,000 miles in an instant, scattered into small waves like waves, rushing in all directions, trying to escape a ray of divine thought. Boom. But the human devil Gegon is really too powerful. The petrified left arm soared, tens of thousands of miles in an instant, like a majestic mountain range and like a great wall, blocking the overseas, sealing the world, and the hazy light emitted completely imprisoned this place. Boom. The world shook, and the middle-aged beautiful woman rushed wildly, trying to break the imprisonment of the stone man-level powerhouse. However, heaven and earth are like a cage, which cannot be broken at all. Rumble. The human demon Gegon descended. His long hair was dancing like a dragon, his eyes were as sharp as 2 bolts of lightning, and a big petrified hand was smashed down. Aha euro a euro. The middle-aged beautiful woman screamed, and thousands of incarnations all manifested. The big hand in the sky didn't grab the spirits in all directions, but just pressed hard in the middle of the sky. Boom. The tens of thousands of avatars separated by the middle-aged beautiful woman were all cracked at this moment, and they were all shattered by the big petrified hand in the sky from a long distance. You can't kill me, or the heavens. The middle-aged beautiful woman yelled sadly. No one is not afraid of death, especially this kind of death that is lighter than a feather. Snort. The scream of the middle-aged beautiful woman was interrupted by a cold snort, and the petrified hand swept across the sky, enveloping all the shattered souls and completely grasping them in her hands. You can't kill me. Whispering, I said kill you, no one can change your fate for you. Jaegon was indifferent and heartless, with a voice that made people fall into an ice cellar, and said, you remind me of the past, and I feel very uncomfortable, so you must die. Ah, the soul of the middle-aged beautiful woman was struggling and screaming. Boom. Jaegon crushed the shattered soul in his hand at once. Very decisive, without any hesitation. Boom. In that big petrified hand, a glaring ray of light suddenly rose, like a golden holy fire burning ragingly. He was refining the last spiritual consciousness of a middle-aged woman, and wanted to completely wipe out an ancestor god-level powerhouse. My lord, you can't do this. Although the 4 ancestor gods from other worlds were afraid, they rushed over bravely, trying to persuade the demons very anxiously and restlessly. Brush. Jaegon glanced at the 4 people coldly, and said mercilessly, are you 4 trying to stop me? Don't dare. The four felt chills in their hearts, and they didn't dare to look at Jae-gon, but they finally expressed their worries and said, if you kill her, it may trigger a war between the two worlds. At this moment, Jae-gon is a real demon worthy of the name, which is quite different from the melancholy, decadent, and misty temperament of the past. At this moment, his hair is dancing wildly, like the arms of a demon dancing, and his eyes are even more eyeless, dark and empty, like two terrible black holes deep and bottomless. She reminded me of the past, and I feel uncomfortable. Although this sentence was very plain, it made the four ancestor gods from other worlds terrified. Back then, it was precisely because of this sentence that Jae-gon once massacred on a rainy night, bleeding and drifting, leaving millions of bones, which made the ancestors of other worlds tremble. But, the four wanted to say something, but after seeing those empty eyes, the anxious four shuddered and all shut up. Boom! At this moment, the golden holy flame in Gegen's petrified big hand soared to the sky, illuminating Kyushu, and also illuminating his terrifying demon appearance. The human demon opened its mouth fiercely, swallowing the sun and the moon with its mouth, and swallowed the yellow holy fire and the soul in one gulp, and even the dark clouds from all directions came together and fell into his mouth. Jae-gan's long hair danced wildly, his eyes were empty, the absolute unrivaled demon king. Just swallowed an ancestor god alive. You will regret it. This was the last roar from the heavenly world, echoing in the sky for a long time. It was difficult to calm down. The hearts of the four ancestor gods from other worlds felt cold. Such an envoy from the heavens, and an ancestor god-level powerhouse was swallowed alive like this. The demons are really frightening. Well, a euro. Jae-gon sighed. The temperament of the unrivaled demon king gradually faded away, and soon he became a melancholy and decadent middle-aged man. With a trace of loss and confusion, he looked up to the sky and murmured, "Where is my hope? When will my darkness dawn?" The four ancestor gods from other worlds suddenly felt horrified, from head to toe cold. According to the legend, the state of humans and demons is the most dangerous. The four of them soared into the sky, and all fled away. In the sky, Xiao Chen saw all of this in his eyes. The horror of the human devil gangster is really shocking and unfathomable. At this moment, the demon suddenly turned around, looking in Xiao Chen's direction with empty eyes. He showed a cruel smile, and shattered the world with a bang. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared, and the same token also appeared, wanting to go to the sky, but was imprisoned here by the human demon with peerless power. I have known for a long time that you have not been completely extinct, now you will be wiped out. The human demon ruthlessly stretched out its stone hand, grabbed the token, and enveloped Xiao Chen at the same time. No, a euro. The terrified cry of the envoy from the heaven came from the token. However, the big hand has sealed the world and completely enveloped this place, making it difficult for the token to break free. Boom! Xiao Chen sacrificed the divine map, forcibly broke through the confinement, and soared into the air. Token came back from desperation, and followed him desperately. Want to leave? That's impossible. The cold voice of human demon Gegen came, and the stone arm swelled up, grabbing the token and Xiao Chen. At this moment, a ray of spiritual consciousness in the token was forcibly detained, and quickly flew towards the big hand of human demon. Ah, no, although the envoy from the heavens was screaming, he couldn't change his fate. At this moment, she knew that her doomsday had come, and she let out a final roar. The person who controls the sword catches my token, it will take you to heaven, and while changing your own destiny, don't forget to do it for me. She screamed here, but her voice stopped abruptly. She was caught by the human demon Jae-gon and swallowed it in one gulp. As if the token was alive, it suddenly accelerated to an unbelievable degree, and rushed to Xiao Chen's approach. Xiao Chen copied it into his hand, and he shattered the world and went through the space. Alas! The demon sighed softly behind him. At the next moment, he shattered the heaven and earth with a bang, forcefully shaking Xiao Chen out of the space channel. Old friends meet, why rush? How about sitting down and talking? The human demon was melancholy and extremely decadent, and he had already sat on the boat on the sea again. I have nothing to talk to you about. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be careless in the face of this decadent middle-aged man who looked extremely quiet. He was a truly unrivaled demon king. Even though he had a sword and a divine map in his hands, he still felt very uneasy. Why? Jae-gon looked up at the sky dejectedly, and said to himself, could it be that I am abandoned by the heavens, and should I be abandoned by the world? What do you want? Xiao Chen coldly glanced at Renmo Gegen. I don't want to do anything. I just want to talk to someone. I don't want to kill people right now. The demon stared at the sea in a daze. No one would doubt his words, let alone his strength. Have you repaired my god city? At this moment, Zhe Gan suddenly raised his head and stared fixedly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen really wanted to question Zhe Gan, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of something, swallowed the words that came to his mouth, and responded coldly, "Not yet." "Then you have to hurry up, or I am ready to wash Kyushu with blood and level the world at any time." Zhe Gan looked down at his palms, with a confused expression, and said, "Oh, I'm going to kill again. I haven't seen bloody water in the sky for many years. This terrifying demon king, worthy of competing with the invincible stone man, now looks like this, which makes people feel even more creepy." "Zhe Gan, you are originally from Kyushu, why did you rebel into another world and slaughter the creatures of Kyushu and the quartet world? Abandoned by heaven, abandoned by the world." Zhe Gan said with a numb expression, "I don't have a second path to follow." "Aren't you afraid that you will be stigmatized for thousands of years and engraved on the steel of shame forever?" Xiao Chen sternly said, "Your crimes are so heinous and countless, can you really have peace in your heart?" "Oh, life is so vast, I can't make a choice." At this point, the demon stood up and said calmly, "The ways are different, and we don't conspire with each other. Today, it seems that I still have to make a move." At this moment, the token in Xiao Chen's hand seemed to have life, and suddenly the light shone brightly, and then Shenhua flashed, and Xiao Chen disappeared in place at once. "Do you want to go to heaven, but, have you really gone?" Human demon Zhe took a step forward, and suddenly appeared thousands of miles away, with a bang, cutting off the road to heaven.